बढ़ जाती है रौनक जब हस्तियां साथ आती है। यूं ही नहीं सजी है ये महफिल, यूं ही नहीं सजी है ये महफिल, हर चेहरा एक सितारा है जो इस मंच पर जगमगाता है। धन्यवाद। I just request Tripathi sir, because always I just never allow him to sit here, to please come here and please present the welcome address, sir. And before that, I request Rita to felicitate our guest, Director Madam. I request Tripathi sir to felicitate Director Madam by giving a Puneri shawl, a token of love from us, Madam. Madam's scintillating smile is actually contagious. You can see here. Sulasi. Now I request Tripathi sir to felicitate Raghunathan sir, Scientist E, Scientist F, and our additional director, extremely sorry. Sir's guidance is very important for each and every step. Welcome, sir. Now I request Tripathi sir to felicitate Dr. G.P. Mandal. G.P. Mandal sir हमारे हेड ऑफ ऑफिस भी है, तो जो लक्ष्मी है वो सर की वजह से हमारे पास है। तो सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत। रघुनाथन सर बहुत बहुत स्वागत। धृतिमान बहुत बहुत स्वागत। Now I will not allow Tripathi sir to sit. Sir, please come here.
गुड मॉर्निंग, सभी को नमस्कार। पश्चिम प्रादेशिक केंद्र भारतीय प्राणी सर्वेक्षण के इस सभागृह में मैं सबका स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। और जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात है, आज हम यहाँ पे नेशनल लेवल कंपटीशन ऑर्गेनाइज करने जा रहे हैं। 110 वर्षगांठ के अवसर पर भारतीय प्राणी सर्वेक्षण का ये हैकाथॉन है, जहाँ की भारतवर्ष के पूर्व, पश्चिम, उत्तर, दक्षिण सभी क्षेत्र के प्रतिभागी यहाँ पे उपस्थित हैं। मैं सभी का स्वागत करता हूँ यहाँ पे। और यहाँ पे जो मंच पे आप देख रहे हैं, पहले तो मैं अपने डायरेक्टर मैडम और डॉक्टर धृति बनर्जी का यहाँ पे स्वागत करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ। और ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि मैम, हमारा ये सौभाग्य है पश्चिम प्रादेशिक केंद्र का कि हम एक नेशनल लेवल का एक कंपटीशन यहाँ पे ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, जो कि एक अनोखा एक्टिविटीज है हमारे लिए। और आपके मार्गदर्शन में ये सब हो रहा है, इसीलिए अशेष से धन्यवाद मैम। मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि मैम जो है, सी इज ए टॉप सेलिब्रिटीज, सी इज अमंग द 100 टॉप वुमेन who have been identified by India today. And is among that list, many celebrities comes, like we have the President of India, Draupadi Murmu ma'am. We have people like Neeta Ambani, and we have like Dr. Dhiti Banerjee. So we are proud of that. And she is the first director in 110 years of Zoological Survey of India, first lady director who is heading this national organization, Zoological Survey of India, with 16 regional center and headquarter at Kolkata. तो अभिनंदन है मैम, आपका स्वागत है यहाँ पे। और यहाँ पे मंच पे बैठे हैं डॉक्टर सी रघुनाथन, सीनियर साइंटिस्ट है, साइंटिस्ट है। और हमारे जो एंटायर एक्टिविटीज जो है वो बैक ऑफ द स्क्रीन वो सब पूरा मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं, कहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है, कैसे होना है। तो इनके मार्गदर्शन के लिए भी मैं अशेष धन्यवाद देता हूँ सर आपको। आपका ये पहला जो दौरा है भारतीय प्राणी सर्वेक्षण पश्चिम प्रादेशिक केंद्र में, और मैं पूरे परिवार पश्चिम प्रादेशिक केंद्र परिवार की तरफ से आपको स्वागत करता हूं ये केंद्र में। हमारे साथ है डॉक्टर गुरुपद मंडल, जैसे कि मैडम ने बताया, ही इज द हेड ऑफ ऑफिस, कार्यालय अध्यक्ष है, और इनका भी बिना फाइल जाए हुए कोई भी काम नहीं आगे बढ़ता है, तो इनका भी मैं तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं भारतीय प्राणी सर्वेक्षण पश्चिम प्रादेशिक केंद्र में। और हमारे साथ उपस्थित है, हमारा ये सौभाग्य है कि हमारे साथ है डॉक्टर आर.एन. शर्मा, जो कि यहाँ का इंचार्ज और दिस रीजनल सेंटर, उनका भी मार्गदर्शन के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और स्वागत करता हूँ सर आपको। हमारे साथ है वर्षा मैडम, प्रोफेसर वर्षा फ्रॉम सावित्री पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी पुणे, and she has been a guiding force. She is from the zoology faculty, and many of the things we are doing in collaboration with Pune University. We have with Samir sir. He is also a renowned professor from Ferguson College, with whom we have signed the memorandum of understanding. And it's a very old setup, and we are proud to have in Pune to have MOU with Commemoration University. आपका भी बहुत स्वागत है सर। हमारे साथ उपस्थित है यहाँ पे, जैसे मैंने बोला कि सभी रीजनल सेंटर, लगभग सभी रीजनल सेंटर से प्रतिभागी यहाँ पे उपस्थित हैं। मैं दूसरे शब्दों में ये बोलना चाहता हूँ, आ सेतु हिमाचलम, मतलब सेतु से लेकर हिमालय तक जहाँ भी हमारा फैला हुआ है रीजनल सेंटर, वहीं से प्रतिभागी यहाँ पे उपस्थित हैं। आज ये कंपटीशन है हैकाथन का, और आपको समझाने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम पॉइंट 2.0 में है, और आपको अच्छी तरह पता है ये कंपटीशन है, और लगता क्या कंपटीशन है। एक जमाने में जब नया नया कार निकला था तो उसका नाम दिया था लगतकिया, लाखों में कार आता था, अभी लाखों में प्राइज आता है, सोचिए। तो ये जमाने में है हम, लगतकिया कंपटीशन है, तो आपको इतना तगड़ा रखना पड़ेगा, आपका जो भी है, चाहे कॉन्सेप्ट हो, चाहे आपका प्रपोजल हो, प्रेजेंटेशन हो, जो भी हो। और आप सभी को इस बात के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि आप इस स्तर पर आए, एक नेशनल स्तर पर आए, क्योंकि यहाँ पे जाने के बाद बस 5 ही छट जाएंगे, और पता नहीं कौन किसको देखेगा नहीं देखेगा अलग बात है। यूट्यूब तो हो रहा है, लाइव हो रहा है, बट फिजिकली मतलब दिस इज द लार्जेस्ट एवर गैदरिंग आई कैन से फ्रॉम एक पैन इंडिया गैदरिंग है यहाँ पे ज़ूलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया में, और इस बात के लिए मैं आप सभी को स्वागत करता हूँ, धन्यवाद करता हूँ, और मेरा बेस्ट विशेष भी देना चाहता हूँ सबको, जब बढ़िया से बढ़िया कीजिए और यहाँ से प्राइज जीत के जाएंगे। यहाँ से जीत गए फिर आप जीत जाएंगे कलकत्ता में, मैडम वेरी जेनरस। तो ये टफ है आपका, ये टफ है, यहाँ से चले गए तो कलकत्ता में तो आसान है। ठीक है, इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं पुनः सबका धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और हमारा जैसे परंपरा है यहाँ पे, हम ये भी बताना चाहता हूँ कि अभी हम 22 मई से 5 मई तक हमने जो वर्ल्ड एनवायरनमेंट डे के अवसर पर, जैसे हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री का नारा है वन नेशन वन मिशन एंड प्लास्टिक पोल्यूशन, खाली प्लास्टिक पोल्यूशन ही नहीं, पर्यावरण का संरक्षण के लिए हम सभी को आगे आना है। आप जितने भी यहाँ पे बैठे हैं सभी पर्यावरण साथी हैं, सभी पर्यावरण के मित्र हैं, और ये हमारा फर्ज बनता है इस अवसर पर कि एक हम शपथ ले पर्यावरण को कैसे बचाना है। मैं अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ हमारे निदेशक महोदय को, हमारे साथ साथ निदेशक महोदय भी शपथ ले। मैं ये सब व्हाट्सएप में भी अवेलेबल है आपका, मैं देना चाहता हूँ, मैं पढ़ूंगा और उसको आप दोहराएंगे। ठीक है, पहले मैं इंग्लिश में पढ़ूंगा फिर हिंदी में। I pledge to make all possible changes in my daily life to protect the environment. I also commit to continuously motivate my family, friends, and others about the importance of environmentally friendly habits. हिंदी में पढ़ता हूँ। मैं प्रतिज्ञा करता हूँ कि पर्यावरण को बचाने के लिए अपने दैनिक जीवन में हर संभव बदलाव लाऊंगा। मैं ये भी वचन देता हूँ कि अपने परिवार, मित्रों और अन्य लोगों को पर्यावरण के अनुकूल आदतों और व्यवहारों के महत्व के विषय में सतत रूप से प्रेरित करूंगा। धन्यवाद।
I request the party sir to please felicitate our jury. डॉक्टर शर्मा सर के लिए कोई इंट्रोडक्शन नहीं चाहिए, सिर्फ नाम ही काफी है, बिकॉज इज अ रिनोन्ड एंटोमोलॉजिस्ट who has 150 new species to his name of diphtheria. And sir is a constant guiding force for us, who always is ready to bestow his blessings on us. Varsha madam is also a constantly guiding force for us. She is always available for us whenever we request. Thank you so much, ma'am, for accepting our request. Dr. Sameer sir is also like a family for us because we are having an MOU with him, with Ferguson College. Thank you, sir, for accepting our request. Thank you, Tripathi sir. नवाचार की इस महफिल में उजाले बिखारने आए हैं, नवाचार की इस महफिल में उजाले बिखारने आए हैं, आशाओं में दीप जलाने प्रेरणा बनकर छाए हैं, आशाओं में दीप जलाने प्रेरणा बनकर छाए हैं। तकनीक के इस यज्ञ में जो आहुति देने आए हैं वो हमारे माननीय अतिथि जो मंच पर गौरव दिलाने आए हैं, और उसी के साथ जो हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो अलग अलग देश के कोने से यहाँ पर आए हैं, जिन्हें आने में शॉर्ट नोटिस में थोड़ी बहुत तकलीफें भी हुई है, सो उनका सभी का फिर से स्वागत। और इसी के साथ मैं हमारे रघुनाथन सर उनको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि सर यहाँ पर आए और हमारे जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं उनका मनोबल बढ़ाए और उनको एड्रेस करें। सर प्लीज।
Very good morning to everyone. Respected Director of Zoological Survey of India, Head of Office, Dr. Gurupadananda, Officer in charge of Western Regional Center, Pune, Dr. Biodiversity, the juries, as well as former Officer in charge of Western Regional Center, Dr. Anand Sharma, Madam Harsha, and Professor Shamir. And my dear participants who have come from the different parts of our country to compete each other in the second round of this hackathon, which is being organized by Western Regional Center, ZSI Pune, and my colleagues from Zoological Survey of India, Pune. Indeed, it gives me immense pleasure to stand before you as Dr. Tripathi mentioned. It's my idle visit to this office. Even though working more than 22 years in this office department, but first time we got an opportunity to visit this office. That is one of the reasons we kept this particular so that I can have an opportunity to this office. But on this occasion, why this hackathon is being conducted, I would like to inform this participant who have come from different parts of the country. They are participating in this competing each other this event. This hackathon, as all of you know, that the ZSI is entering 110 years of its services to the nation, as it is started with 1916. Now we are entering 110 years by 1st July 2025. To commemorate this 110 years of the ZSI, we are also conducting this 110 hours of hackathon. First of all, I congratulate all the winners, those who are the winners of the regional level competition that has been conducted by the 16 regional centers across the country. Now all the 16 winners are here to compete each other for the second round, in which, as Tripathi mentioned, 5 teams will be selected for going for this final round that will be held at ZSI Calcutta on 30th of June 2025. Before this, why this title, Biodiversity Conservation Hackathon? I would like to give a brief background about this so you can also understand this. See, all of us know that biodiversity in the planet Earth is astonishingly diverse and fundamental for human well-being. It's almost been knowing that. Biodiversity also supports food security, nutritional value, disease control, and also regulating climate. These are the important factors in which biodiversity revolves around the world. If you look at this history of scientific history and scientific literature, the biodiversity what is exists in the planet as of now is only 1% of the species living in the planet Earth. About 99% of the species that has been originated in the planet already in the extinct. This estimated this 1% is ranging from maybe 2 million to 1 trillion species are expected to live in the planet Earth. Again, it has been condensed to the universally accepted fact that about 11 billion species are expected to live in the planet Earth. Again, it has been condensed to now 8.75 million species are living in the planet Earth. Again, if you want to make a pragmatic about it, out of 8.75 million species of animals and plants, those are living in the planet, and 7.8 billion species are exclusively animals. Remaining 298,000 species are plants, 63,000 species are prokaryotes, about 611,000 species are fungi, 10,000 species are, we can say that, bacteria, and 2.2 million species are belong to marine ecosystems. So this is what the entire scenario of the biodiversity which is existing in the world. If you look at the number of species so far, they are taxonomically described by the people across the world. Out of this 8.75, only 1.75 to 1.8 million species are so far taxonomically described. It means another 80% of the species available in the world yet to be described. So how many years it will take, you can understand that. Secondly, about 1.6 million people across the world directly depending upon the forest ecosystem. And about 75% of the food crops are being pollinated by the animal pollinators. So this is the biodiversity scenario. Again, if you want to see the healthy ecosystem supports about 70% of the freshwater resources are coming from healthy ecosystem. But since 1970, if you look at the record, about 35% of the wetlands across the world already been exhausted due to various means by the anthropogenic factor, you can say that. And secondly, climate change is another important factor in which is increasingly important day by day, as they are the prime factor for decline of the biodiversity. Just I'm giving one of the examples of climate change, how it will affect. Say for example, in case of animals, higher animals, we can say that higher animals can target any level of temperature. It's not like that. The temperature is increased by 1.5 degrees Celsius. The especially mammals alone can decline by 4%. Indian mammal population across the world. If it is temperature increased by 2 degrees Celsius, the mammal population can be decreased by 8%. The temperature is increased by 3 degrees Celsius, with the average increase of 3 degrees Celsius, 41% of the mammals will be extinct. That's what the data says. So mammal alone, even mammal cannot tolerate about this wide variation of temperature. You can think about it. In the invertebrates, they are lower animals. Say for example, corals. If the temperature is 1.5 degrees Celsius increase, about 60 to 90% of the coral across the world will die. If temperature increase by 2 degrees Celsius, entire ocean, the coral reef, you cannot see the coral reef in future. Is that the database indicates that? See, in order to protect this biodiversity, global nations, globally, as of now, 160,000 protected areas have been designated by different countries across the globe, which is equivalent to 17% of the total land surface area. If you look at the marine area, about 14,866 protected areas so far designated by different world countries, which is equivalent to 4.2% to 4% is the total protected area we can say across the world in marine as well as terrestrial ecosystem. But recently, there is an initiative taken by United Nations that is called 30 by 30. It means by 2030, 30% of the world should be declared as a protected area in order to conserve this biodiversity. As a result, it has been placed before this Kunming Montreal Protocol also, that has COP15 that has happened in Kunming in China in the year 2023. The COP also accepted. Now every country is working towards how to save the biodiversity, how to protect the biodiversity by declaring 30% of the area, world area as a protected area. That debate is going on one side. Just like coming to our country. Our country also, all of you must be knowing that it's one of the diverse countries. One of the 17 diverse countries in the world, which is, even though our country having the total area only 2.4% of the global surface area, but we contribute about 8.1% of the global biodiversity. So it stands number 8 and also one of the malabarious countries. So these 17 malabarious countries contribute 70% of the total biodiversity. So remaining there are 196 countries are the United Nations. Of these 17 countries alone contribute 70% of the biodiversity, in which India is one of the remaining countries. Remaining 30% only contribute rest of the country. So India is that much diverse in biodiversity perspective. And secondly, how we are conserving our biodiversity as of now. Of course, that total this title is biodiversity considers how we are conserving our biodiversity. As of now, government of India notified 1,022 protected areas to conserve our biodiversity, protect our biodiversity. Out of this 1,022, as on date, 106 are national parks and 573 are wildlife sanctuaries. And community reserves also, there are 220 community reserves and 123 community conservation area also there. So together we are conserving through protected area network. If you look at the total area being covered by these protected areas, as of now, only 5.71%. But we have this giving target of 30% by 2030. As of now, we could reach only 5.71%. It is around about 1,79,000 square kilometer areas have been protected by Government of India in the name of protected area. See this, if you look at this biodiversity, again, India is one of the highest biodiversity countries. You can say that ZSI recorded this faunal species. As of now, as on date, our country has got, based on the ZSI report, 1,04,561 species of animal features and 55,100 species of plant features in our country. So, keeping all this in mind, Honorable Minister of the Environment, Forest and Climate Change given idea to the director, since ZSI is conducting, is celebrating 110 years of its Foundation Day on 1st July, we want to conduct such a kind of hackathon in which we can get some idea for the people of India, how even common man of India, layman of India, how he can give his opinion how to conserve our biodiversity, save our biodiversity. That is the reason only it has been initiated. So it's a common topic is biodiversity conservation, but it has been regional level, it has been divided into several things about the area ways. So here all those are winners, they are here right now. Okay, that is the purpose. The main purpose is hackathon. We will get some ideas, some innovative ideas from all of you. That idea can be incorporated into government policies and also international policies to conserve the biodiversity as well as climate change. That is the main purpose behind that. It may be competition, but at the same time, we are expecting some innovative ideas from all of you that can be implemented at the international level to conserve the biodiversity. That is the main purpose behind this. Again, we try to correlate this hackathon with sustainable development. All of you must be knowing that sustainable development, there are 17 sustainable development goals are there by United Nations. That should be achieved by 2030. There are some goals directly connected with this hackathon, I can say, biodiversity. Say, for example, Sustainable Development Goal 13. It says climate action. If you are giving any tools or some ideas to control climate change, that will be directly related to climate action. Sustainable Development Goals 14, SDG 14, directly related to the life below water. The biodiversity below water will be protected and conserved based on the idea which will be emanating out of this particular hackathon. And third one is SDG 14 and SDG 15, that is life on land. The animals and plant goes are living on land surface area will also be protected and conserved as an area that can be given through your presentation. Some points, each and everyone is having some points. Some points can be very much useful to, useful, affordable also, useful, feasible also to conserve our body. That's the purpose behind this. And another one last is the quality education, that is SDG 4. Whatever thoughts given by you, if it is very much suitable enough, that can be included in the curriculum also. That's one of the climate considerations. Because that is the reason we are conducting this national level. We may be just to encourage the people only are giving limited amount, as a first prize, second prize, 1,50,000, but it is not a purpose is not giving money to purpose to get some ideas from all of you that can be implemented to government policy as well as international policy considered by us. This is the purpose behind this. I am thankful to this officer in charge of WRC to readily accept it to host this particular event at WRC Pune. I contribute to Director Zoological Secretary to execute this entire event all across the country as per the vision of the Honorable Minister of Nature and Forest. With this brief note, I thank you one time for patient listening, and also I convey my best wishes to all of you to compete each other, come up with good ideas so that we can meet at Calcutta with me. Thank you so much.
सर थैंक यू सो मच। हम रघुनाथन सर को एनसाइक्लोपीडिया ऑफ जूलॉजी बोलते हैं। सर को आप देखिए फिगर्स किसी को भी याद नहीं रहता ना, स्पेशली मुझे तो हिस्ट्री जैसे 1917 में कौन सा वॉर हुआ था मैंने याद है, बट सर को हर एक स्पीसीज हर एक प्लांट का कितना है, एवरीथिंग इज टिप ऑफ द टंग। सो इतना उनको नॉलेज है। सो वो आपके साथ में, आप उनके साथ चाय पे चर्चा भी कर सकते हैं, अगर आपको कुछ डाउट्स है कुछ पूछ भी सकते हो। थैंक यू सो मच सर। हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स का मनोबल बढ़ा। ओके या आफ्टर कंपटीशन ओके या नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट गुरुपादा सर टू प्लीज कम हियर एंड हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स का थोड़ा मनोबल बढ़ाइए सर।
So very good morning to all of you. Namaskar. Respected Director, Zoological Survey of India, Dr. Priti Banerjee Madam, Additional Director, Dr. C. Raghunathan, and Officer in Charge, WRC Pune, Dr. Basudev Tripathi, our distinguished jury, our retired scientist and former OC, Dr. R.M. Sharma, Professor Varsha Madam, Professor Shamit Sir, and our senior scientists, officers, staff members of WRC Pune, and my dear participants who came over from different parts of our country. So today I feel very honored and proud moment for me, and it is the same way I feel very nostalgic. Initially I joined in my office the first time in Pune in the year 1995. So that time our office was in rented house in Pune city, and after that I think Sharma sir is in the 1998 April. This office shifted here, Nagpur. So after that, I left actually from Pune in the year, same year, 1990 November, and after almost 27 years, I am coming again here Pune, and I am really feeling very proud. So Dr. Raghunathan sir already briefed about why we are this hackathon we are conducting, what are the importance of biodiversity conservation and climate change. And I think almost all 10 biographic zones area except one or two centers. So you people compete your regional level and came over here for national level competitions. So I think, I hope you people will come out with new innovative ideas or implementation of these in government policy. So thank you for all for coming here. And I hope that it will be very good competition amongst you. And I really thankful to Dr. Tripathi for organizing this such an important event. And thank you once again to all of you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much sir for your brief address. सर आप यहाँ पे 26 साल पहले आए थे, लेकिन सर को देख के कोई बोलेगा नहीं कि सर को यहाँ पे 26 साल पहले ज्वाइन किया है। He looks so young and he competes with you. Thank you sir. अब सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट उस देर की घड़ी, मतलब कि जिस देर से हम इंतजार कर रहे हैं, हमारे डायरेक्टर मैडम, बिलोव्ड डायरेक्टर मैडम, आई रिक्वेस्ट मैडम टू प्लीज कम हियर एंड टू से फ्यू वर्ड्स, और हमारे विद्यार्थियों के पार्टिसिपेंट्स के साथ में कुछ शेयर करें। 2 शब्द। यस मैम, थैंक यू। आइए बजाने में कंजूसी ना करें।
A very good morning to all of you who have assembled here today. Welcome to Western Regional Center, Pune. I'd like to thank at the very beginning, I'd like to thank Dr. Tripathi and Dr. Raparna for all your kind words about me. So thank you so very much. A very warm welcome to the jury members, Professor Varsha, our former officer in charge of Pune, Dr. Arun Sharma, and Professor Samir. Thank you for taking your time out and being a part of our hackathon. So I'd say that this is the first time we are having a competition or a hackathon of this kind. And it was a new thing for us, also as much as it was a new thing for you also. Because I think most of you have come from different streams and you are not, maybe all of you are not even from a biology background. So to all the dear young innovators and the future conservation leaders who are present here today, think about what a wonderful moment this is. As we gather here in the Western Regional Center in Pune, we are not only just participating in a competition, we are becoming a part of a remarkable legacy that spans 110 extraordinary years of the existence of Zoological Survey of India. So let's have a big round of applause. Now, the Zoological Survey of India has been our nation's guardian of biodiversity for more than a century. And today, as we are writing the next chapter of this incredible story, where all of you have come from all the corners of the country to be a part of our story and to be a part of our future as well as our country's future. So if you look around you, each person in this room, you represent hope. Hope for our planet, hope for our wildlife, and hope for the innovative solutions that can truly manage the world. You come from wonderfully diverse backgrounds, and that's what makes this 110 hours hackathon so very interesting. Some of you are biologists who understand the intricate web of life. Others are techies or tech enthusiasts who see endless possibilities in codes and algorithms. Designers who can visualize the solution, developers who can build them, and environmentalists who carry the passion for change. And we become the coordinator of all these diverse forces, which makes this a biryani which is so very interesting. Sorry, I am a non-vegetarian, absolutely. So you are the harbingers of the change, and you are also the people who will carry forward this passion for your environment tomorrow. Many of you are simply dedicated individuals who care deeply for our natural world, and this beautiful diversity of minds and perspectives is exactly what makes this hackathon so very special and so very powerful for us. The path that has brought you all here today wasn't an easy one. I'm so very certain about it. And I want you to know that your journey is already remarkable. From 21st of May to 29th, talented teams across all the 16 regional centers of Zoological Survey of India, they showcase their creativity, their dedication, and their innovative thinking. You emerged as champions from your respective regions, proving your excellence among the hundreds of participants who have participated in the hackathon. Now you are here, competing for the top 5 spots that will take you to the grand finale of Kolkata, which is going to happen in Kolkata in July 1st, 2025, when our beloved ZSI celebrates its 110th birthday in all its glory. And you become a part of our history tomorrow. But let me tell you something very important. You are already winners, by the way. All of you will come over here. So big round of applause and all our hackers appreciate that you are already winners. By being here, by caring enough to dedicate your precious time and your boundless energy to biodiversity conservation, by choosing to be a part of a solution rather than remaining as silent observers, you have already made a profound difference. We have become a part of the problem. You are a part of the solution tomorrow. So your commitment itself is a victory for conservation efforts. Now our planet is indeed sending us urgent signals that we cannot ignore. Climate change is reshaping ecosystems at an unprecedented pace. Species are disappearing, as Dr. Raghunathan has said. We call him Raghupedia if you don't want to know that. So after your session, you can actually have a discussion with him. So species are disappearing from our world at alarming rates, and the delicate, beautiful balance of nature that desperately needs our immediate attention and action. But here's what fills me with tremendous hope and confidence, that you are just not concerned observers standing out on the sidelines. You've chosen to be a part of the system. As I said before, a part of the solution and a part of our future. This hackathon, dedicated to biodiversity conservation by the Zoological Survey of India, it represents something truly special. You're not just creating apps or not just writing codes or not just creating algorithms. You're crafting tools that effectively address critical environmental issues. This is your opportunity to showcase your creativity, your scientific thinking, your problem-solving skills, and your unwavering commitment in the fight to protect our precious natural world. I know that the competition which is in this room is very intense, and of course it's overwhelming. Also because you've come from all the parts of the country today. But I want you to embrace this moment rather than fear. On June 30th, 5 of the exceptional teams, I repeat, all of you are exceptionals, but they cannot be all winners. So 5 of you will be going over to Kolkata, and 5 of these exceptional teams from today's competition will have the honor of standing before the Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change in Kolkata, as well as the Minister of State, who is also the Minister of External Affairs of Ministry of Environment, Kolkata, Environment, Forest in Kolkata. So 3 of those teams will be crowned as national winners, will be receiving a recognition for their outstanding contributions, as well as they'll be recognized for being the winners of the 110 Hours Hackathon. But please remember that every single participant of today here contributes to something much larger and more significant. So please don't let this competitive atmosphere intimidate you. Instead, let us inspire you to reach new heights. So tomorrow if you win, the world is at your feet. Today if you don't win, still you have a lot more responsibilities because you are now aware citizens of our country. It's your passion which makes a real difference, and your ideas which matter very deeply to our country. Your fresh perspective on age-old problems could be exactly what our planet needs right now. The greatest conservationists in history were once exactly where you are today. Young, passionate, full of ideas, and determined to make the meaningful difference. We had Jack Canis, the Cameo girl. We also had Greta Thunberg. So maybe some of you will be coming up as the Greta Thunbergs or the Rascalics of tomorrow. Today you proudly join these distinguished ranks. This is your platform to shine, to show the world that young India is capable of achieving when passion meets purpose. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished jury members who will be carefully and thoughtfully evaluating the presentations which you are about to make. Your expertise, sir, your dedication and commitment to fair evaluation makes this competition both meaningful and credible. Thank you for lending your valuable time and knowledge to this important cause. A special congratulations and appreciation goes to the Western Regional Center, Pune, for organizing and offering such a beautiful, well-planned platform. To all the participants in this hackathon of 2025. So, a big round of applause for them. Thank you, events of this magnitude and importance don't just happen by chance. They require tremendous vision, meticulous planning, dedicated effort, and unwavering commitment. You've delivered something truly exceptional and will be remembered in the years to come, Pune, for hosting the semi-finals. The next few hours you will showcase the absolute best of the young Indian talent, creativity, and commitment. So go forth with complete confidence in your abilities and share your solutions with pride. My very best wishes are with each and every one of you sitting in this room today for an inspiring, successful, and a memorable 110 hours of hackathon. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
थैंक यू सो मच मैम। जैसा मैंने शुरुआत में कहा था, मैडम की स्माइल, मैडम का जेस्ट सब कुछ कंटाजियस है। जिस तरह से आप लोगों ने तालियां बजाई, उसी आवाज से मुझे समझ में आ गया कि आप में कितना उत्साह बढ़ गया इस कंपटीशन के लिए। तो बाय टेकिंग सर्स परमिशन, त्रिपाठी सर्स परमिशन, आई प्रेजेंट हियर वोट ऑफ थैंक्स। सो first, I would like to felicitate our guest with giving our hackathon memento, first token of love and gratitude. I request Tripathi sir to please present memento to Director Madam. Specially prepared memento by WRC. Now I request Tripathi sir to please present memento to Raghunathan sir, our encyclopedia, as Madam said, Raghunathan. I request Tripathi sir to felicitate Mandal sir. सर तो हमारे पुणे के ही बीच के WRC के ही है। Thank you so much. I request Tripathi sir to please present a token of love from WRC to Director Madam. I request Tripathi sir to please present token of love to Raghunathan sir. I request Tripathi sir to present token of love to Mandal sir. Thank you so much for accepting this. स्टेज पर मुझे तीनों महानुभावों देख को ऐसे लग रहा है जैसे ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश साक्षात हमारे यहाँ आए हैं आप लोगों के बीच में ज्ञान का मंथन करने हैं। थैंक यू सो मच। Now, by taking permission from the party, sir, I present vote of thanks. I, Dr. Aparna Kalavate, extend a heartfelt thanks to our beloved director, Dr. Dhriti Banerjee Madam, Zoological Survey of India, for her presence and blessings. Madam always inspires us and motivates us. Thank you, Madam, for giving this responsibility of conducting Level 2 Hackathon at WRC Pune. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Dr. Raghunathan sir for his generous guidance for conducting this program. He was like minute to minute guiding us what has to be done, how we have to conduct this program. Thank you, sir. I extend my thanks to Mandal sir, our head of office, for his financial support for conducting this program without deducting even a single rupee. Thank you so much, sir. क्योंकि बिना पैसे के तो कुछ भी नहीं होता है। I thank our jury members because from their busy schedule they have given their time to us क्योंकि पैसा तो कोई भी दे देता है लेकिन समय आजकल कोई नहीं देता है। So thank you so much juries. I thank Sharma sir, Varsha madam, and Sameer sir for giving us time for this hackathon. Now, the important thing to present my gratitude and thanks to जो टीम पर्दे के पीछे काम कर रही है, जो मंच पे बैठे वो सभी को दिख रहे हैं, लेकिन पर्दे के पीछे जो कंटिन्यूस 10 दिन से जो टीम काम कर रही है, उसमें सबसे पहले हमारी म्यूजियम टीम है। म्यूजियम टीम में हमारे डॉक्टर समीर कुमार बदी, जिसको हम प्यार से कैमरामैन और या क्राफ्टमैन और WRC बोलते हैं या ZSI बोलते हैं, उनके साथ उनकी टीम में काम कर रहे थे संदीप, पूर्णिमा, अलीम जी, विद्या, साहिल। Their brilliant work was really important to completely do the makeover of our museum. क्योंकि जैसे होता है ना, एक बच्चे के बाल बहुत बढ़ जाते हैं, उसको अगर कट नहीं किया तो कैसे तो भी दिखता है, तो उसको हमने कट करके उसका कंप्लीट मेकओवर किया है और बहुत सुंदर तरह से म्यूजियम को बनाने का काम किया है हमारे डॉक्टर पति एंड टीम। थैंक यू सो मच। फूड टीम है हमारे यहाँ पर, क्योंकि मराठी में हमारे यहाँ बोला जाता है पहले पोटोबा नंतर विठोबा, तो सबसे पहले पेट से शुरू होता है, उसके बाद में बाकी की ज्ञान पूजा और बाकी की पूजा होती है। सो इस टीम में हमारे साथ थे हमारे नितिन, एक्चुअली नितिन स्क्वायर, हमारे यहाँ 2 नितिन है, इसलिए नितिन स्क्वायर का, एक सीनियर नितिन, एक जूनियर नितिन। सो थैंक यू। उनके साथ हमारे जूनियर है सुनील सारुण के, उसी तरह से दो सुनील है हमारे यहाँ और दोनों सारुण के हैं। So Shubham and Vinit, thank you for making our paid puja arrangement for the paid puja. हॉल और ऑडियो विजुअल टीम में हमारे साथ थे, जो कंटिन्यूअस यहाँ पर मैडम लाइव चल रहा है, यहाँ पे लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो रहा है यूट्यूब में, तो उसके लिए हमारे जो न्यूली रिक्रूटेड टीम है अंडर द एबल गाइडेंस ऑफ डॉक्टर KP दिनेश, हमारे संदीप, विशाल, गजानन और दीपक, अनिकेत, ये सारे लोग मिलके कंटिन्यूअसली इस हॉल को डेकोरेट करने का और लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग का काम कर रहे हैं। तो ये यहाँ से आप जाने के बाद भी अपने आप को यूट्यूब में देख सकते हो कि आपने क्या बोला, कैसे बोला, क्या प्रेजेंट किया। सो एवरीथिंग इज लाइक योर पार्शियल एंड ट्रांसपेरेंट। उसके बाद आती है हमारी टेक्निकल टीम, क्योंकि टेक्निकल टीम हमारा सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट काम कर रही है, जो कि है पार्टिसिपेंट्स को इनवाइट करना, उनका लॉजिस्टिक्स का ध्यान रखना और इस प्रोग्राम का शेड्यूल सब कुछ बनाना। तो उसमें आते हैं हमारे यहाँ पे तपस्या, उदय, शबनम, नितिन और बाकी सब। सो दे हैव डन अ वंडरफुल वर्क। आई थैंक देम फॉर देयर कमेंडेबल एफर्ट्स। उसके बाद में आता है हमारे यहाँ पे हाउस कीपिंग टीम, क्योंकि सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारे यहाँ जैसे ही पता चला हैकेथॉन होने वाले थे, बहुत सारा रिनोवेशन हुआ, उस रिनोवेशन में बहुत सारा कचरा भी हमने इकट्ठा किया, उस कचरे को साफ करने का काम हमारी हाउस कीपिंग टीम ने किया। सो थैंक यू हमारे सलमान एंड सरोज। उसके बाद सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है ट्रैवल टीम, क्योंकि ट्रैवल के बिना तो कुछ नहीं होगा। तो ट्रैवल टीम में हमारे यहाँ पे जो हमारे ड्राइवर है सुनील सारुण के, और उनके साथ जो उनकी टीम है नितिन, विशाल, इनको सबको थैंक यू सो मच, ताकि उन्होंने स्मूथली समय से पहले सारे बच्चों को, सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स को, जूरीज का और इनका हमारे जो महानुभव है मेहमान सभी का टाइम से उन्होंने प्रबंध किया। थैंक यू सो मच। Thank you so much everyone of WRC for tirelessly working here since last couple of days. I also thank to our technical and support staff who are working, because इनका नाम मैंने यहाँ पे नहीं लिया, tirelessly for this event, like हमारे सामी है, हमारे जितने भी लोग हैं। I thank the most important participants for being here from every corner of this country. Thank you so much. Finally, let us carry forward the idea and enthusiasm we shared today and turn them into the meaningful actions, because जो भी आप ideas हमारे साथ साझा करेंगे उसे एक कुछ meaningful action में बनाने के लिए हम लोग सारे लोग तत्पर रहेंगे। Once again, I thank you each and every one of you, and we look forward for many successful gatherings like this. So have a great day. Thank you so much. अभी हम टी के लिए ब्रेक करेंगे। So okay. So after 10 minutes we'll break for tea. So now we will start with the technical sessions.
We start with the technical
Yes. 12 o'clock. Okay. Okay. So we'll break for the tea now, and then we will start with the technical session. Thank you so much. So टी का जो arrangement है नीचे ग्राउंड में किया हुआ है, आप लोग सभी लोग आएंगे।
Myśli, sterowy.
We start live at 12. At 12:30. Conventions. He doesn't take one. Yes.
Starts by 12:30 like this.
चाय वगैरह पी के अपना चलिए सर क्या उनको चीज करना वो क्या करेंगे तो आप कर दोगे या नितिन सर को दोगे सर वो बात होगी आ जाओ आ जाओ चाय पी लिएगा हो गया जी
Which one? First one.
All the participants are here.
Yes.
Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. Team 3 from Itanagar. Team 4, Jabalpur. Team 5, Canning. SRC. SRC, you're there. Team 6, Dehradun. Team 7, Pune. Team 7, Pune. Team 8, Jodhpur. Team 8 Jodhpur. Team 7 Pune. Team 7 Pune. Team 8 Jodhpur. Team 9 Shillong. Team 10 Chennai. नहीं SRC. Earlier was SBRC Canning. Canning. Anybody is there from Canning team 5? Team 11 EBRC Gopalpur. Team 12 MBRC Chennai. Team 13 Solan.
Yes.
Team 14 Patna. Anybody is left out? Anybody is left out? Team 14 are here. Total 14 teams are here. Okay? Total 14 team is present here. 2 teams have not come. So we have total 14 team. Some are in team and some are singly representing their team. So there are few instructions for the participants. So whatever was there at the regional level, that was the regional level. Now you are here for semi-final. So the thing is, you have to present whatever you have in 15 minutes. That is 13 minutes mein first bell will ring. At that time you have to think that now we have to, in just 1 or 2 minutes we have to wind up. Okay? So total 15 minutes and 5 minutes for question answers from the juries. Okay? You have to present your talent, your innovation in complete 15 minutes only. क्योंकि ये competition है, 1 मिनट भी ज़्यादा हो गया तो you are disqualified. So please keep this in your mind. ठीक है? And be ready to become a lakpati. कौन बनेगा करोड़पति की जगह कौन बनेगा lakpati? 13 minutes, first bell will ring. So that time you have to think that in 1 or 2 minutes I have to wind up my presentation. 5 minutes only for question and answer, and presenter should be only one from your team, and question and answer can be answered by your team members. So that's not an issue. But presenter should be one. So everybody have loaded the presentation? Have you loaded your presentation? If anybody wants to delete their data, they can delete after the presentation. Okay? So shall we start? For the Kaun Banega Lakpati? Sir, shall I call the team?
Yes.
So team 1, please come. Team 1 is from MARC Diga. So please tell your name
afternoon, everyone. My name is Soumya Das. I'm a research fellow at Pune University, working in Center for Research and Conservation of Indian Horseshoe Crab. And good afternoon to all, and all esteemed scientific communities for giving me this opportunity to present my work. Actually, this is not my work. This is a whole team work what our center is working for, and what we are working in. Conservation of Indian horseshoe crab through crafting breeding model. So, as you know, coastal biodiversity is carrying a lot of flora and fauna. It includes mangroves, seabeds, and coral reef, and lots of biodiversity. So, while we are taking horseshoe crab, because it is a flagship species or umbrella species that we consider in the coastal area, that is out of 4 extant species of horseshoe crabs, India hosts 2 species. Basically, these are the Tachypleus gigas and Carcinoscorpius rotundicula. These 2 species basically found in Odisha and West Bengal coast and some part of the mangrove part of Andhra Pradesh. So, these species comes under Schedule 2 of wildlife. This species actually comes under Schedule 2 according to the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. But the problem is due to we don't have the baseline data, and whatever research we have actually that is sporadic. So there's no strategical approach for the conservation of these 2 species. So that's why it's a data deficient category in the IUCN. And moving forward, why we need to conserve this species, and what are the basic causes for which this species population is quite declining. These are the major causes like habitat degradation, fishing bycatch and ghost net, over harvesting and illegal trade. There's the one news article which shows the illegal trade of Indian horseshoe crabs for the meat and the carapace that is used for the extraction of phytosanus is a biomedical, which has a great biomedical importance. And you can see the different photos, different pictures that we had taken while we were surveying. There is a ghost net and there is a trap net, and the samples or the species getting trapped in the stone patches. And one more thing is the epibiosis. Epibiotic community is also attached to the carapace of the horseshoe crab and make them immovable, and they also impact their reproductive strategies. And one more thing is the coastal development. Here is a video of 2016. You can see it's a estuary habitat, and lots of horseshoe crabs are there for the breeding purpose, for the spawning purpose. It's usually come during the high tide, and it's a 2016 video. While we are seeing the lots of samples, lot of mating pairs are come during the high tide for the spawning purpose. But now, while we are working, we cannot see that much of species are coming for the reproduction for the spawning. So these pictures are from that habitat which was shown in the video. This habitat now destroyed. I'm giving the example of one habitat. Several habitats are there for which are destroyed, and so they are not coming for the breeding purpose. There is a stock net, coastal development, and other small fishermen are working there. So that's why these species are quite declining due to not reproducing that much. So these are also some other factors. That's why the species is also declining, population is declining. So basically, this is our model. Basically, in which we are working on. The whole model is ours, in which we are going to work, and I'll explain you bit by bit. So it's actually a simple process. So first we are collecting the gametes from the freshly dead samples, eggs and sperms from the freshly dead samples, or the samples which are actually stressed in condition, or they are losses they are happened appendages of tailson. Tailson is a major body part of the helps in rotating, helps in moving, helps in the changing direction. So from these samples, we are collecting the eggs, vesical gametes. Then we'll do the artificial insemination in our laboratory. This is the pictures that I have collected from the articles, but actually we are not still working on these due to the lack of permissions from the forest department. In 1 week later, we got the permission. Now we are moving for it. This is actually the laboratory process. It's actually very easy process, as I can say. In that, can I move to this place so that I can explain better? So it's actually a very simple process in which it's actually a very simple process. We don't have to change any temperature. We don't have to change any other factors for the artificial insemination. We just keep the temperature 25 to 30 degrees, which is a kind of room temperature, you can say, and the salinity should be maintained and dissolved oxygen should be this much. And therefore, we are just incubate the larva and take care of the larva till the 15 to 20 days and towards the 30 days for the hatching. And for the molding, because they just mold during the larva period, and so we have to provide them the tidal stimulation so they can mold and for their healthy life. So this is our work actually. This work will it has a success rate of 80 to 90% because in past we are already work on this, but now what we are going to do is in first we are just collecting the eggs from the harsh environment. They are fertilized, but they are due to their presence in harsh environment. So we can, these are not hatched for the instar stage. So that's why we collect them and do the laboratory protocols for the future development. But now we are collecting the egg, we are planning for collecting the egg from the dead sample, which are basically freshly dead, and eggs should be viable, and from the stressed samples. So this is the laboratory condition where the horseshoe crab larvae are developing. So it's the last strategy of our model in which we are just releasing them into the third to fourth instar stage because the death risk is very low at that time, and we are trying to tag them with a different color according to the habitat. VIA tag is a silicon tag. We have to inject them in the body while they are in the fourth instar stage, and it's quite very easy for us. And it's not, I'm telling this case, it's not a simple work, or it's not a working. Actually, laboratory working is very simple, but other species is very very precious for us, and it's a native to India, so that's why we cannot work in ourselves. So we have a consortium approach. So these are all the organizations which has our collaboration and MOU. So we'll proceed with the Wildlife Division, Coastal Fishermen Community, DRDO, because all the habitats where horseshoe crab are found are protected by DRDO. And then the coastal colleges and non-government NGOs and CSR funding from these organizations, and some research institute like Zoological Survey of India, like Tripathi sir is already working in the horseshoe crab tagging project. So in this way we are also getting some advantages and working with their teams. And these are the outcomes. While conserving why we conserve the horseshoe crab? Because conserving the horseshoe crab, we can conserve the ancient DNA, ancient genetic diversity, as it's a living fossil, and it has no that much mutations. And we are planning for the development of molecular markers and the molecular cataloging for this horseshoe crab, as there is no such work on Indian horseshoe crab. Then we'll promote the ecotourism. In our laboratory, it's just a prototype, but it's a small setup where we can generate the more juveniles. But we are planning for it to establish at the coastal zone or the estuarine zone like Vitakanika, where the artificial insemination are already happening with the crocodiles. So we're planning for that with the help of forest department, and we also got some funding from forest department and PCCF wildlife. And other aspects are like increasing the juvenile populations and student ecosystem balancement and habitat recovery. And one more thing is the translational study. With the discussing, our team discussed with the OMBRI, Odisha Marine Bioresource Convergence, and according to them, we're going to get a 5 years project. First 3 years will increase the juvenile population. The next 2 years will have the translational approach, like isolation and characterization of hereditary and fluid will do the proteomics, and for the tissue and blood will do the genomics for the sequencing, and later on we'll proceed with the large test kit development for the detection of endotoxins. Before moving to the acknowledgement, I would like to say this is actually ex situ conservation, but we are also working on in situ conservation and other informed conservation strategies. We are doing the habitat surveys and coastal community awareness. So these kinds of and habitat restoration also is there. So about by aligning both in situ and ex situ conservation, we are moving forward. If we are conserving the horseshoe crab at the coastal bed, so it will help us to restore the habitat, and that habitat will help us to enhancement of biodiversity of other species. Because as literature suggested, these horseshoe crabs are found in which area that area contains good amount of biodiversity. So that's why we're aligning both in situ and ex situ conservation. Ex situ conservation is our exclusive model. So that's why we're not depending upon that. So we're mostly now working on the in situ conservation. Ex situ conservation is very exclusive. So for this, we need the cooperation of different organizations that I mentioned in consortium approach. So for acknowledgement, I would like to thank our Director of Center for Research and Conservation of Indian Horseshoe Crabs and our Deputy Director and my personal guide, Dr. Nilakshi Bhushankar. And special thank to Tripathi sir because his team is working on the Odisha coast for the horseshoe crab, so we are getting chance, and his foundation work also help us to framing all the work, all the conservation approaches. And thank you all for this.
The presentation is very lucid. I have a question. Actually, how do you collect eggs from the coastal zone? Wherever they lay their eggs, they lay their eggs in cluster.
Actually, around one cycle they'll produce the 8,000 to 10,000 eggs, but they are not giving whole at a time. They just give egg cluster wise, clutch, different clutches they're providing eggs.
So how big is the cluster?
In a clutch, then just they have the one female contains 7,000 to 10,000 eggs.
She lays that much of eggs.
Not at a time.
But in that span of spawning, can you collect whole cluster or?
No, sir. Actually, in the past, while we have the project of DBT, so that period of time, we are collecting egg from the harsh environment. They just lay egg, and due to some anthropogenic impact and some other impact, the eggs are not getting hatched. So that's why we are collecting that egg and do the laboratory protocols, further protocols.
What is the percentage of actually hatching in your laboratory?
Sir, it's 80 to 90%. I would say the 85%. Really. And now, sir, we are collecting egg from the stress sample, some injured samples, or from the dead sample, which are dead just few days means 1 day before. So we are collecting samples from that. We collect them for if the eggs are viable, if the gametes are viable.
Okay, good presentation. I have one question. What are the threats to the in that area for the survival of this?
Actually, sir, madam, basic threat is the coastal nets. People are these communities are putting their nets using bamboos throughout the coast. So while they are coming to the coastal area, the estuarine area for the laying egg, they just trap there, and when the fisher community took the net, they just threw it out, and they are not that much aware about this species. And one more thing is the coastal development.
Actually, who are actually in their net, this must be coming, whole net. So what is the edible percentage of how much people prefer this species for eating?
No, sir, this is not for eating in India, but in outside, like in China, they are just China and Malaysia, they eat this. Because
You don't eat?
actually, these are the sample size like this, and they see some content is very small in that. But if you consider the American horsefly, that size is quite bigger, and the Chinese horsefly, that size is quite bigger.
How big is our Indian species?
Yes, sir.
How big is our Indian species?
Because actually D. gyrus is
How big?
this much actually.
That is a full grown.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good presentation. I have two questions. First is it the first experiment, biodiversity conservation experiment, which you have done in the country? Earlier, no one has done such kind of experiment. Have you explored the pharmaceutical importance of this?
Yes, sir. First pharmaceutical importance is the land test. Limoside for the endotoxin detection. And second one is the perimeter fluid. It has the immune factors which are not been explored by us. We are going to explore this after 3 years, because it's a 5 years work. We are targeting 5 years. First 3 years we are just balancing the research and conservation, because the species is scheduled to and very few. So that's why we are not collecting the live samples. In our laboratory, we are just producing a stock, annual husbandry stock. From that stock, we will collect the perimeter fluid and just profile that for the immune effector genes, and some growth factors is also there. And from the American horsefly, it is also found that the perimeter fluid has a growth factor which can stimulate the cardiac cells and some stem cells. So that's why we are just trying to experiment on these samples. Does Indian horsefly have this ability to immune and some other growth factors?
Actually, some years ago, horseshoe crab experimentation was done at NIU.
Yes, sir. Actually, they are starting in hospital conservation.
Because I remember when I was working at that time,
Dr. Anil Chatterjee.
Correct. So he was involved in maintaining those horseshoe crabs, and they were also looking at the bioactive compounds which are present in the horseshoe crab.
Yes, sir.
I think you need to focus on that.
These are actually translational studies. The sample is very quite, its population is very quite few. So we are not moving for the exploitation. We are just trying to conserve this species. First 3 years, we will produce the baseline data for the IUCN to make the population at a good level. So then we will proceed with the translational ones.
In your laboratory, you are reared at what stage? In what stage you are reared this species?
We can rear it in past in 2018-19. We are reared it till the second instance, but now we are trying to develop it to the fourth instance so that we can tag it. And while we are tagging, actually during the fishing, fishermen catch these, and we cannot understand these samples are our samples or these somebody is there or they are white. So that's why we are just tagging them to understand how much productivity we are giving to the that habitat.
Did you read this first larva their natural habitat?
Yes, ma'am.
So what
We have
is the
released,
percentage of survival after you release it?
madam, in last work we are not tagged them, but so that's why we cannot got any information. But now we are moving for the tagging. And in future we are also working for the genetic tagging, molecular marker. Thank you.
has done very good job. So now team 2 from FBRC, Hyderabad. Sarvana Salam. Greetings to all the jury and respected guests, and good afternoon to all my dear participants. It's a privilege to be here, and I am Mrs. Joy, accompanied by my teammate Nidhi, and we also have our dear mentor Dr. Divya Ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, and we all are from St. Anne's College for Women, Hyderabad, Telangana. We are thrilled to present not just a proposal, but our own vision, a vision where natural, normal citizens like joggers, students, nature lovers, or even casual smartphone users can become conservation heroes just by stepping into their local wetlands. We are calling it EcoMop. EcoMop is not just any app or a tool, but it's a journey we are inviting all of you to be a part of. And today, we are inviting you to drive through us to the problems the wetlands are facing and the solution we have come up with. Let's start with two simple questions. What are wetlands and why wetlands? Wetlands are the areas where water covers the soil either seasonally or permanently. In India, 91 Ramsar designated sites have been registered as of 2025, and there are more than 1300 plus individual wetlands. But these wetlands are often ignored, forgotten, or turned into dump sites or construction sites. But in fact, wetlands are our lifelines. Wetlands are natural kidneys of our planet, and they act as carbon sink, and emotionally they offer us peace and reconnect us back to the nature. To name a few example wetlands, we have shown here Ramsar designated sites. One is Sambar Lake, other is Chilika Lake, and other is Pulikat Lake. So, but these wetlands, as essential as they are under very dangerous threat, and they are in urgent need of help. In India, more than 35% of wetlands have disappeared rapidly than forests. So, who are the culprits? We are the culprits because we are turning our wetlands into dump sites, or most of the wetlands are dried up. But here is the real twist. People are aware more than ever. We see awareness campaigns, Instagram posts, and reels on saving the planet, but likes don't clean the lakes and hashtags don't remove the hyacinths. So why aren't people stepping up physically? Because they don't know how. They don't know how to take the proper steps, or there's no proper guidance on what to do and what not to do. And volunteering might often seem as complicated or unfun and unrewarding. So we asked ourselves, what if conservation didn't feel like a chore, but what if it felt like gaming, as satisfying and rewarding as gaming? So our solution is EcoMorph. EcoMorph is not just an app or a tool, but it's real-life biodiversity conservation turned into real action disguised as gaming, and every level you play turns our planet a little greener, cleaner, and healthier. And this is promoted by augmented reality AR, artificial intelligence AI, and our intelligence OI. So let me take you through the app step by step. Opening an app for something, instead of meeting with content, we are often met with ads and news. But with EcoMob, the user is met with a GPS-enabled interface where they are shown their local present wetlands or water bodies that are in need of saving and in need of urgent help. When the user clicks on the wetland they want to save, each wetland is represented by a unique icon of its own. These icons are not random, but they represent the very soul of that wetland. So when the user clicks on that wetland, they are drawn into never-ending knowledge of the health status of that wetland. What is the real issues that wetland is facing? What is the health condition of that wetland? Like it can be eutrophication, or it can be choking of the streams, it can be invasive species trampling on the native plants. These are the very real issues, not just in books, but our lives. As sad as it sounds, yes, these wetlands need help. And when the user learns, they move. And even before they learn, they are being aware of what needs to be done and what should they do to save that wetland. But when the user learns, this isn't just a wetland anymore. It becomes their wetland, their purpose. So what is a purpose without a pinch of magic to it? And this is where all the magic begins. The user is given an animal avatar that belongs to the wetlands. And this animal avatar is morphed into human-animal hybrid that becomes a living, breathing guide to the user, telling them what tools to use, what precautions to take if they want to save that wetland. For a variety, we are providing our users with variety of icons, like it can be a cute little butterfly, a snail, carp, seagull, frog, etc. or even mythical characters, because we can still be children regardless of our age. Next, the user is provided with certain tasks, like the user has to step into the reeds, step into the mud, step into the waters to save the wetland assigned to him, because we believe in hard work and real work. Without hard work and real work, we cannot save our wetlands, because wetlands are the only things that can save us. So the user has to step into the wetlands and they have to finish the tasks that are provided to them, and they can select whatever the tasks they want to do. For example, we have mentioned few sample missions like plastic collection, as obvious as the name is, or segregating the waste based on the R4 rules, or removal of invasive species, planting, sapling, and then biodiversity spotting, etc. The user has to finish these tasks, and next, as they finish the tasks, they have to upload a before and after pictures on the website. And this is where EcoMob AI steps in. EcoMob AI analyzes the before and after pictures, and then based on the sensors, it shows the real-time data on how much of the area the user has cleaned, or how much percentage of the task the user has done, and all this is guided by the mobbed avatar the user has created. And this is detected by sensors, because to make the conservation not just feel real but be real, we are using affordable and eco-friendly sensors. Like there are two types of sensors we are using. One are bioacoustics and one are water sensors. Water sensors are used to monitor the water pH levels and dissolved oxygen and other parameters, and bioacoustic sensors are used to detect the nature faults and how much of impact the user is bringing to the environment by cleaning the environment. And this is all turned into real-time data. And to add a plot twist, we are also allowing our users or volunteers for volunteer science. The volunteers can carry their own low-cost portable sensors and connect it to their mobile via the Bluetooth, and they can add the data to the app. And this data is processed through the API that EcoMob is connected to. Next, as the user finishes the task, not just doing task, while the user is doing the task, the calories they are burning are also being calculated. Why? Because this generation is very health conscious and has the most gym registrations. But what if I tell you that you don't need a gym? So this is why we have added this feature, so that the task done is measured by the television calculator or of EcoMob, and these calories burnt are turned into points. So what do we do with these points? These points, when burnt, are turned into eco coupons and discounts on eco brands and many exciting offers to the users. So, in this way, the user is not just being fed physically, but they are also being fed emotionally, ecologically, and economically. And this is EcoMob, and our formula is E4. That is ecology, education, empathy, and exercise, where eco-education moves you literally. As we move on to the optional add-ons, we have provided these features for scalable inclusivity of our users. Like first one is leaderboards for local eco heroes. The users who have done the most tasks or finished the most missions are added to the leaderboards. This feature is present to spread the friendly competitiveness among the other users, because the more missions done, the more cleaner our earth becomes. The next one is daily eco challenges or quizzes. When the user cannot directly step into the wetlands, but they can still be connected to the wetlands in a way by performing mini challenges like today I will pick up 3 pieces of trash, or do daily quizzes on the knowledge of wetland conservation or tips and tricks to save the wetlands. The next one is community team mission. Community team mission suggests that the user can create their own groups with family, friends, schools, or colleges and create their own team missions. Like we will clean up 1 acre of wetland this month, or we will pick up 30 kgs of trash this month. In this way, the users are staying connected socially and not just digitally. Next is offline support for remote wetland areas. In rural areas, network often becomes an issue. So for this, we are providing our rural area users with offline features like uploading before and after pictures of what they have cleaned up and downloading the health status of the wetland offline. As a structure to the end, I present key impacts of EcoMob. First one is that it engages citizens. The difference between other apps and our app is that our app is making a chore feel like a game, because conservation shouldn't feel like a chore. It's a basic responsibility, and we are also making this fun, rewarding, personal, and engaging. The next one is actions are turned into rewards in the form of coins, coupons on eco brands, and many exciting discounts and offers, so that our user will also stay fit economically. The next one is drives cleanup. The user, when they finish the task, they are cleaning the nature and giving voice to the organisms that cannot have that voice of their own. And the next is tracks change. When the user finishes the task, they have to upload a before and after picture, and this tracks like the real-time data, and it also supports research based on the sensors and bioacoustics and water sensors. And next, we are providing all this data to NGOs and governments via backend dashboard, so that it also helps in further research, and we also are getting partnerships. The last but not least is it restores ecosystems. That is the whole point of EcoMob, and we are not just educating our users, but we are also making them a part of the solution. As we come to the end, when technology transforms into empathy, conservation becomes a game, and every player becomes a hero for our wetlands. As the theme of this year suggests, let's protect our wetlands for a common future. Thank you.
Have you identified any wetland or river in your project? Are you actually working on any wetland?
No, sir. This is actually a proposal.
Proposal. So, how hopeful you are to get the networking for such kind of work in your area? I mean, how enthusiastic your people around you?
We are actually very enthusiastic about it, sir, because my family often likes traveling to water bodies, lakes, and nature, and my house especially is among the forest. So we are very enthusiastic about being a part of the nature and saving the nature.
It's okay with your family, but
Because we are rewarding them, yes, sir, they'll be okay with it.
this is actually basically a kind of technological effort.
Yes, sir.
So how well your villagers are comfortable with this kind of information to be generated and passed on?
So normally it's like people don't often know what is going on, what's not going on with the topics they are not familiar with.
Because my
Yes, sir.
question moves around, actually even if you take a village as
Yes,
your
sir.
working place,
Yes.
so out of say 1,000 people are residing in that area, everybody must be having smartphone and all.
Yes, sir.
But how much the interest they show in this kind of activity?
Actually, myself Dr. Divya. Actually, my PhD work is on wetlands. So this is the right question what you asked, sir. I would like to answer it. Actually, the awareness must go into the villages because they are very much connected towards the wetlands and all.
This is
So we
ongoing,
can
I mean,
give,
this is a
yeah.
continuous process.
Yes, sir. We can train them by the help of NGOs and small scale missions. So because I have some NCRT project where I have done with the identification of mangroves in Zoological in the Machilipatnam area. Total work was supported by the local people only. Because they are very much interested and they know that the deterioration part, how far it is happening. So with the help of the local, we can easily do this mission, sir. And the smartphone using even from small kids, and it is not so easy thing. And they will be easily connected with this type of technologies, what we thought, because they should have some interest to do something else. So that should go into a reality and real action. That will only happen with this technology.
You can adopt the policy of catch them young.
Yes, and generations must do it, sir, as this is very much important even. Because next generation has to take up the challenge, otherwise we cannot restore our wetlands anymore. So that is the main thing.
Practically restoring wetland or cleaning up and all is
At least cleaning drives, if some extent, if it is 1% in 100 also, will definitely impact, or else it will be shareable thing. So 1%, if they take some into the action, definitely the others must be thinking about it, and that has to be happen even. So in schools also, we can go and we can give some training kind of things. As I have 100 students in zoology group, definitely I will take them into field trips, like only towards the lakes for cleaning drives and all. So like that we have to do it. Otherwise, it will be a difficult part of it, because young generations must think about it. That is the thing what we thought, and this is what they will be more connected with the phones and doing this type of gaming apps. Unnecessary apps will not give anything, but this type of apps definitely give some solution to our wetlands to survive. That is our idea. Thank you so much.
Madam, can you go to your presentation second slide? Now, I have quite a set of questions and doubts also. The physics. Somewhere you have mentioned that you are going to use AI.
Yes, sir.
Is it? Where is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. How this can be done? How AI can be used?
Sir, we are using augmented reality and artificial intelligence, as I said. And this, like for example, sir, I'm a girl and I choose a crab, and that me and the crab will be morphed and it turns into human-animal hybrid. That becomes a guide to the user, telling them what tools to use, what precautions to take, what is the path they have to go to the wetland.
Instead of our profile pic or something else, we are choosing that particular animal related to that particular site. Like if we play some games kind of thing, that
do we have data, base data?
Yes.
That
we are working.
existing in that particular area?
We have the data set, sir, but this is what actually they propose. This is what
But
proposal.
suppose
We
you
don't have any
are
funding.
choosing a crab.
Yeah,
It can be a variety of icons, sir.
it
It can be a variety of icons, sir.
I mean, for giving some interest to the public, to attract
for
them to
engagement.
something else, to engage them.
If you go by actually have some the data of that particular wetland or
That we
riverine
can use
area.
it. That when
What
they
exact? So actually, if someone is using particular sign, and if he gets that signal from that animal, then only he or she will get
No, sir. It's not like that. It's just an icon. It's like a cartoon kind of thing. That's all. It has nothing to do with the signals and all.
preliminary in this app to select an icon for one individual to select. But if they select, if we started doing it something, which we don't have any funding, we didn't do anything, so we are just from a college side, we are coming, and we have a lot of proposals in our mind.
We appreciate your support.
But really, if at all, a freshwater lake having really problem with that kind of particular animals can be given as an icon, sir. That once we step into the actual field, we will be working on it and we will be mapping also. We will do that.
That's what I feel actually.
Yes. Mapping will be done according to the wetlands and their particular.
That will help you to have particular, icon and all.
That is this.
So because if someone is interested in seeing rather, using this kind of thing.
Yes.
If he or she doesn't.
If they belongs to that particular wetland, those particular icons only will be visible. That is there, sir. That is there is the actual process of working. It will be. This is a just proposal. Really wants to work it out.
I think you need to work on the baseline data.
The
You
data.
have one pilot project to
Yeah.
and you will have to look at the implementation intricacy. At the time of
Yes, sir.
implementation,
Yes. The process comes definitely we have to take care.
So those who are major challenges. Third biggest challenge would be with this app. How you are going to compete with Blinkit and Jalira.
Okay.
Because see, people are now interested in so many other things.
Sir, but these Blinkit
For
and
this
all
implementation and pop-up,
Yeah.
if you have a Truecaller app, you
Yes.
just go to that, you press Truecaller, and what things comes first is Blinkit or Jalira.
That's what, sir. Ours should be more.
You will have a-
No. Here also rewarding options are more. So
Correct.
we are also promoting the eco-friendly products. We are already banking from so many years to use only eco-friendly products, but only really conservation theme only will go only for only few people, but not for the all. This is a mandatory. They have to select only the eco-friendly products. There is no option of selecting some other thing. So here we are enhancing our economy towards eco-friendly products also. So as we are developing, we have to develop with only this kind of technology we feel. So we just want to propose it, but we don't have any funding for
What
data set
program
and all.
code will you use?
Sir, sickle cell we thought of, but we have not into it. We are truly zoologists. This is the proposal
I think
in our
some kind
mind.
of technical thing.
Technique, yes, sir, definitely. This is the preliminary proposal. We don't have anything, only ideas we have not many. There is no
But
money.
we suggest that you have basic data there, and accordingly, what is the prominent species in that? So, likewise,
Will definitely.
if someone if the pattern of
That is
bird,
yes, sir. Yes.
that bird is lower.
If it is a migratory bird nearby lakes, that will be identified as an item. We will go
Collect that.
Yes, definitely. We'll do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause. Because everybody is working very hard and everybody is competing. They're all your competitors. So we have to give Talia. So team 3, ready? Itanagar. Team 3, Itanagar. They have not done, Tana. Team 4, Jabalpur then. Itanagar absent. Am I right? Team Itanagar is absent. Is anybody there from Itanagar? No then. Team 3 is absent. Team 4, Jabalpur.
everyone. Good afternoon, judges. We are from IIIT Jabalpur, from ZSI-WRC Jabalpur Regional Center, and we here present Sentinel Net. Before presenting that, my name is Kirtan Singh, and my teammates are Yash Parthi and Tushar Sharma. The topic we are presenting today is an AI-powered Sentinel network for real-time wildlife and biodiversity surveillance in semi-arid ecosystems. So, as we all know the hackathon problem statement, we were here to give technological solutions on, by identifying problems. So, the problem that we have identified here is the need for smart wildlife surveillance. That is why there is a need because of biodiversity hotspots, increasing threats, surveillance gaps, and connectivity challenges in semi-arid regions and other regions as well. So, our aim is to give a real-time intelligence system with minimal manpower. The current wildlife challenges in surveillance are poaching, wildlife diseases, and resource limitation. Constantly, the staff is fatigued due to coverage hindered by rough terrain and rough weather. So it is problematic for rangers to easily do the surveillance thing. And because of the spread of wildlife diseases in which are quite contagious, animals often those get endangered as they might get endangered in the future. And poaching is also a greater threat. So the facts supporting surveillance challenges are here we have listed 3 facts from National Geographic WWF reports, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, National Tiger Conservation Authority, which shows us that 75% of wildlife deaths are attributed to natural causes, disease, injury, predation, or starvation. Over 500 wild elephants had died between 2010 and 2020 because of untreated injuries or infections. So moving ahead, the difference between traditional monitoring and the monitoring that we are providing here is that the traditional one is patrol-based, slow, inconsistent, whereas we are doing for 24/7 monitoring. Traditional one has high workload, delayed alerts, difficult to monitor multiple locations simultaneously, prone to human error and oversight. While the technological monitoring here uses real-time alerts and predictive insights using AI, reducing human dependency. AI-based species detection, energy efficient and solar-powered monitoring nodes. So our technological solution, this will be greatly depicted in the flowchart in the next slide. But I'm here just mentioning the points. That is smart camera nodes, main tree node, on-device machine learning, long-range communication, and local visualization. So this is the flowchart here. Here you can see this is of one central node. The forest will be divided into grid. That will be also in the next slide. But each central node will have this kind of a structure. So what will happen here is on the central node, we will have a CPU which will be connected to 4 or 5 different camera nodes. Like each camera node will have around more than 20 meters of clear sight because of semi-arid region. And further, they will have motion detectors. As soon as a motion has been detected by the sensor, then and only then a picture will be captured and sent to the central node, like there on the CPU. And once it goes to the central node, our machine learning model, which will be totally offline, and because of the connectivity issues in the jungle, the machine learning model will check for any anomaly, and according to the anomaly, a data will be sent that will contain the anomaly code, which will be in the next slide. Anomaly and the location will be sent to the base station through long-range module, which don't require high power systems, which require low power. That is why we can use solar power here, and solar power batteries are also can be utilized. Further, once it is sent to the base station, rangers can take action accordingly. Further, SD cards will be installed in those central nodes, where once the ranger approaches that, they can use the SD card to detect which photos were taken based upon the anomaly. So these are the types of anomaly that we can detect. That is human entry. Human can be easily detected through machine learning model. Injured animal, dead animal, abnormal group behavior, and diseases. So we will have a data set which is quite large and is available, and it will increase. The data set will increase as it is deployed by year of the abnormal behaviors of animals. further animal trap, fire or smoke detection. This can prevent forest fire by a large scale, and illegal tree cutting, water source contamination, or unknown miscellaneous anomaly. Moving on to the next slide. So this is how I am giving an illustration of a 1,000 square kilometer jungle, how we are going to deploy it. So we have like given here a regular grids, each of 25 kilometer squares. So it will have 40 nodes. These nodes will be kept in such a manner that only high probable sighting areas it is kept. That is high probable animal sighting areas. And in a particular node, like we will use 40 central nodes, and each of the central node will have 4 camera nodes, which will focus, and therefore total will be 160 camera nodes. And the maximum hot distance, what I mean by that is, we are using low power devices, low power long range communication devices, which do not require any interference from satellites or anything. And because of it being low power, it cannot send the signal directly to 1,000 kilometers. So what we are doing is, it will send the information to another central node. Like from here, it has been taken, the information has been taken, it will be sent to another central node, then it will be sent to another central node, and so on, it will go to the base station. And the time it will take is less than 5 minutes. 5 minutes will be when the machine learning model may be stuck somewhere. There it will take 5 minutes. Rather, it will be between 30 seconds to 5 minutes from detection to getting the message. And these are the accuracies that we can get in the models. That is, human detection is 93%, bound classification 88%, fire detection 95%. The feasibility, viability, and scalability. So feasibility is that it is low power and cost effective, as we will be using ESP32 and Raspberry Pi devices which are readily available in the market. Further, edge computing avoids internet need. We do not require any internet. It can be easily computed on the device itself. Further, it is solar powered. And viability. Machine learning models run effectively on Raspberry Pi devices. It has been seen in previous projects as well. And proven edge AI technology from other projects, that is offline machine learning computation, has already been proved in these technologies like self-driving cars and everything. They do not use cloud in any manner. And adaptable across different ecosystems. And the scalability, we can start with 1 kilometer square area and expand modularly, grid-based deployment, easy maintenance and upgrades. One thing I will make it very clear that we had shown a regular grid. That is, we had divided into squares, but it can be irregular. It will be based upon high probability sighting areas. And the benefits are early detection, smart alerts. It will be eco-friendly, and cost-effective 24/7 monitoring, and local data storage. So the future scope and conclusion. So as the devices are deployed, these things can be applied to it in order to make it more enhanced. So the first one is thermal imaging. Thermal imaging is actually very costly. That is why we had not installed in that. Night vision is quite clear. We will use night vision, but thermal imaging is something that will be very enhanced in the case of fire detection. Those sensors can be used, but at a larger range, thermal imaging could be better. And blockchain to secure the data that we are getting. That is the data, the photos that we are getting. In order to secure those, we can use blockchain further after deployment. And drone integration, flyby inspection support. So what does this mean is we can integrate drone after we haven't thought about it yet, but it can be implemented. That is, once an anomaly has been detected, if it requires immediate attention, then drone can be deployed to the base station automatically. It can be autonomous system. It is these projects are already ongoing. And national integration can be done. It can be connected to wildlife platforms, that is like social networking wildlife platforms are there, and expanded machine learning models. As the data will be collected after deployment, after 1 year, 2 years, these models will train themselves. Because of the data they are getting and the feedback the rangers are giving, whether the anomaly was right or wrong. Based upon that, those models will get enhanced, and the accuracy from 95% will increase much more. And we are empowering real-time wildlife protection using cutting-edge AI systems and scalable technology, protecting biodiversity 1 pixel at a time. Further, one more thing is there that normally batteries degrade after 1.5 years of time. But in this case, we are using solar-powered batteries, so those batteries have quite a long run of maintenance, that is 5 years. It won't get easily degraded like the other batteries. So thank you.
Okay, first slide. Yeah.
This one.
This is okay. This is okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. This is actual working model. What you
Yes, sir.
right? Now, the CPU part,
Yes.
camera node.
Yes.
I guess this is already existing.
This Sentinel part, yes. Trail Edge AI is a company which we are using. Only 20 Sentinels are deployed, actually, which is a small area. And the problem with that is that uses GSM technology to send the data. And the second problem which you said, that computation. The computation part that they are doing is only detecting human. They are only detecting human, number first one. The second part is they are detecting animal species. That they are naming the species according to the photos which they are getting. So these are the only two things that they are providing. But the anomalies that we are providing here are these 9. So they are much more. They are not detecting fire. They are not detecting anomalies.
What is the technical thing behind this detection of anomalies? How goes, whether it is image based?
It will be image based. Yes. From the camera node, the image will be sent to the central node as soon as the motion is detected. And yes, that image, the bunch of images that will come, that will be computed through the machine learning model according to the data set that is already we have given to the model.
And what would be the size of the CPU?
It will be quite small. It will be like about this height, this width, and it will be like this much width it will have. We will be using a Raspberry Pi 4, which is an off-the-shelf product.
How will you store the data?
We will store SD cards. SD card it will have a local storage itself there, that place. It will clean itself after a certain time once it is fully used up.
Do you think using an SD card is the only solution?
No, sir. We can use multiple things. We can use solid state drives. We can use hard disks.
Correct. Or probably you can have a dedicated server.
Yes, we can have a server, but the problem is connectivity issues. In the jungle, there are no 5G towers, anything like how we will get connected to the internet. Further, if we are using satellites, then the satellite coverage is also less in the in those areas, and the use of those satellites is very costly.
No, I differ of that opinion because there are so many private limited companies.
Yes, sir.
Okay, which are associated with satellite data.
Yes.
I can name one with whom I am working on. Vasundhara Geotechnologies.
Yeah, yes.
So they are into such kind of right from locating water ATMs to wildlife. So they are working with your BSF, then Indian Army and wildlife protection. So I think if you can integrate
server, then it will be a great idea, sir. We can
give better results.
Yes, we can.
Now, after that CPU part, there is machine learning model.
Yes.
What is that machine learning model?
Actually, we have a particular data set, pre-existing data set, which is available on different websites like government.com, data.government. It is actually US-based government site, which have all the data, US-based data. And we have also Indian-based data, but which is not easily available for us. It is easily available for the forest department. So we can get data from that. And using that data, we train our model to detect these anomalies based on the pictures which will be sent by the camera. So when particular images will be sent, then on the pre-existing data, these images will be processed, and on those processed images, it will detect particular anomaly. It predicts that this kind of anomaly is detected here in this region, and that particular region code, Sentinel code.
What would you use for image processing?
Image processing, actually we have YOLO V5. It is a particular model, object detection model. So we can use that along with the data set. It will perfectly increase its efficiency.
And what about weather factors?
Actually, sir, weather
will be it will be very strong wind. Will it affect your data processing?
So actually, for data processing, No, actually data process we will make that like the air resistant and water resistant thing. Like
Since the device is very compact, we can protect it from the environment.
Like it can be enclosed into a case and can be tied to a tree.
It can also be camouflaged so animals do not harm it.
So I don't think weather factor would be a greater problem.
Communication will not impact that much because the grid will be small, so not that much small, but for the devices it will be good that environment conditions will not affect the communication. Like sending the images from the camera nodes to the central node.
that's why we are using long range communication model, which is much effective. Like it's at the range up to 7 kilometers, but we are restricting because of certain constraint like this issues. We constrain that limiting that to the 2 to 5 kilometer range, so that we can send that efficiently can send that.
Okay, and what would be the total area covered for one project? Say for example.
The everything is totally dependent upon the sighting zone, like which will be help to us provide the forest department. Like the particular sighting zone have more sighting probability. So we can implement like 5 to 7 camera nodes there and 1 to 2 central nodes. So that region actually depends upon the like if it is region spread over to 10 kilometers. So the number of nodes increases. And if the region is like certain region have water bodies, so the sighting probability of the water bodies is much more. So we can implement.
And one more thing, sir, that each camera can easily sight more than 20 meters based on the semiarity.
See, now innovation in your project lies after the CPU process. Because this has been.
No, sir. One more thing is there. That is, the detection of abnormal behavior is not being done. Fire detection is not being done. And yes, these three things are very crucial here. That is being not being implemented till now. Those machine learning models have not been deployed. The only thing that has been deployed is the species detection, and which is done by feedback. And the second thing is human detection. These are the only two things that they have implemented in the forest at this moment.
Your innovation lies in fire and smoke detection also.
Yes.
So like we can detect through that images. We can detect fire and smoke through images. Like for a particular fire and we require sensors, but which are much very costly, and we cannot detect from long range, like 20 meters from the 20 meters you cannot detect like fire. So with the help of image you can easily detect that there is something abnormal like fire. So with the help of images we can detect that fire and smoke detection.
Forest.
So actually our
campus is surrounded by a forest. My question is this: have you been to forest?
Yes, sir.
Which forest?
Sir, one Tumna National Reserve is there in just beside our campus, and second Jim Corbett National Park I have went.
Did you try to implement this at any point of time?
No, sir, we did not implement that.
This is just a proposal.
Yes, this can be implemented. This is a proposal and it can be implemented.
like sir, we have worked
We
with
can create a one node detecting in 1 to 2 months. For implementing in large area, it will take time, but for one node, we can do it in 1 to 2 months. How much cost involved overall? Suppose this model is taken up by for the department. They must be having their own already existing. Suppose they find that some few things are better than earlier, than whatever they are using. So what is the total cost?
Sir, Kanha National Park, let me take an example. It is 915 square kilometers. So this example was also of 1000 square kilometers. So the cost for that will be around, if it is mass produced, because we are deploying the whole forest, then it will be around 15 lakhs, the whole thing.
This forest is preferred for semi-arid.
Yes.
For Kanha, do you think that it is?
We have just taken, sir, round figure of
visibility.
Yes.
In semi-arid area, visibility is more.
Yes. Yes.
The deep forested or the dense forest area, this model will be, you have to modify.
Yes.
Visibility is the basic thing.
Yes, sir. Visibility is the basic thing. Sir, Kanha is a thing I only took for the amount of area it has. The visibility thing I will add on to it. That is, we will modify. We can easily modify.
Because actually, even the human movement will also not be captured in dense forest.
Yes.
So, not to think of wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes.
If I feel some danger, I will stand
in front of behind a tree or something like that. If I know that this model is already installed in the area,
Yes, sir.
so that the poacher's problem will not be solved.
Sir, in those tropical regions, this problem might be there, but in some tropical regions, it is
Semi-arid, I understand, because your focus is on semi-arid area.
Yes, sir.
So, but it can be implemented in dark forest with the help of like forest expert, like where the probability of happening these incidents is more.
It's okay.
But sir, one thing I would like to add, thermal imaging could be a possible option in those areas.
Some alternatives you have to use because actually visibility, see our focus is on visibility.
Yes.
Unless you get sight something, your machine will not show anything.
So the problem with thermal imaging is that it is costly as of now. That is why we did not put up. Yes.
Are there any sensors to detect the sound of the animal?
Uh,
How you are going to detect birds?
Birds.
So I think this feature should be added.
Yes, ma'am. This thing can be added.
Receivers for sound.
Sound, yeah.
Okay.
And how you are going to differentiate between the injured animal and the healed animal?
Okay. So the differentiation will be based upon the data set. We can have the data set from the those what do you say hospitals of that can the more data set will be there, the more model will be trained, and it can detect that whether the animal is injured or diseased.
In the model, you have to work on this. You have to work on this. You have to add new features.
Data set is the only thing when we are detecting that whether it is diseased or whether it is something else, whether it is injured, right? So
Actually, photos can give some clue because the way the animal walks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So there will be little difference between the injured animal walking and the normal animal.
Yes, sir. So it will capture a bunch of images based upon that.
You have to decipher.
Yes.
Okay, I would like to suggest you to add that feature of the sound of the animals.
Thank you, sir.
Team 5 SBRC Canning.
Good afternoon all. I am Amrit Prashad. Ma'am, fine.
Then you start.
Good afternoon all. I am Amrit Prashad, presenting from my team Adox User, and we are from NIST University, presenting on the theme mangrove biodiversity. So let's quickly get to the problem statement. So our problem statement is the Sundarban mangrove forest is facing rapid deforestation due to illegal logging, aquaculture expansion, infrastructure development, pollution, and climate change. This degradation threatens critical biodiversity, disrupts local livelihoods, and weakens natural defense against cyclones and sea level rises.
demanding urgent conservation and sustainable management efforts. Honorable Judges, did you know that India, according to a survey, each hour it loses about a size of a football field of mangrove forest each hour. That's really concerning. So, here's our proposed solution: AI-based deforestation detection system. The AI-powered deforestation detection system is an automated monitoring system that uses satellite imagery to detect deforestation in Sundarbans. When significant changes in vegetation are detected, the system alerts stakeholders and deploys drones to the specific coordinates for detailed inspections. And after inspecting that, the drone sends signal to the forest rangers for immediate actions. So now let us, in simple terms, discuss how our this proposed solution will work. I will brief on the workflow of that solution. So first we will have input satellite data, that is imagery. For example, we will take from Sentinel to Landsat 8 because they are free now. After that, we will pre-process and analyze. Pre-process means we will take relevant images which are accurate and analyze those data based on machine learning algorithm. Then we will detect change in the vegetations by using OpenCV for image processing. And then upon detection of the vegetation that it's in something like what we say in danger, it will flag those suspicious area. Then it will notify and auto launch, or it will manually send signal to the what we say the controller to auto launch the drone to survey for that particular area in real time and more precise way. Okay, we will survey according with the help of drone and capture image with the help of our drone camera, telemetry and GPS. After that, we will confirm or reject deforestation. For example, satellites can detect up to a particular point. After that, to confirm that, we will have to use drone for particular real-time imagery. So that time we will reject or confirm that deforestation has happened, or we will need some other specific data, which will be available to the software host only. After that, we will generate alert and report to the forest ranger or the higher authority based on that. So this is the workflow. Now let's get to the prototype that my team has created, a particular software prototype. As we were not able to show it on online, but here you can scan and go to the website that we have created to do that particular thing. So we are going to show it according to slides, but you can go to Sundarban-WRC app to particularly check for yourself. Here, this is the first landing page. When you will open that, and you can see that the amount of area it is covering, the monitor zones, active alerts, and the drones deployed. After that, here's the dashboard. Dashboard simply show the satellite image and show the flagged area which are highly dangerous or are in critical conditions. For example, you can see there the last one, the yellow part. That is the most deforestation part based on our data. We have processed that, and with the help of Google imagery, as it was leaked, we need some more after that if authority allows. So for now, we have done this. According to it, the data shows that that part of yellow part is the most degraded part according to time. And forest monitoring alerts, it shows the critical high danger area, and it sends the signals or the GPS coordinates to the drone or the authority to confirm the particular location. Here's the forest monitoring reports. Here the reports of the satellite imagery will show up, and you can export the PDF or any kind of information that you need. As you can see, Central Sundarban's health index is 70 is prototype. We have just given that part after processing the given map. After that, we will automatically come to the drone section.
Here we will get to know about the drones which are active or which can be deployed or ready to be deployed. After getting the signals, the drones will deploy according to the host that will send to the coordinates, and it will check in real time that the degradation has happened or not. So after getting the imagery from the drone, we will check in this part by using AI. So this is the captured image. The drone will go and capture the image and return back and give the imagery so that we can process to confirm or reject that for degradation has happened or not. After that, here's our hardware prototype. So as you can see, we have this kind of features which we have self-made, and it's much more useful than commercial drones. As we have made it on our, it has GPS, it has telemetry, it has its own high power, it has is high range. You can see that we have adjusted cameras that will capture the image. It has range of 15 to 19 kilometer based on the battery we are using. Its altitude can go up to 12,000 feet. The flight time could be 45 minutes. In comparison to commercial drones, it's only 3 to 5 minutes. But we have created heavy-duty drones for our environment. It can go up to 45 minutes. The battery, here are the specifications you can see. And we are currently working on to again modify and improve that drones and the software we have created. After that, let's come to the most important part: how the drones will work offline. As in Sundarban or any deep central part of the forest, there is no network. So we are going to upload the GPS coordinates that the satellite will send, and we will, with the help of USB or Wi-Fi, when the drone is connected, we will upload that coordinate. And upon uploading and charging the drone will automatically go to the required location based on the GPS that we have fit. Then the drone will go capture the image and return back, and where the network or something which we can storage device which we can access can be available. Then it will come back and give the imagery, and we will then reconfirm that something has happened or not. And we will, if something has happened, the message or alert can be sent in real time so that it can be useful in particular real time. So here are the impacts of it. Environmental impact. Early detection of deforestation, protection of biodiversity, and data-driven conservation. Illegal logging or land clearing in near real time, allowing faster intervention. According to NASA and ISRO, they can access a particular location after average 30 days. So it's way too harmful. If we can get to know in real time, we can do immediate actions. So here's our solution that the NASA and ISRO, which they are facing problems, we are proposing the solution for real time and real time actions with valid proof, as imagery can be accessed for illegal activities or any kind of things. Protection of biodiversity helps safeguard critical habits like those of Bengal tigers, Eastern crocodile, and hundreds of native plants in Sundarban. As the drones will survey automatically, they will just go and survey upon. So the involvement of the rangers will be less intractable to the animals, so that it will be easiest and safest for both rangers and the animals. As animals are, we know some are very dangerous in those areas. And data-driven conservation provides long-term data to support forest regeneration, mangrove restoration, and climate resilience program. Upon taking the imagery, we will upload that to some technologies like AWS cloud or any information to store data. It will just capture and we will upload it to the cloud for a long time data record. Let's come
come to the operational and governance level. On automatic monitoring, as I said earlier, it will automatically monitor everything and gives real time to stop that or any kind of illegal activities. And transparent and actionable alerts. As it will capture images, it will capture everything like who are involved, where are they involved, and how they are involved. So it will give real time and solid proof to catch them red-handed. Cross agency collaboration. It's the most important part as enables integrated work between forest officers, disaster response team, and researchers with shared access to an interactive platform. As it can give access to many authorities, the need for doing what was needed at a particular time can be discussed earlier and can be done as needed. Now come to the real-time feasibility and practical use. How this is going to benefit us in simple yet effective way. Unmonitored. First problem is unmonitored and illegal deforestation in remote parts of Sundarban. It's the most important as the illegal activities are more happening. As I stated earlier that every hour football size or field of mangrove forest are degrading or cut down due to illegal activities. We will use satellite imagery and AI to predict forest cover loss in real time. After that, delay in identifying and responding to deforestation activity. As due to delay, the people, the authority, they get to know that here that something illegal has happened early. But when they will know, it will be just like over. So they can't do anything about it. So it will automatically alert authorities and launch drones for rapid ground level verification and send the real time image to capture those or stop that. Then lack of precise data for enforcement or conservation action. Provide geotag drone footage and reports with severity classification. As we have accessed it with our GPS so that it can particularly show the coordinates and the image of that particular area in real time. Inability to monitor ecologically sensitive borders zones consistently. Implement transboundary satellite monitoring and a shared cloud-based alert system. As Sundarban is connected to the Bangladesh, it highly what we say, it's transboundary actually we can say. So it will help in access those areas and protect it more efficiently. Insufficient human resource for continuous forest patrolling. As we all know, the forest rangers will have to go there manually, and it will take much time. It will take. We will know as much they can see. As human, we are prone to what we say. Errors. Yes, we are prone to errors. So automate surveillance with satellite detected hotspot and drone assisted area inspections for that. And lastly, not least, poor coordination between India and Bangladesh in Sundarban conservation. As we all know, India is working much more than Bangladesh to conserve Sundarban forest. So upon discussing it with foreign countries like Bangladesh, establish shared protocols, data dashboard, and joint response plans using cloud technology. Thank you. Here's our reference where we have. Thank you.
The West Bengal Forest Department, do they have already existing monitoring system there?
They are having. I had told they are having for West Bengal particularly. Basically, ISRO and NASA they are doing their part, but it takes about 30 days on average to go on that particular site. So it's about that 30 days interval. Anything can be done and they will easily be escaped. So our proposed solution is that real-time monitoring. If particularly some real-time imagery of satellites will be provided to us, we can send those coordinates to the GPS of the drones and then access to the real-time imagery.
Is there any imaginary boundary between India and Pakistan Sundarbans or continuous?
India and Bangladesh.
So generally, this boundary mark,
No, sir, not in particular.
particularly there does not exist a boundary. It is like an imaginary line because it was shared between the.
no, because when it comes to the conflict level, no.
Yes, sir.
So our images should actually provide some proof for conflict solving.
Yes, sir.
Actually, that's why we want the proper means coordination between both of the
Both
countries.
the countries. We think that they will be coming forward.
For that part, I can't say that. But for our government, we are, as much we know, our government is doing our best. That much is needed for our part.
So, but for protecting for the forest, both countries have to come to save over the line.
So that's true.
That totally depend on the political issues.
At least we can do our part.
At least our resources should be protected by
Yes,
we only, and nobody is coming from outside and protecting.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I got two questions.
Yes, sir.
You say real monitoring.
Yes, sir.
You need to use the drone.
Yes, sir.
How different your drone captured image would be from satellite data which is generated by National Resources India? So, actually, drones data is like if you go for satellite data, it's not updating in the regular basis. So, so drone data is like real-time processing. So suppose if a satellite data is capturing over the process, it's like part of the Sundarban. That it was updating like Google Maps only. It takes 3 years to update the data. If you go for the NAT side and anything that our ISRO does, means in Indian-based satellites, they are updating each other like 14 to 15 days for assume. Then once the part is like analyzed and like this part is like mainly deforested, then we can send the drones manually, and that daily based detection can be done by the drones. So it's like a two-factor authentication. Like we are authenticating that this part is like going to be deforested. Like illegal lodging was more in that part. Okay, what would be the quality of image which would be generated by your?
Sir, 1080p. Sir, 1080 to 4K.
Like it's depend upon the installation of the cameras.
Yes, sir.
That's what is the because if you like initial investment on this setup is high, but it is feasible because
for example, sir, if we are to apply a drone or simulate a drone for a particular, it will take 50,000 rupees on an approx. But it will cover on average of 100 square kilometers on average, one drone, which will be less than 3 forest rangers' salary. And we can say that it is much more beneficial.
Keeping human life is better than investing money over there. Because if a forest ranger is going over there and manually detecting those things, maybe risk their lives because their endangered species were there, right? Like tigers were there, they can kill them for the good and like. Poachers also can. Yeah. And like the cost of this drone, it's like initially we did it by rupees 1.5 lakh initially. Our cost.
So it's prototype, sir. That's why it costs much due to Chinese products, due to Chinese motors, and those other things. But it can be, if made again, then it can be cost can be reduced much more and much more efficiently. We can include more highly efficient features to it.
Actually, our college have a R&D drones lab, and from there we get help into this whole drone lab.
Did you receive any funding for this, right?
Yeah, from the college, East University.
So we just initiated to ask the stuffs they provided us, and we done the part.
सामान दिलं त्यांना आणि त्यांनी बनवलं.
Thank you, sir.
Just a question. Before, as per the schedule, we are actually lagging behind. So should have completed by this time 2 more presentations. So, but अगर किसी के पेट में चूहे दौड़ रहे हैं तो बता दीजिए. So we'll break for the lunch and then we'll continue. Or if you want, we can continue now. Sir, one more. Okay. So now I'll call Dehradun, NRC. Team 6. Team 6, NRC Dehradun. Please introduce yourself after start presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. There's Team Jury, my fellow presenters that have shared the dice with me earlier and will be sharing the dice with me during the throughout the day. I am Apur Singh. We are UG student from IRI and we have won in ZSI-WRC Dehradun. My partners are Ujjwal Kadri, UG first year, and Hayan Basumatri, UG second year. Sir, ma'am, I would like to give mic to judges because we are going to have some interactive session today.
Sir, they'll be having the interactive session, so he wants you should have the mic. Jury should have the mic.
Okay. So, as everyone said, problem statement, I will not say as the problem is actually happening right now. So, Himalayas is the crown of our country, as we all say. But what is actually Himalayas? It consists of 29,433 according to ZSI report of 2023 insects. There are about 10,000 vascular plants and 900 bird species that are endemic, and also migratory species are there. 10 plus rivers are supported by Himalayas. 1.3 plus billion people indirectly and indirectly are supported by the Ganga-Brahmaputra basin. And over 10,000 plant species which will mostly contain gymnosperms and angiosperms both. And with gymnosperms we can also include mycorrhizal components that are beneath the ground, which actually support the Himalayan terrain, which actually also prevent the soil erosion there. So now these are the key factors in the Himalayas: climate change, deforestation, over-tourism, pollution, various species for forest fires. But if we see above 5, climate change is a very broad topic. Deforestation, government is very going good on it. Over tourism, we cannot restrict on it, as we have seen yesterday. Also, Nainital, the whole road was blocked, and people were told to go back. Pollution will increase as the population increases, and government is going to reduce the amount of people by restricting buying lands on mountains. Invasive species. That, for example, Parthenium came from USA when we used to import wheat. But the forest fires are something that can happen anytime. There is no prediction to there. So, forest fire estimates. For example, if we see in district of Nainital, Champavat, Almora, Pauri, Garhwal, Pithoragarh, 2023 and 2024 incidents you can see. These are the just district of Uttarakhand. There is a 67.9% increase. Beyond that, we have 2022 data which all of these combined, including with the other districts, were 276 only. And it jumped to this number, around 3,000. And there were 14,487 fires throughout the Himalayas. And the problem here is that, for example, models. For example, we say GPS, NAVIC, ISRO and NASA can do whatever they want. But the problem is the satellites. The satellites cannot be placed on geostationary. If we place that expensive satellites in geostationary orbit that get particular areas, it will cost a lot more. So that's why in ISRO, they have mentioned that the satellite passes 10:30 in the morning and 10:30 at the night, twice, during the whole day. And forest fires can spread in 10 to 15 minutes in such a scale in Himalayas because the pine trees are very volatile, their resin is very volatile. Now, effects of forest fire, loss of forest cover, major loss of oak, pine and rhododendron forest. Rhododendron is a very important plant species there, which is also native to Himalaya, and oak is used for making, which is a very good source.
And pine. Pine is basically the tree in the lower Himalayas in Uttarakhand, basically specific region Dehradun that holds the ground around Nainital and various other sources. The disruption of local water sources, soil erosion. Because of the burning of the trees, the mycorrhiza loses this symbiotic relationship and thus they die off, thus loosening the soil which during the rainy season leads to landslides. And habitat destruction that can be a habitat fragmentation also, because forest fires are not like that regular. They will spread through one direction only another direction. They can change swiftly. For example, one day there was no fire in Nainital High Court last year, and the other day the fire reached till Nainital High Court. And IAF was Nainital has to be closed down because of IAF helicopters were draining the water from Nainital Lake. And there is disruption of livelihood, health concern because of the different amount of H2S gases and produce carbon, that carbon produced, which can actually cause various respiratory problems, and climate impact due to carbon emissions and rising temperature which affecting glaciers. For example, the forest fires which are generated in Himalayas through the winds can reach through the glaciers, which is the carbon black area. Carbon blacks can cause glacier melting way faster than natural glacier melting. So what are traditional fire safety methods? There are fire watch towers, observation posts, drone surveillance. Because there drone surveillance, we cannot fly all time. There are particular areas and particular times the government allows surveillance over forest areas. And there is National Action Plan on Forest Fires and Fire Protection Management System. For example, Odisha has its own fire protection management system with regard to this ISRO data. And categorize the models and wise that I just told you, that there are various delayed alerts, slow data relay and limited coverage. Even if we get the data from the satellite, from models, it takes around 60 minutes to actually analyze the data. From virus, it can take to 60 to 90 minutes to analyze the data and then further relay. The relaying data will be gathered in Bangalore, then it will send to Dehradun. After that, it will convey to the forest rangers to go there and actually do so. So, what we have? I am a biotechnology student. So, what can we offer? A biosensor. And what is a biosensor? Biosensor is anything. For example, antibody enzyme, a DNA enzyme, after cell, which can identify various heavy metals, POP, EDC, toxins, and viruses. Viruses are not in our concept, but we have methane, ash concentration, the volatile resin that we were talking about earlier in the pine, the humidity, the wind speed. This can calculate it, and according to which an LLM can be coded so that they can be predicted. Because if we can get this data to the biosensor, and biosensors can have a large range because of the continuous wind flowing in the Himalayas. We have kept it 150 meters square for 1 unit. And 1 unit of ours costs around 6,300, including the solar panels, which cost around 400 rupees per meter square. Regarding the batteries, we are using lithium-ion batteries, which are 12-volt batteries, which are using currently motherboards. As I come from a technical background, so they are easy motherboard lithium-ion batteries that most of the people not saying these are old technology, but still very much viable for this much use. So what it does, these are transducers. The antibodies, enzymes, and DNA enzymes generate a signal that they have got something. Then transducer will generate an electrical signal, which will be amplified through fiber optic, SPR, planar guidewire, and interferometer, and then which will be analyzed through fluorescence, chemiluminescence, light absorption, reflectance. And then it is signal converted, analyzed, and sent to the system for further processing. Now you all will be thinking that this is a system, right? We have battery, we have ESP32 system. These are modular basically. We can remove any part of it because we consider that Himalaya is a very landslide prone region and everything. That there is a very harsh climate. So nothing can survive for more than 1 or 2 years. For example, we are using PLA. PLA we are using because we do not want to actually give forest more pressure than it already dealing with. Pollution pressure basically we are talking about. PLA is a polylactic acid. It's a biodegradable material which degrades within 6 months. For example, if it is dropped on ground in forest, it can degrade way faster. And 6 months we are talking on in normal soil conditions. For example, in fields that we are using IRI. So these are the system which is very modular. We can, if any system gets damaged, we can just take out that particular section and remove with it. This is our model that we have developed through AutoCAD. and which can be, because because prototyping was expensive, we are not getting funded right now, so we were not able to brought it here. But now this is the heart of the whole project, the sensors. And before sensors, I will request you to please take out your phones and please scan this QR. I will tell you this is not a Trojan horse or any virus. I will request everyone to please take out your phones and check it. I will not be sharing your and checking your data.
Are you going to scan this on the camera?
Yeah.
It's asking username and password.
Yeah, I will. Username password is all small, ZSI and ZSI.
ZSI is the username?
Yeah,
And
all small. And password is also same. So,
Real-time map connectivity.
yes. So is everyone, if everyone is ready, I would like to continue.
Fire address prediction, then incident review, user management.
So are you ready? So now I would like to get off this presentation and go to actually to the app that is currently in this file.
Yeah. Can you repeat password?
ZSI,
ZSI, all small.
username is also ZSI, password is also ZSI, and all small letters.
So here is the app. It's not very dashing like we have seen earlier in the UI, but it's supposed to do its work, right? So here we are. For example, first is the real-time map. As we know, ISRO's data has been started coming very late. So we are using NASA firm's data, which is globally, and they have way more satellite data and way more satellites because they had to. These satellites were deployed in 1990s during Cold War to detect the nuclear splashes, but now they are being reutilized to check the fire data. So what our app does is, this is a real-time map of Dehradun, by the way. So we have integrated Google Maps in it, and you can see as each and every sensor that is being placed right now is placed in that series, and this has been all. For example, our app also is being currently modified by AI. For example, in code, if there is any error, it is corrected by AI. If there is any sensor issue, it is corrected by AI. And if there is sensor that is being misplaced, that will come to a system. It will also automatically generate a message to our drone to go to that position, take out that sensor and replace that sensor and come to the base station. Example, if I click this sensor, I can get the whole data. Like what was the last reading, what is the type, what is the status, what is the sensor number. For example, we have deployed 110 sensors because of the 110 hackathon related to it. So they get temperature, humidity, wind, methane, ash and resin data, which are in their SI quantities, standard quantities. Now, this is our basic sensors. You can hover over any sensor and it will show you. Example, landslides are a major issue. So what we do is, every sensor is connected to everything. No sensor is connected to a hub and spoke model. Any sensor can be just attached there and it will connect to the network as seamless as possible. And last, our herd. We will put a location. It will, for example, this LLM is developed by ourselves. It takes the 7 months last data of the NASA's firm. After that, it prioritizes our data, sensor data, which is real-time data. And we also are showing a sensor data summary of both of them. And these are the risk factors in Nainital right now. And what are the key risk factors? Because of the speed, humidity and everything. And what is the recommendation that we are giving? And we are basing user base. So this is an admin account. There can be a user account because of the limitation of 15 minutes. We cannot show you full functionality. but anyone can report the incident which will actually get into our database. So now coming back to presentation. So this is when you will be thinking if real-time data is there, what will be happening? We are using breadth first search. For example, whichever it will, every real-time data packet will have a sequence ID which will be sent, and when it reaches the server through various nodes, through various methods, the server will send the request back. Please do not send it further. This sequence ID data, so that because 5G also gets crowded, because 5G speed gets low. So why doesn't our network will get slow in the further proof if we get continuous data? So that's how we are doing it. Sorry for the interruption. This is our action plan. Basically, we have pilot project and sensor network design is a major thing using AI, integrated control. After biosensor based early fire detection.
Your time is up.
Yes, ma'am, I know. Sorry. So these are the possible challenges. For example, there is topological challenges, the communication challenges. Sensors can be expensive, but currently our talks with various teams. And the fourth issue is lack of technical workforce, which we can actually enhance livelihoods of the people living in the forest by teaching them how to train, how to build this sensor and everything. In the future, we are deploying future plan is mass deployment. In the future, villages will access to biosensor data by simple mobile apps and local languages. Long-term biosensor data track forest carbon emissions, measure the impact of forest fires, and study how ecosystem recovers after fires. These are the testimonials. Basically, after Dehradun, we receive NGOs testimonials that they want to work with us. This is the first time we are showing it anywhere. And at last, I want to say, the Himalayan forest cannot speak for themselves. A biosensor can give us an idea how to listen to them. And predicting one forest fire is better than preventing 10, causing them. And at last, thank you for listening.
How it works? How it works? How your sensor works?
When biosensors actually work, basically they are antibodies.
Your sensor.
Yes,
These are the sensors for the detection of fire.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do these sensors?
Ma'am, we are basically tracking methane, the volatile resin, and the ash concentration. If there is ash concentration, can be calculated even if there is a minor fire. For example, in the app, I will not be able to show you, but there is an alert setting which we can set for all the sensors that for this threshold level, which we can continuously monitor by AI, which can set a threshold during continuous experimentation. We have developed a pilot project. Okay, after that we will go to the further full-scale deployment. So what it measures 4 parameters, and humidity and other temperature taken from IMD because their data is best. These deploying sensors there will not be very useful. After that, it has accuracy of over 95% that we have calculated up till now.
Is there a system work already in place there in any area?
Yes, sir. We have placed it in our campus, II, because we are in fields. Because
from forest department or any other agency from government of India?
So right now we have got an interest. We are currently working with them to deploy these. But as due to the lack of the trade war that is currently going on, we are lacking parts. And biosensors are not currently developed made in India. The raw material is sourced from China and Taiwan, and that is an issue. We are in contact with a single company called RXC from Spain. They are saying that we can provide raw materials. After that, we can go with we are working with FRI scientist. There is Dr. Arvind. There we have talked with him, and he is like we can do it together.
Presentation was good.
Thank you, sir.
Your attitude is also very good.
Thank you, sir.
So they are UG students. I was wondering how, like, first year UG students have so much of confidence.
Can you justify implementation part?
Implementation, sir.
The technical thing I have seen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the presentation is good. But how will you implement it? What would be what different strategies you would have to place the sensors? इसके ऊपर कुछ आपने सोचा है?
Yes, sir. For example, this is the same question we got in Dehradun, and because of the delays of our week and so from Dehradun till here, we have thought of the solution. For example, we are dividing our areas into red, orange, yellow, and green zones. Yellow zones are those zones which can spread the fire. Orange zones are where fire happens, but is not that frequent. Red areas are those where fire happens frequently. And that data we can analyze through NASA's forms we have calculated. For example, you were seeing on the real-time map, there were 4 dots. That are the major hotspots where the fire happens continuously. So that's why these are the hotspots, these are the red regions, where the network density will be maximum. After that, we will reduce our density continuously, such that we can basically increase our feasibility, reduce our cost, and also, sir, I was not able to tell you, these are distributed processing system. Like, for example, you were using your phone to get it. You were using your phone to get access the app. Everyone using access the app. The app was running in each one of their phones. That means they need not use any new system that should be placed. That means new infrastructure except for the sensor.
Okay, one more thing, how much the response time would be reduced?
So, for example, currently we are using Bluetooth 6E. That is currently takes 100 milliseconds of latency is there. For example, to reach there, for one from this, we will be preparing a server which we connect to various nodes, not a hub and spoke method. Using biomass technology, variable, autoregressive, movable, average search, and movable average search graph reversal method. So what happens is it will actually receive within 1 to 2 minutes. And actually when the server receives 1 to 2 minutes, at the same time it will contact police, fire, and also the all related agencies.
They have to respond.
Yeah. Then it is their headache. Then it is their headache to actually tackle the issue.
Can it be used irrespective of the altitude?
Yes, sir.
The system?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice presentation. I was like awestruck to see the UG first year students presenting so beautifully. So now we will stop here for lunch. Now 2 o'clock sharp, 3 o'clock will come here after finishing the lunch. Okay? So lunch is arranged in the downstairs. The garden.
Madam, your sir is what करना
Don't go from here. Oh, sorry, boss. Actually, I came here. I want to talk to you. You know, in the morning I sent a wrong PPT.
It's okay.
You can update
Your number is?
Number 9. So
I'm going to replace it. इसको ऑन ही रखना है। हाँ वो रिकॉर्डिंग हाँ वो बंद कर दो। This one is the original.
That's good. Next, चलो और तो करते हैं. See, the problem with implementation, you have to show the part protect human rights.
उस टाइम में ब्लैक बोर्ड पे पूरा समझाया गया मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन में हमने जो ब्लैक बोर्ड पे समझाया तो मैं यहाँ से मैं आपका नाम के लायक कि ब्लैक बोर्ड यहाँ पे मैंने एक्चुअली
using different software. So it is equal to run here. Not configured with the
हमारी इंसान
still the content is good. And come over. Okay. Content is important. So title, the first page is also the most important part of it. अगर आपका title important, okay, I do presentation. How the presentation was very good. Suppose that your education not very good. So it shows very good. So and your content is also good. So आप 10 मिनट बोलो, 20 मिनट बोलो, तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं.
So I remember पीछे बैठ के प्रैक्टिस कर रहा था
तो स्टेज पे रहना सो निकाल
मेरा स्टेज पे नहीं है
जो भी है
मैं लाइव की है मेरा दिमाग
हाँ वो स्टेज पे है लाइव जो भी सो निकाल और नहीं सोचना यू डन योर बेस्ट पहले का नहीं मिलेगा मैं इतने लेवल से मैं 3 बार मैं को मैं खुद ध्यान रखना चाहिए क्या का भी हमारा 110 मैं नहीं जा रहा क्यों नहीं जा रहे क्या मेरे को पर्सनल प्रॉब्लम तो मैं इतनी बार जाऊँ तो मेरे को अवार्ड नहीं मिलेगा बट मैं अप्रिशिएट किया वो साइंस सीक्रेट और विजन इज जूनियर साइंस इन इफेक्ट जूनियर साइंस ऐसे उनको बहुत बड़ा उन्होंने बेस्ट देख नहीं दिया जो नहीं उन्होंने बेस्ट देख नहीं दिया तो बेस्ट हमको इम्प्रूव करना है जीतना हमको प्रेजेंट करना जीतना इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं अब हो गया काम इतना करो लो रिजल्ट कर दो ठीक है बहुत सारे कॉम्पिटिशन हैं सब करना है ये जो आया ये जो है लोगों ने देखा इतने को पेट हो जरूरी नहीं है प्राइस
हाँ कल रात के फ्लाइट है
राजगढ़ को जब ट्रैकिंग में आना टाइम जाएगा पहले तो 6 बता ये जर्नी भी है बारिश में जाएगा ये जो लाने है सिंगर को
राजगढ़ होते दोनों
कहाँ से लाभ कहाँ से रहा है? मेरे को बताते ये सब लाभ कहाँ से रहा है? निकल कहाँ से रहा है? कॉलेज में तो नहीं निकलता
Because students are there, so we cannot just check which one is
Chalo, team is ready. Now we have team. Dehradun is over. Team 7. Team 7 is Jodhpur written here. Yeah, actually, two types of this is there. So in that they have done. Jodhpur is here. Huh? जोधपुर टाइम चाहिए आप तब तक आ जाओ पुणे वाले आ जाओ पुणे आ जाओ कम वो कहाँ पर है अरे को टाइम में बोले सर करना नहीं चाहिए संदीप आप कब तक इंटरव्यूज करो ये आणते सर येते मी तो कुठे राहतो
Good morning everyone. My name is Chaitanya Bhosle, pursuing Chemistry Forensic Science from University, Pune. Alongside is my teammate, Prathamesh Kapse. Together we are excited to present our contribution to the hackathon, which is themed around the preservation of biodiversity. So basically our project is a fusion of three ideas, which is a fusion of ecological science and technological innovations, which is basically segregated into three core ideas.
आते आमिर ना समीर आपको आता है थोड़ा सा टीम 8 पुणे
You can start the others talking.
Basically, this is an proposed idea innovation for the conservation of the biodiversity, which is mainly focused in the Deccan Peninsula. So, instead of directly going into the ideas, I would like to talk about the Deccan Peninsula, where it encompasses most of Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and parts of Madhya Pradesh and Odisha, which is facing a lot of threats and challenges, which I would like to keep on notice, which is deforestation, rising temperature, severe habitat fragmentation, encroachment. These are some of the problems that the Deccan Peninsula particularly is facing. And the challenges that we are going to focus are declining native flora and fauna, lack of long-term biodiversity monitoring, weak soil fertility and poor natural regenerations, endangered species losing their habitat, and low community involvement is a major issue that we are going to focus on, where it is a major part of our proposed project. So these are some of the challenges that we are going to focus, and we are going to give the idea, we are going to propose the idea and solution for it. So let's go into the first idea, where we have proposed the use of mycorrhizal fungi for the restoration of the forest. So as we all know, there is a lot of human activity in the forest areas, such as mining, deforestation, agriculture, which is causing the effect on the particularly soils. It is losing the fertility, it is losing the ability of grabbing the nutrients, holding the water, etc. So this mycorrhizal fungi can help in lots of ways. So the crisis that particularly Deccan Peninsula is facing, and we are focused on for the use of this mycorrhizal fungi are deforestation, mining, agriculture, urbanization, and loss of subsidy to all those things. And the native mycorrhizal population is decreasing. So for focusing on these problems, we are proposing the first idea for the use or restoration of the forest, which is the use of mycorrhizal fungi. So what is the role of this mycorrhizal fungi in the restoration of this forest? So basically, this emerging mycorrhizal fungi forms an association with 80% of the native plant species. So there is no effect on the native species without affecting the particular native species. It can work, it can provide nutrients, it can provide the hold the water capacity of the soil and the other nutrients such as phosphorus, carbohydrates, etc. As well as it helps in the carbon buffer of the carbon buffer in the soils, as well as degradation of organic matter in the soil. So there are lots of uses of this mycorrhizal fungi, and thus can be used for the restoration of the forest. Because the restoration doesn't always means that planting trees around. We can start the restoration of the plants with the small things, such as growing the microbial habitat, microbial ecosystem, which can lead to the empowered growth of the plant species in a particular area. Keeping in that mind, we are proposing this use of mycorrhizal fungi. So the next part, last time we got a question that which species we are going to use. So these are the identified species which was found to be beneficial, particularly focusing on the Deccan Peninsula, where there are dry deciduous forest grasslands. Focusing on that, we have chosen these three species of fungi: mycorrhizal fungi, mycorrhizal fungi, which is Glomus musa, which enhance the phosphorus uptake and root growth. This is Rhizobius irregularis, which improves the stress tolerance and broad host range. And Apidospora leaves, which restores the micronutrient cycling in the dry soils. So for that, I would like to point out one real-time research that has been done in a university in China, where researchers have planted the bacteropostrate in the arsenic contaminated soils. Along with that, they have planted this mycorrhizal fungi, this Rhizobius species, particularly they have used. In that contaminated soil, arsenic contaminated soil also, it is found that the plant growth was not hindered by that arsenic contamination due to the use of this mycorrhizal fungi. And they have given the standard sample as well, where in the same contaminated arsenic contaminated soil, they have planted on the same tree without the use of mycorrhizal fungi, which was found to be defective and the growth has been hindered by that. So it is proven that the mycorrhizal fungi is very powerful in the growth of this plant species. So these small patches can give the big impact for the restoration of the plant species in the dry areas, nutrient poor soils, etc. So this is the best idea for the restoration of these plants and forest from the small plants. So these are the two images I would like to depict the importance of this mycorrhizal fungi, where we can see there are two images in the on the left side, we can see that without the use of mycorrhizal fungi, there is a growth of these grasslands, and on the other side, there is a lot of growth of grasslands due to the capacity of this mycorrhizal fungi to hold the nutrients, provide nutrients to the plant species and grasslands, as well as to provide the water area, increase the water capacity of that area. So the next part, the next idea, second idea I would like to propose, where I would like to start with the conservation doesn't always need a massive research. We can also start with a small land such as 1 acre, 2 acre, 3 acres. Coming from that, I would like to propose the microsanctuary concept. So what is a microsanctuary? A microsanctuary is a small habitat, particularly managed by the community, local community, and which is a small patches for the habitat regeneration or restoration. Particularly focus on the animal species, I would like to suggest this microsanctuary for the restoration of the animal species which are endemic, which are ecologically important for that particular area. For example, I have example target species. These are just for examples. Indian peacock, which is a citrus pines, Indian pangolin, there is a greenhorn here. Then these are the example target species that I would like to suggest, which we can grow in that particular microsanctuaries with less efforts. It is feasible and field deployable as well. For the example of that, I would like to suggest that in Assam, in the Banda, the local activists Kuldeep Bhuvan have implemented this concept of microsanctuaries, where they have implemented 1.5 hectares of land for the microsanctuary for the restoration of the mammals which are endemic to that particular area. So it has been proven effective for the restoration of the animal species which are endemic to that particular area, and thus can be used local community around the biodiversity for engagement of using these micro sanctuaries to restore the endemic species, endangered species, and ecologically important species in that particular area. So this will enhance the growth of the biodiversity. There are lots of species which are ecologically important, such as some are pollinators and all those things which are important for the conservation of biodiversity. That is why this is an effective way for the conservation of the biodiversity. I am giving the ideas keeping in mind the overall conservation, not only in the particular field. So first one was mycorrhizal fungi for the restoration of the forest. Second is the micro sanctuaries for the restoration of a particular species which are endemic, which are ecologically important. And the reason why it will work, I would like to tell that it is managed by a community, local group, local community, self-help groups, and youth will take care of this type of microsanctuaries. So there is no need of extra management for that. We can involve the local community in the particular area for this management of these microsanctuaries, which will strengthen the habitat loss, which will empower the community and the future where the human and wildlife will thrive together. This is also this will also lead to towards the formation of the defeating the human-wildlife conflicts as well. After understanding the importance of the biodiversity, humans will not engage into the conflicts with wildlife, will not affect the biodiversity, and will engage in the conservation more than harmony. So this is one of the concepts which can help in a lot of ways: conservation of animal species as well as spreading the awareness and reducing the human-wildlife conflict as well. So this is the best idea, as well as it requires very less efforts, as feasible. It can be managed by local groups, which I have given in the next slides as well, how it will be managed and how it can be implemented. So the next idea is the EcoTrack, the EcoTrack app. So what is the difference between some of the participants have also given the proposal of the app. So what is the difference between their app and my app? So my app is particularly focused on the challenges, particularly focused on the Deccan Peninsula. Those are habitat loss coaching techniques. Some are similar threats are there. So like know your time monitoring, community activity for the particular local ecosystem, etc. These are the challenges that I have focused on, and keeping in this mind with the vision, I have created the app. So what does this app do? So it will help in wildlife sighting. So basically, we will engage the use of this community. This community is playing a very important role in this application for reporting the data from the real-time data from the site. So they will engage the community for the use of this app. I will tell you how in the next slide. So they will be reporting about the wildlife sightings, things such as poaching, pollution, habitat loss, etc. and microcentury update as well. So previously I have given the ideas of microcentury and microcenturies. So those updates can also be updated using this app, so that all the solutions are having the one management system, that is this application. The next one is features of this app. So the uniqueness of my app lies here, where I use the local language as my target implementation area is India, particularly the rural area where which is near to the biodiversity. So I am going to use the local language and icon-based UI, so that the local people who are particularly not who are illiterate, who are not particularly literate, okay, not only the youth, but each and every person can handle this app easily, and that is the main function and uniqueness of our app. The next one is a voice prompt, as people might not know how to type the messages. So voice prompts also are going to implement in this app, as well as voice to text implementation AI. So we are going to use the artificial intelligence for the real-time identification of the species with the use of machine learning, and we can give this real-time suggestions. That app, for example, if there is a sighting of particular species in the area, the AI can identify that species and give the tips that these are the rare species, try to conserve it. These type of tips can be directly given to the community, and they can implement that type of tips. So the next part is like personalized tips, as I told now, and the admin dashboard connect the community to expert. So they here come the main part as well. So every time the expert cannot reach the sites for the community to explain them what to do and what not to do. So here our app connects the expert to the community and the community to the expert. This is one of the unique feature of our app. Another one is the offline reporting, where there might be a problem, as previously I have been told, there might be a problem of the networks, so they might get hindrance in reporting the threats at a time. So for that we have proposed the offline reporting as well, where you can locally save the data and later on you can sync with the network. So there might another big problem that we might not get the accurate geographical and existing locations, which uses the networks to identify that. So for that we have manually implemented the location descriptions in the initial UI, so they can implement the particular locations manually. This is how our UI might look, where the people in the hosting they will get this type of options, reporting the sighting, reporting dates, data, daily microsensory updates, and accordingly they can upload image, voice note, description. Now we have figure. In future we have vision of uploading the videos as well, data videos of that particular area. So similar to that, text data can also be uploaded in the image, voice, and videos, etc. So the objective of our app is to monitor biodiversity real time, in which local community, particularly the focus is here, making the local community in data collection, identify ecological threats on site, integrated ecological restoration practices, and suggest microsensory based on the data. The previous idea can also be dependent on this. Based upon the data, we will suggest the microsanctuaries to the particular trends, and ecological restoration can be done. These are the community engagement plans where we will be equipping workshops, demos, skits such as clip turns and all those things, localized quiz. Via messages can be chosen for that particular area to give the updates on local updates. And via Yatra, mobile apps, you might have seen in the rural area, mobile apps might be going for the information. Next is local updates on audio tools to engage the information to the local people. And only engagement in the initial stage is not important. The participation, continuous participation again and again is important. For that we have planned of soil health camps, where we will be telling them how to implement the microsensory events such as innovation or events of the microsensory, which we create enthusiasm, curiosity in the local people. Village leadership boards, where the people will get recognition for their particular works and all those things. Next is eco art contest. We can engage the schools, NGOs, colleges also for that. And extend alert drills. Mock drills can also be carried out on the fireworks and all those things. Next is monthly feedback from the ambassadors that we are going to choose from each and every particular area, community where we can take the feedbacks. These are the government schemes I would like to suggest for the our project, proposed project, where our project aligns with these schemes, such as National Biodiversity Mission and all those schemes. These are perfectly aligning with their missions. And this is the funding through that, this is the plan for how to get fundings on that, because we are going to contribute, then only they are going to give the fundings. So this is the proposed funding and collaboration framework that we are going to propose in our project, and where the different types of partners are going to engage and provide the fundings. Based on these fundings, we are going to fund to the local community, incentive through the framework of incentives and particular environment in the particular area for the use of this project. So this is our plan for the implementation, which is scalable, sustainable, and effective in restoration of the biodiversity, not only from the one point of view, but from the last every point of view. So that's all. This was all about my project, all my ideas that I'm going to propose. If you have any questions, you are welcome. Suggestions are welcome. I have also prepared the prototype app for this as well.
You can show that prototype.
I would like to show the video. As time is up, I just concluded, but I have a video.
1 minute. You get 1 minute.
Yes. This is how the interface would look like, where the report data, name, mobile number, email. The title includes the what type of data they are going to implement, which along with the description, if they want to give the description of that particular information that goes to implement. That's how they are going to do. Next step, that as I told now, offline reporting. So for that, we are going to take the state, district, and particular pin code of that area, so that in offline reporting also we don't get the misidentified location. So that's why we have implemented that. And this is how you can implement that photos from the data that you have taken. And next, when the admin logins to see what data is implemented through the user login, admin login panels, you can user can log in whoever is handling that app. And this is how different type of data is stored in that in the different panels. This is how my app works. It is easy to use. UI-based local language is going to use implementing the feature. As of now, this is a prototype. For that, we have just implemented how to use that app. The link features have been implemented. There are lots of more innovations that have to be done with this app. This app is particularly inspired by iNutrition app. So, what is the difference between that app and this app is this is particular for local Indian market, where we are engaging into the local rural people, as well as it is giving them. That's all. It is just unique then every other aspects. That's it. That's why I would like to say.
Yeah, good. There are two parts in this. Yes. One is conservation.
Yes.
Yes. Right. And the second one is app.
Yes.
Okay. So are these two things connected?
Yes, absolutely. There are three proposed ideas of mine, which are totally interconnected, and they are enhancing the ability of workability of this project. And as we are not only focusing from the one perspective for the restoration, but from all the perspectives. We are restoring the plants through the microreserve of this. We are restoring the animals which are endangered, endemic through the microreserve.
Why you need that?
For the to take the updates, what is going on? Because every time we cannot go on the site and understand what is going on, as well as to give the tips to the local community, we cannot always engage with them. So, in order to take updates, as well as to give the information to them, how to conserve, how to use that, everything, we are using these apps.
Rural community, if they don't have a smartphone.
So, this is the technology.
Every time people ask, go anywhere, one is mobile number, second is email ID.
Yes. That is just for reference, in order to contact the particular person.
You know the percentage of people who are below poverty line?
So that's what I'm going to say now. That we really get the data of that, how many people are getting, at least the youth of that particular area might have phones which are using the technology. So they can teach them. Well, there can be implementation of technology as well. So there is a lot of technological advancement even in the rural areas. Even normal people are using the mobiles and all the things nowadays.
Anyways, do you know the cost of implementation of an app?
So this cost might be as much as we have researched about this. So cost of this might not go much because this we are.
Not that much.
So we have to have
that much. You tell me that much. The first part is okay, acceptable. Okay, but then second part, why you want to unnecessarily connect it with an app?
So to connect the community with the experts, it is not at all every time possible that as we have a lacking manpower to reach each and every place, it is not feasible.
Do you have a pilot project done with this?
Not exactly a project, sir.
This is only on slides.
No, sir. I have an app ready in my mobile for the sir.
First part, is it implemented?
No, sir. It is a proposed idea for the use of the restoration of forest.
What people will get if they use this app?
So as I have told that I am using some schemes, existing schemes. So through that schemes, they are getting incentives for working under these projects. So they will be getting some incentives for working under this. So there will be continuous enthusiasm and encouragement for their work as well. So there is a chance of they to get engaged.
One, there are some suggestions if you want to take. What is your discipline?
Sir, I am pursuing my MSc for 6 years.
4 and 6 science, right? Now to make this workable, you first have one small pilot project. You select one area and you get some botany students with you. You can think of collaborating with any of the colleges in Pune, around Pune, as per your will and wish. Okay? So find out, what is happening when you are actually doing it. Okay? See the results of it. And then you can think of putting it on an app and how it is working, whether it is working, whether it is not working. Right now, everything is there on slides. So it is what is my opinion. Okay, so I think some groundwork is really essential.
Yes.
What is the source of your supply of microorganisms? Where from? I mean, do we have any laboratories who raise this or rear this microorganism?
To raise this microorganism for the user. So for that also we are going to use the community, that is agroforestry.
Stock of microorganisms.
So as I know, there are schemes. Under them, there are lots of forest departments which are working. They are already having a seedling kits. So along with that, our future vision is to think we can engage this microorganism kit along with that sampling kits. There are already existing kits which are for the plantation of the trees. They are using the kits which are coated with the charcoals. So with that we can integrate this microorganism only. So while planting the trees only we can implement that.
The sir suggested you need to actually practically do it at least on a smaller scale, doesn't matter.
Yes.
But that will open up your idea whether it's practical or it is something like, to do something. So as you suggested, you can try this. It's a good thing, but there's a plan. But there are 2 or 3 hurdles which I think we have to cross them, like having the source of microorganism. That should be always, 24/7, it should be available. And the land, who will give you land?
So the government land, which is not even the government land, but
if you practically do it at a small scale, probably it can be replicated at a larger scale. Because conservation in a 1 hectare, 2 hectare land is not very big idea.
So,
and moreover, when you say that biodiversity and the animals coming and all, ending, see the animals, they can be stragglers for that area. They don't stay there. So you cannot say that your idea has worked because the animals are coming there. Good. Plan is very good.
But don't think of app. First think of conservation.
Yes, sir.
If not the question, then we'll go for.
Thank you.
We'll go for then Jodhpur. Team is ready. खाना खाने के बाद आधे लोग सो गए शायद तालियों की आवाज से पता चल रहा है हाँ आता है एक पूरी नहीं अभी टीम 7 है ready. Team 9 is Shillong. Anybody is there from Shillong? Sure. After this.
So, very good afternoon, judges, panelists, and my dear participants. First of all, I want to thank ZSI for providing this very platform, as we are eagerly waiting for this type of opportunity to represent our strategy. As our team has been actively doing ground research with the wet lab experiments from past 7 to 9 years, also our team is actively participating with the government and private organizations, including ZSI. As we are focusing on invertebrate microhabitat conservation and strategies with the new ideas, and ZSI is the only institute that can understand the importance for the conservation of insects and other invertebrates, basically conserving a microhabitat. So we understand how the innovative ideas that can be implemented on large scale, which will be economical and scalable with legal and ethical policies. So before starting, I want to say that 95% of photos and data is our own, and we are discussing a unique. So, as there are two types of deserts in India, which include hot desert and cold deserts. So they cover around 8 to 10% of total geographical area of the country. And why we are focusing on that? Because it has a very fragile ecosystem with unique insects which are endemic also, plants and climatic functions. So there is an urgent need to restore and conserve biodiversity through sustainable models that integrate economical development, technological innovations, and ecological balancing. So we are not discussing 1, 2, or 3. We are proposing 6 ideas with tactical implementation, which will cover all the aspects to conserve biodiversity. So the first one is app-based biogrid, the real-time issue solution, conservation policy, acoustic monitoring, community participation, and board scope monitoring. So this is the blueprint of our work, in which we will give you a problem statement, we will tell you our vision, the core innovative ideas, and the prototypes for that, and micro level conservation techniques with the legal and policy toolkits, and how to implement and the benefit of this. So, first one is biogrid. Basically, biogrid, actually, the people who are protecting the wildlife has no financial system. So, biogrid is the turning conservation into currency. It will, like carbon credit and rent plus it exists for forest and carbon sequestration. No such system exists for desert fauna. So that's why we are proposing this biogrid. In this, the idea is market-driven conservation, in which a herder or farmer agree to conserve some personal patch of his or her land, and every month he will upload the GPS pictures, make at least 5 pictures a month, and for that pictures he or she may earn a biogrid tokens for this, which can be sold for cash, used for subsidies like solar pumps, and traded for seeds and agriculture tools. Because without the motivation, things will not happen. So we have to motivate people. So biogrid also offers the transparent and
data verified conservation tokens to invest in, and also the ecotourism operators can sponsor micro level conservation areas
as there is a conscious tourism. So it can be verified by a smart contract. So how government can implement it? There will be a legal recognition of biodiversity credits, create a national desert biobanks, link credit rating to government portals like Bhuvan and Yanvis. We can also offer the tax rebates to the biotech investors. So the conclusion of this app is that it offers a whole scalable and inclusive solution. So next is real-time issue. I am focusing on the locust attack. This picture shows
the locust that has been attacking those areas. So to protect them, it's a real-time issue. So to protect them, we should know first the pilot locations where they are invading where what are the wildlife zones that they are harming and what are the farming areas. So we cannot control the mother nature. Some of the devastating effect will be there, but we can manage and mitigate their impact through a mix early warning and technological and innovation. So this is the tree of hair that you can see. These are the locusts that has been attacking those trees, and this is the gregarious phase of that locust. It's called Cystisochna gregaria. So the preventive, protective, and adaptive approaches will be given to farmers and wildlife. So we can introduce a trap crop in the borderline in which they are invading, so that they can concise to that place only. We are in coming slide. I am also giving you an example of acoustic monitoring. In this, we can also introduce the speakers with the wavelength of 30 kilohertz to 40 kilohertz, which is very unfavorable for locusts. So the pulses will be generated so that they can concise to that. Why these are important? Because they will protect wildlife, they will protect agriculture field and biodiversity, and mainly the lives of farmers, because they are doing suicides. I have been there in 2021, and due to the locust attack, जो plants इतने बड़े-बड़े इनके crops हो गई थी, वो छोटी-छोटी हो जाती थी, they were in crores. So these are the real-time issues that we should work on it. And zonal spraying policies. There are many policies that are spraying chemical aerial spray, but they are unaware of the devastating effect of these chemical spray in the wildlife. So we can use neem oil spray, etc., and locust killing fungus, which is also approved. So the community and policy level, that establishment of village level locust action groups can be done. Introduce the desert biodiversity protection policies which link pest control with wildlife protection. So outcomes are that there will be 70% of reduction in locust related crop loss, and it is very safe habitat for endangered species like Indian fox, great Indian fox. Next is conservation policies. These are some invertebrates that are very important for ecosystem services, like pollination. They are doing pollination, nutrient cycle, and as a food for other animals. So many species are under study, less visible, charismatic, and face habitat loss, climate change, pollution, invasive. So what are the solutions? These are some photographs of bumblebee from my team. So these are the main pollinators of that area, and there is urgent action needed to protect them, because due to environment changes, they may get extinct. So the endemic species also need to be conserved. So these are the endemic species of scorpion, crickets like Hypenomus, and some crickets insect like Hypenomus. So endemic invertebrates found only in a specific place, that makes them highly vulnerable to habitat loss. So some of them are also monotypic genus or as well. So we have to conserve the endemic species. So solution is interdepartmental coordination. Things were going on. Every department is doing some work in this, but there is no interdepartmental coordination at that level to conserve the invertebrates, especially. So, like ZSI has also taken an impressive initiative by collaborating with the BSF to promote biodiversity, border biodiversity. So, basically, to conserve the forest, agriculture, and horticulture, exposure and capacity building should be provided by ZSI and BSF to various village level communities like BMC, BSS, CF, or MCs. The next solution and thing is acoustic analysis, because ecosystem disturbance often go unnoticed until a major change will happen. So in this, our study will focus, because I am doing acoustic monitoring of Orthoptera, and Orthoptera species, particularly crickets, are the species that are very good indicator of good ecosystem health, and they also tell us the slight difference that may happen in forest areas or any areas, including deserts. So even a half-degree temperature can also be recognized by their by analyzing their character of sounds. So this is the device, that is a recorder that can be fitted anywhere in the solar panel with the specification of 96 kilohertz bit and specific frequency, so that they can we can have a basic idea how much the diversity is of that particular area, because crickets are very good bioindicator. So the advantage of this is it is very cost effective and scalable. Real-time biodiversity tracking will be done. It is a non-invasive technique to monitor biodiversity. Expected outcomes will be enhanced biodiversity database from desert, early detection of ecological threat. This can be used in other things also, other areas in India. So my fifth point is community participation and awareness. In this, we are merging traditional knowledge with modern technology. Like local community have much more valuable traditional knowledge than we guys, and we can do this. We can take this traditional knowledge with our modern technology, which combining this with the modern technology, example GIS mapping, DNA barcoding, digital monitoring enhances, which will enhance the conservation efforts. So this approach can improve habitat protection. These are some pictures from tribal areas. So the community awareness, why it's so important, because as we all whenever we think about poaching and hunting, we only think about higher vertebrates. No one is focusing on the invertebrates. Invertebrates, there has been hunting and poaching of invertebrates also. Like this, you can see there is a online platform where they can buy this Ladakh banded polo. So these are hunted and traded in a large scale. So these are endemic species and they may face extinction. So when the communities become aware, because these things happen because of fear, superstition, lack of understanding of their ecological role and trading. So when communities become aware of these misconceptions and the long-term consequences of such action, they are more likely to support conservation. Another example is Sanda spiny-tailed lizards killed for Sanda oil, which is extracted from a tail fat of this spiny-tailed lizard. This is also endemic to these arid and semi-arid places. And the Hatha Jodi monitor lizard hemipenis is used for black magic. So these are the misconceptions that have been. So we have to aware those things. And one success story is that. So one of the successful story of Ranthambore, where poachers become the protectors of tiger because livelihood, because they have not been provided a livelihood option. So by giving them a livelihood options which they didn't have, they will turn into a protector. So my last is horoscope monitoring, in which we use a modern tech for invertebrate monitoring in the remote areas. So we have contributed in the biodiversity of India. So we have documented and discovered 38 new species, which include lizard, snake, scorpion, cricket, katydid, solitary bees, and wasp. These are my publication, and some of the species I have discovered one new genus, one new subgenus, 2 new species, and 4 new records from India. And this is my another my team member, Mr. Sudhir, who has discovered 5 new species and given 50 new records. And at last is Dr. Ehsan. He has given 1 new genus, a new record of 1 genus, and new discovery of 1 species, as well as additionally 2 species also a new record. So we have a quote, as biodiversity is not optional, So I want to say that save the small, save it all. Invertebrates are the foundation of conservation. Thank you.
Apart from crickets, what are the other species you identify for bioacoustics?
The cicadas, katydids.
The katydids are similar now, other than Orthoptera.
Other than Orthoptera, there is birds.
Bumblebees itself is a good example.
Yes, buzzing something. Yeah. So we can, so by this recorder, we are not only focusing on invertebrates, we are actually focusing on.
It's okay, your concept is very nice.
Yes, yes.
Because this kind of conservation idea is rare. Because all the time we'll talk on big five.
Yes.
This is another than good concept. But I mean, you want that some areas with the consent of the farmers, leave it with no activity zone. Because conservation again comes in that there should not be any anthropological pressures on that particular area which you monitor continuously.
सर बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट ये है कि जैसे एक फार्मर है उसके पास
उस फार्मर के साथ आप कंसेंट उसके कंसेंट
एग्जैक्टली सर देखिए इसमें इसीलिए मैंने इंटर डिपार्टमेंटल कोलैबोरेशंस बोले क्योंकि कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र से होते हैं।
होता कैसे है कि एक फार्मर आपके इस कंसेप्ट के लिए उसकी जो आय है साल भर की क्या वो उसको कॉम्पेंसेट कर सकते हैं आप?
जो बायोक्रिप्ट है ना सर वो इसको मोटिवेशन दे रहा है जो कि बायोक्रिप्ट टोकन
वो क्वांटम कैलकुलेट करेगा ना। सपोज मैंने आपको 5 एकड़ जमीन आपको कंजर्वेशन के लिए दी और उसकी आय है साल भर के सपोज 5 लाख रुपया सपोज, तो क्या 5 लाख रुपए का बायो कैपिटल जो भी बोल रहे हैं आप क्या उसकी वैल्यू उतनी आती है?
सर एग्जैक्टली वही मैंने स्टडी जो किया था यही किया था कि अगर वो अपने 20 एकड़ में से 1 एकड़ जमीन दे देगा तो उस 1 एकड़ की जमीन में जो क्रॉप होगी उसकी जो
एवरेज कॉस्ट निकाल के आप
एवरेज कॉस्ट जो होगी सर वो हमारे जो ऐप डिजाइन है वो ज्यादा ही दे रहे हैं क्योंकि वो सब्सिडीज दे रहे हैं सबसे पहली बार।
और ये लॉन्ग रन में सब्सिडीज तो बंद हो जाएगी
सर बट उनको ये कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र और जो डिपार्टमेंट्स है वो कैश भी उससे ले सकते।
कितने लोग इन्वॉल्व होते हैं? सपोज एक विलेज लेवल पर आपने इसको एक्सपेरिमेंट किया,
ये मैंने सर करके देखा है। हरियाणा में एक विलेज ग्रुप है उनसे भी मैंने बात की थी और राजस्थान में भी एक ग्रुप है जिनसे मैंने बात की थी तो दे वर वेरी मच इनटू दिस एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं सर वो क्योंकि बेसिकली सोलर पैनल्स की सब महंगी होती है उनकी जो रिपेयर वगैरह होता है तो उनमें सब्सिडीज मिल रही है तो दे आर वेरी हैप्पी विद इट। मैंने इसमें फार्मर्स के साथ ग्राउंड लेवल पर बात की है।
अगर आप किसी फार्मर को कन्विंस करोगे कि अगर वो 5 एकड़ का अगर आपको प्लॉट दे दें और उसके ऊपर आप सोलर पैनल लगा दें थोड़े ऊंचाई पर तो नीचे की जमीन तो अपने आप कॉन्जर्व हो जाएगी बिकॉज देयर इज नो एक्टिविटी इन दैट एरिया सो द इनवर्टेब्रेट्स विल बी ऑटोमेटिकली कॉन्जर्व।
बट नेटिव प्लांट्स भी हम ग्रो करते हैं उस पैच में
ठीक है ना वो लेकिन उसका हेड भी उतनी होनी चाहिए कि वो पैनल से नीचे रहे।
Yes.
Small bushes, herbs and all.
Exactly sir. हमारा concept ही ये कि invertebrates जो है उसकी conservation हम करें।
Idea is very good.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with sir. What sir was saying. We have to first implement it in as a pilot.
Yes.
Take a consent from the farmers and look at its impact, over a period of time.
Yes, sir. We are actually working on it. It is going.
Yeah, and I don't know whether your local administration is really.
They are actually supportive, sir, because if these things happen like locust attack, they are उनके हाथ में कुछ नहीं रहता वो तो ऐसे बैठ जाते हैं सब कुछ गवर्नमेंट भी छोड़ के बैठ जाती है they can't control those locusts but ये जो एक्टिव जो मैं प्रपोज कर रहा हूँ कि जहाँ पर ये इन्वेट कर रहे हैं वो वाले जोन्स में हम एक खैर के पेड़ लगा दें या कोई ऐसी वेजिटेशन लगा दें ताकि वो उधर ही रिस्ट्रिक्ट हो जाए क्योंकि वो तो खाने के लिए आते हैं तो वो लोकस्ट उधर रिस्ट्रिक्ट हो जाएंगे प्लस हम वहाँ पर सोलर पैनल राजस्थान में मोस्टली हर जगह लगे होते हैं तो उन सोलर पैनल्स में हम स्पेसिफिक स्पीकर्स लगाएंगे और ये मैंने एक्सपेरिमेंट ही किया है लोकस्ट में लाइव लेके गया था मतलब अनफेवरेबल साउंड होती है इनकी जो 30 हर्ट्ज टू 48 किलो हर्ट्ज की जो साउंड है उससे उसको ये रिपेल करते हैं तो उसके एक पल्सेस हम जनरेट करेंगे वो स्पीकर से ताकि वो लोकस्ट जो है वो प्रॉपर ढंग से 100% ना हो 70% उधर ही रुक जाए 30% जो आएंगी उसको हम जोनल स्प्रेस जो बायोलॉजिकली हम कर रहे हैं उससे हम कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं।
So your challenge would be to convince them, the farmers and the local administration.
Sir, actually they are very much convinced. जब इनका अटैक हुआ था कोई फसल नहीं बची थी 100 एकड़ पूरी की पूरी खराब हो गई तो उनके हाथ में कुछ नहीं होता। तो इस टाइप के इनोवेटिव आइडियाज आई हैव टॉक्ड इन जैसलमेर, पोखरण कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र, इवन ZSI जोधपुर, तो उन्होंने ये इनिशिएटिव लिया और मैंने ग्राउंड लेवल पर फार्मर्स से भी बात की है। जैसलमेर जो इनके मेन कॉरिडोर्स हैं, पॉलिसी डेयरी, वहाँ पर मैंने 1 महीना काम किया और उन फार्मर्स के साथ ही मैं रहता था, उन्हीं के घरों में, तो उनसे मैंने बात।
किसी भी फार्मर का, फॉर एग्जांपल यू और मी, सेम मेंटालिटी.
Yes.
If I get my money, what I expect from my agricultural land, if I get that much, I will easily be convinced by anybody. Without doing anything, if I get lakhs of rupees.
सर दैट इज वाई ना कि जब लोकस्ट अटैक हो रहे हैं तो वो तो बिल्कुल ही नष्ट कर रहे हैं, तो वो तो उनको पॉजिटिव ही, मेरे को हमेशा पॉजिटिव फीडबैक मिला इस टाइप के स्टडीज, क्योंकि ये यूनिक है, अभी तक ये किसी ने किया नहीं है। वहाँ ग्राउंड में रियल टाइम मतलब वहाँ पर बैठ के मैंने ये चीजें नोटिस की, तो आई केम विद दिस सॉल्यूशन।
What subject you are studying right now?
आई एम डूइंग taxonomy, acoustic and phylogeny of Indian field crickets and inoctonies of Western Ghats. Yes. Yes, I am a PhD student.
You are working where?
No, actually I am working in Lovely Professional University and Punjab University, Chandigarh. So from there I travelled to all India. So I have my guide Dr. Ranja Jaswara has a project of DST. So I have travelled all India from north, northeast, south, west, central India.
Basically, your interest is taxonomical aspects of that.
And taxonomy I am doing. In addition to it, I am also doing phylogeny study for analyzing the cryptic species concept and acoustic monitoring, which is very much valuable for biodiversity conservation also. And we are the only group right now which is actively doing this acoustic in India. Thank you.
What is the frequency of other locust?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the frequency of locust?
So, see, there's a particular frequency of 30 kilohertz to 40 kilohertz. If it,
she wants to know that how frequently locusts are.
So they are invading every year, but a vast major in attack is seen in 2021. So I have visited there in 2021. I have visited in 2022, 23. So this is very important. We are not only saving biodiversity, we are saving people life also by implementing these type of. So this is very important, and I tend to go implement this. Thank you.
NERC? Shillong. Sir, Team 9, NERC, Shillong.
A very good afternoon to all the esteemed judges and to one more present over here. So I am Daman Halinga from the Department of Zoology in Anthony's College, and I'm going to talk about Northeast India. But Northeast India has many states, but one thing that is very unique and peculiar about this state, in fact, goes by this name, known as Meghalaya. Now, when we think about Meghalaya, a lot of us will be enchanted by, let's say, the wettest places, which of course has its role in conservation and biodiversity, or we're thinking about something like matrilineal system, how women empowerment has shaped the community and its conservation process. By the way, my title is my mother's, that's how we have matrilineal system. Or you might even think of the pitcher plant, which is unique, the only one which is found in India, or the root bridges. We have many things, so to say, with nature. Nature has blessed Meghalaya. But these are all the things that you can see. What about some things that you can't see? This is where we come into the picture, the caves. So the caves of Meghalaya are very unique and important. And for this, the title of our presentation is Meghalaya's Hidden World, Biodiversity and Sustainability in Meghalaya's Caves. So I am from the Department of Zoology. I also have my colleague who is from the Department of Biotechnology and Biochemistry. And also clubbing together with me is also Saurav Kumar Thapa from the Department of Computer Science. So it's like a biryani, what the director ma'am has already said in the beginning. So if you look at the cave distribution in India, we have roughly around 2,500 caves all over India, and number of caves in Meghalaya around 1,700, which is roughly around 70% of India's caves. And if you take a look, this is an overall generated data which is adapted from Brooks as well as Kharpara. So if you take a look at the top 10 caves, longest caves in India, they're all in my state. By the way, in Krem, the first word means cave. And if you Google it for 20 longest caves in India, it's in Meghalaya itself. So we have some unique things that we really need to take care of. So some pictures would be nice, of course. So we have the Krem Lepra. We have Krem Lepra again. We have Krem Opon. We have Krem Chimpe. We have Krem Pinno and 1,700 more. Krem Rinjan is also there, so which has a unique ecosystem. So why there are so many caves? We are blessed. Meghalaya is blessed being a plateau. It's an old plateau, which means resources are there. And one of the resources that we have is limestone. Of course, we have coal, limestone, uranium, and whatnot. But as of now, limestone is something that really plays a major role in cave formation. And this is the belt where the limestone belt is. There is the limestone caves which are present. And if you look at how a cave is formed, it's basically because of rainwater, it absorbs carbon dioxide, which forms a weak carbonic acid. Then by the force of water, it drains out spaces in between. And this is how the cave is being formed. So cave maps, there has been mapped in 1920s, but because less work, it needs more people, only one place has been mapped, and that is Situ Cave in Garo Hills. Mind you, we have the top 10 longest, top 20, but they are not fully mapped. But whatever they map, they are going to be the longest in India. So why are caves important? Because they hold natural climate archives, pristine time capsules, global event markers, we'll see all this, biological gold mines, space life analogs, micro ecosystem, and untapped microbial potential. So we're looking at an ecosystem as well as looking at the fauna. So what is the data that we can gather from the depths of Meghalaya? So it has paleoclimate data, which is very, very important. We have the biological data, we have archaeological, we have geochemical, ecological, and geophysical. You'll get all this. In fact, almost every part of science is present in caves. Now, most of you are familiar with this, the Meghalayan cave. So what happened is that in 2018, this came out. So as of now, we are in the Meghalayan age. And this data has come up from one of the cave, Mamlu cave, and it has been recognized. So Meghalayan age has put Meghalaya as well as India into the world map by saying that the age that we are as of now is Meghalayan age. And this we got from data from the cave. So if you look at this, this is the Meghalayan age which we are looking at now. So we come to the cave animals which are unique to the caves of Meghalaya. So when we talk about cave animals, they are different types, and their presence is because of these zonations. By the way, this is the Situ cave. So you have the entrance zone, you have the twilight zone, and you also have the dark zone. So the entrance zone is where there's more sunlight. As you go to the twilight zone, less sunlight, and the dark zone there's no sunlight, and the distribution of animals will be accordingly. So cave-dwelling animals face unique environmental conditions such as complete darkness, limited food, stable temperatures, and high humidity. And over time, they've developed specialized adaptations to reduce, to survive the reduction loss of ice, depigmentation, and elongated senses. So if you look at this fish that is over there, it's practically white in color. So this fish, of course, is a troglobite, which means these are animals that love to live in the dark. We also have a next set, which is the troglophiles. They love to live in the dark, but if given a chance, they also move out of the cave. So the troglophiles are the bats that you see over there. And you also have cave animals known as trogloxines. So these are, casual visitors. They use the cave only for a certain purpose and then they move out. So some notable mention is this. This is the first reported at Temchon, first troglobitic cave crab. And this is Teretamon spadium. And Another one is another bat which is very important, Rotman's bat. This is only found it seems prior to this, it was found in Karnataka, and also a single report from Cambodia. But in East Jantia Hills, there are 2 colonies of bats in in this case, where this is very much prevalent over there. And when you for bat species, in India there are 9 bat families. Out of 9 families, 8 families are in Meghalaya itself. And out of the 8 families, 50% of that population is found in caves. So that's why caves are very important, and not only for bats but for other species. So this is the Neurosocalis Panar which came up recently. The species Panar denotes a community. My friend over there, Sir Diane, is a Panar community. I am a Kendriya community. So because to commemorate the work, the help that they got from the community, that's why Panar came into existence. Mind you, the word community over here, which will come into play later. So this is the largest cave fish in the world. The second largest was found in Australia, so this is the largest cave fish in the world. Again, this helps, push India into the global world about biodiversity and also the cave fish. It's endemic to Krem Umradao. Krem Umradao is a vertical cave, which means you have to go vertical, whereas Krem Chimpi is a horizontal cave. So these are 2 different caves. And the Zoological Association of India has named it as the first national cave animal of the year. And it has received importance also from our Honorable Prime Minister Modi, and he has mentioned it in his Mann Ki Baat. So this is very unique for us because then it pushes us, in the right direction for conservation. So other mention is also the Amur of Siju from the Siju cave. Now this is a new, it came out 2023 by ZSI scientists, Bhaskar Saikya. And then you also have another fish, Schistula sijuensis. So a lot of fishes, because you can see the water that's present over there. And this is also work done by Cosigen. I think your colleagues are there. This is from ZSI headquarters. And you also have Macrobrichium, which is a prawn. And you also have the woodlouse. You also have crickets. You also have millipedes and many others, and also mollusks. So we have all this chordata, then reptilia, amphibia, Pisces, arachnida, insecta, chiropoda, then again insecta, orthoptera, crustacea, and gastropoda. So a lot of diversity in these caves. And also one thing which is unique, also we have a lot of fossils. Meghalaya is, at one point in time believed to be under the sea, so a lot of fossils. That's why paleoclimate, paleobiology, all those plays a major role, and these caves are very, very important, mind you. And also, we also have fossils that has been recorded. Mosasaur giant from Krempuri. Krempuri, by the way, is the longest sandstone cave in the world. And the Mosasaur has been found over there. Another thing which has been found in South Garo Hills is a cetacean fossil. But the sad story about this is that this was stolen, which means that there needs to be done something. That's why we are here for that purpose, because caves are not invulnerable. There are many things that are threatening a cave. One is infrastructure development. We build roads, certainly some places have to go. Pollution, water pollution, uncontrolled tourism, which is really, really affecting cave artificial lighting and graffiti. One important thing is this is a cave in our place called the Arwah Cave, and if you look, there's so much of graffiti. Love signs, you're saying many things about that, but you can do it at your own expense, at your own home, but you don't have to come and destroy the caves, because these have been found in millions and millions of years. Then if you put artificial lighting over there, which is not being done scientifically, what will happen is you have the green moss and algae which is being formed, it changes the entire ecosystem within the cave. And slowly and eventually animals will not be present anymore. So the biggest threat of them all is this, limestone mining in Meghalaya. We are a rich state and resources are there. So there comes in between, how do you go about this? And the cave in, the mountain cave, which gives us the Meghalayan age, the data of the Meghalayan age, part of it has collapsed because of mining. Imagine if mining in the cave has already collapsed, we will not have Meghalayan age. We will not have India in the world map, knowing about Meghalayan age right now. We would have been seen a North Griffith age, but at least now we are in the Meghalayan age. So, for sustainability, we have scientific assessment and mapping. That's where we come in together with ZSI. We are going to, this is a model that we propose that we are going to work on, ecological, geological, and cultural assessment of the cave ecosystem. Responsible tourism is very important. Meghalaya is very much, pushing for tourism because we have diversity in our land. We have waterfalls, we have caves, we have footbridges, we have sacred groves and all that. And by the way, sacred groves for responsible tourism For responsible tourism, we have sacred groves where we have the community driven. We have community guides, and the sacred grove, which has been there from time immemorial, which I think most of you have known, they're being run by the locality, by the local people. They are the guides, and they generate income. Tourism is connected with this. So if you want sustainability, tourism is one of the factors that will help sustain it. Researchers will do something, the government will see something, but if these 3 or 4 people come and join together, then it can sustain. Then conservation has a meaning. Otherwise, if only a researcher does conservation, it doesn't work. If only a community does conservation, it doesn't work. If the government does it, no work, because no people on the soil, on the ground reality. But if we come together, then this can work. So responsible tourism. So even if there's a cave, we've identified few caves, there has to be a code zone where there's no tourist access, a buffer zone, and also tourist zones. So curated tours are very important. So you need to have curated tours, and it should have a season. Not that it should be open throughout the year. There should be a season. And mind you, the season is needed because these caves, they will be flooded during the monsoon. So if you go without the local guide, the local community, then there are higher stakes of danger. So community involvement is very, very much needed, which is already a working model in Meghalaya. Meghalaya is a working model for community development because we are a 6th scheduled area. Land belongs to us, the people. The majority of the land belongs to us, and we have a say in this. So community involvement is very, very important. Education and awareness. I would want to tell you, the guides in the sacred grove, they've learned to speak Tamil language, then Malayali, and surprisingly Japanese, because these are the people who've come forward for tourism in our place. So regulation, enforcement, monitoring, and management. So these are the do's and don'ts for tourism, but at the same time, these are the do's and don'ts for cave research. A lot of people come together and do research. What happens is, if 10 institutes come, then they want to take 5 fish, 6 fish. What will happen? The cave fish will disappear. And these numbers are very small. Cave populations are very small in number. So, what if we have sensors now? Because we need to track, we need the sensors for vibrations, we need sensors for detecting sound, and we need all of this for research purpose. So, with these sensors, what we can do is, we can get the help of the guide. And at the same time, in our college, we have the caving club, which we go every now and then and practice or even see the cave, what has happened to it. So we have these guides that will be helping us. At the same time, if you look at the policy making, entire tourism policy 2023, it's just a wayward mention about caves, nothing much as such. So we want to come forward and help the government. These are the do's and don'ts. We will do it for you together with ZSI and other stakeholders, and we will put forward a very good policy so that when tourism and all that comes into picture, it will be a success. So this is also an app. The app is for tourism, mind you. At the same time, it can also work for our database. So this is what we have. We look at Siju Cave. This is a screenshot. So we look at all this. These are the screenshot of the app and the Siju Cave map, because as of now, this is the only cave that has been mapped thoroughly. And we look at the different types of biodiversity that is present over there. And also the first national cave fish and the longest, in fact, the largest fish in the world. These are the do's and don'ts. And remind you, in the morning, Sir Raghunathan was talking about SDGs. We have SDGs in our program. So we have SDG of the United Nations 6, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Community, government, then research. This will lead to, put India in that sustainability goal of reaching it by 2030. So this is the app Cave Sense. And of course, I would like to end this by saying that without the work of this biggest person in our state, Sir Brian Dedi Kharpara, who has done his work right in the 1960s to 2025. He's still working. And so, he's a great inspiration for all of us. We met him earlier, and we had a talk. So he's like, an encyclopedia about cave. He has done numerous things. 17,000 caves to go and do the mapping. It's not a mega joke. And he's still doing it. So, with this, thank you so much, ZSI Pune, and thank you to all who are present here. If these are the references also, if you would allow me, I would like to show you. Sorry. I'd like to show you a prototype of our app. This is just a video. This is a short video. We'll call it as Cave Sense. we hit on the icon home, we have home, cave fauna, do's and don'ts. And then when we click on district, we have the different districts where these caves are there. For example, we have the Apra, and then we also have the Siju cave, which is in South Conference. And this is the map, and in this location, these are the animals that you find over there. And you go to the map, you know where this cave is present. If you wish to visit this cave, how are you going to go about it? And this is a prototype, which is it is still in the working module, which means that we are still developing it. So we have this, and this is cave sense. Of course, this is a national cave, the largest cave fish in the world. These are the do's and don'ts for tourism, and also the do's and don'ts that we have for a researcher. So with this, from Meghalaya, is signing out. Thank you.
I think you have missed out caves in Chhattisgarh.
Okay, sir.
In Changar Ghati National Park, there are caves, and very good caves. Substantially. Of course, you can add.
Sure, sir. So, with your permission, I would like to call on my colleagues. It's not my work. We're doing this work together. So, I'd like to call upon them. They also did all the hard work together with me. I'm not the only one here. So, this is Sadai from Biotechnology and Biochemistry, and he's working with the app. We are doing the research part with ZSI, and we're also approaching the government on that sector, tourism sector.
No doubt about it. Whole team deserves compliments.
Thank you, sir.
Presentation is very nice.
Is there any seasonal diversity in the cave? Diversity varies in different seasons.
Ma'am, this is a very difficult research to say, because most of the caves are flooded during the monsoon. So to go inside a cave during the monsoon, it's like a death trap. So the only data that people have would be during the driest season. As of now, also most of the things that we see is mostly morphological work. So it's a huge repository of data, and now with molecular work that we are working, we're trying to get, that's why the new species are coming in. So just for taxonomy itself will be a lifetime. That's why we need to, work together with lots of people, from fish, from insects, from, insects is a big group, so that data is missing. And my lifetime will not be enough. Exactly, sir.
The presentation was good.
Thank you, sir.
But at the end of the presentation, I wanted to see concise, holistic blueprint on its conservation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is what has been done, or this can be done. I saw it somewhere in parts.
Okay.
There was one slide which
SDG, the SDGs. So that is the summary, but of course, lack of time, I just run through.
That should have been slightly more emphasized.
Okay, sir. We'll do that.
Instead of few things, you can shorten, skip, rather elaborate about the caves and all. Give your actual idea to collect.
We are not only talking or presenting biodiversity, we have to take care of the second goal which comes with that is conservation.
And water
Yes, last year, Javi.
because we adopt that technology in the field. It's a difference.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Should I call next? SRC Chennai. Yes. You need mine? It's a team 10 SRC Chennai. Team 10.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon everyone. And my name is Dhanabalan. the American College, Madurai, and presently right now I am joined in ZSI-WRC, Southern Regional Center, Chennai. Because of that, by starting this presentation, this is an interesting species you haven't met because we have after we slept, these guys will be wake up. So basically, these guys are nocturnal species. So this work have to be. This is the work which has done by we like to protect this species in a particular area. So we can go through. And what is this work is conservation of small mammals in human-dominated landscapes. A case study on grey slender loris lidicranus in Madurai, Tamil Nadu, India. Before starting this species, I have to tell one thing is like why I have started this work is like while I have me and my friends when we are driving one day in national highways, we have seen many things which was a road accident species. Even on that time, I might not know these are the guys are nocturnal species or these are considered primates, not even know. While I have started this thing, I have searched many things and I have done this work, and these are the things we are going to see. In that particular study area, what are all the small mammals in that particular area is, these are called as Madras hedgehogs, Parancinasis nudiventris, and which is known as also called as barbelled hedgehogs, which was native to the southern India. And first 1 minute I have to tell you is, in southern region center I got a topic which is called as Eastern Ghats biodiversity. Even in compared to Western Ghats diversity, Eastern Ghats is like unbreakable, but also we can see the enough of diversity. Also these are some nocturnal primates and nocturnal mammals should we have some help or to be conserved during night time, because of like during night time there is not that much easy to be done. So we have data, and according to this is a Madras hedgehog which is also there in my study area. But it is, I have seen only once, but I haven't seen a lot of time. But because of the IUCN, it is like it is a least concern. But my work is on this grey slender loris lidicranus. And because going inside, this loris comes under the family Lorisidae. Because I have told you that this is a nocturnal animal. And one thing it is, they will be using defense, for the defense they will be using a frozen stand, and they are the solitary animal. We can't even see the animal will be as a one. And one thing is, see this defense frozen stand, I will be explaining it later. And according to IUCN, this particular species is near to threatened. As through my data, these species are near to maximum endangered. And you can see what are all some other species like Loris grey slender loris, and these are red slender loris, and this is slow loris. Grey slender loris which is endemic to Eastern Ghats, and also red slender loris is Loris tardigradus which only present in Sri Lanka, and slow loris which is nativus which is Bengal slow loris, Miami slow loris which is present in the north part. And you can see these are the grey slender loris which I have what I have studied in my part, and these are the red slender loris which present in Sri Lanka. And also while once I have visited field trip to Kanyakumari Wildlife Sanctuary, I have seen that these red slender loris is also there in Kanyakumari Wildlife Sanctuary. And these are the species of this slow loris which is presented in north part, and these are grey slender and this is red slender loris. And you can see these are all the distribution and abundance of these grey slender loris all over the India. You can see particularly the grey slender loris. According to this Western Ghats, one more subspecies is there that is called as Malabar loris, which is called as Loris lidicranus malabaricus. That species might be seen only in Western Ghats. This grey slender loris is specifically endemic to southern Eastern Ghats, which is my part on this study. And see what are all the abstract. This study is to be study the distribution of grey slender loris in Madurai district, Tamil Nadu, and to identify the threats and to be conservation of the grey slender loris in the Madurai district, Tamil Nadu, and to study also the behavior changes of the grey slender loris in the human dominated landscapes. And see, these are the methodology what I have followed, which I have carried a nocturnal survey for according to like in the part of my study area, Madurai district in different vegetations. This thing was conducted, survey was conducted from November 2023 to August 2024, and also now also this work has been continued from 24 to this 25 by my one of the junior, Jasmine Smile. And this study area, for this study area, why I have chosen is these study areas near to the national highways, because these villages has been near to the national highways. So I have chosen this part, and also these lorries distribution is highly seen in this particular area. Like Madurai is southern Eastern Ghats, and what are the study areas? Kesapatti, Kambur, Sekkipatti, and which is located near to the Alagar Hills Reserve Forest, and Chatrapatti, and located in Kilomalai Reserve Forest, Erattalmalai Reserve Forest in Padipatti, near to Palamedu, Madurai, and these villages has enhanced of abundance of trees and bushes. Mostly these Western Ghats and area is dry deciduous forest, and so this mostly these slender lorries has been adapted to this particular area. And see, this is my study area. Like you can see, this is the part of Madurai. I have chosen the north part of the area, which is enhanced distribution of these lorries, and also on thread system. And see, these are the administrators and taluks of range, which is forest vegetation types. I have chosen is on these 6 types. 6 different vegetations. We have these are I have told already. These are the study area, and this we have separated what according to the vegetation type, private plantation, and also like the farmland and scrub area, and also the deciduous forest like state forest area. And you can see how much of hectares and which is carried on this study area. Like Kesapatti contained 2,385. And Kambur is 1,574, and Chatrapatti is 507, and Erattalmalai is 4224, and Kilomalai is 3775, and Sekkipatti is 280. And how we can identify the species? This is very hard to be identified, because I have told you this is a nocturnal species. So what is the main thing to identify the species is with the help of what we have. It is like with the help of torch. I have just used these 2 torches to identify this species over the night, because I have worked because of the lorries activity is morely seen in after 11 o'clock to 2 a.m. So I have been spend lot of my time in night time, and even I will be sleeping at the classes during the morning time. Even the teachers will allow me, okay, that lorry is fine, he can sleep, okay, they will be saying like that. And you can see I have told how to identify. If regards we have focused during the torchlight, it will be showing the orange red high shine, which is responsible to the flashlight as being seen from the even from long distance for the lowers, and showing the image. This is due to the Tibetan lucidum, which is present in the eye. This is basically it is present in all over the nocturnal animals, which is present at night time. And why we are, what are the threats they have faced this lorries is like habitat loss. During what are the habitat losses, you can know recently the central government has proposed the tungsten mining in Madurai, you know, right? If they have announced it was sanctioned, this lorries population will be that will be done in that particular area, because that location is the prime location for the lorries. During that time I was surveyed, that is Aditapatti, near to that tungsten they have announced that place. And also the illegal minings and quarries activities which was done in that particular area is also got threatened by these lorries to be change their habitat, and even due to their sound and sound pollution noises, and they have been shifted, many lorries has been shifted from the particular area. And we have come to this poaching, and specifically poaching. You have noted that the village people, what they have said to me is they will be using this lorries for magical, like black magic. Even now also they are using this lorries. They will be catching it, black out the eyes. They will be using it for a black magic for a long time. And also these species has been illegally well for a trade to be has been shifted to some other places. It was also said by the local village people. And road accidents. And before in the introduction, I have told you one thing, right? These lorries will be using the defense that frozen stand. That is their only minus, because these guys will not able to be even they can't walk fastly, they can run fastly. If you suddenly met a lorry, it will be stand like this, like frozen. If they will be can't able to move that much fast, See, these lorries can be cross the road while the car is coming. They can't able to move. Even it's a primate, it will run. These guys can't able to move, so they will be using that frozen stand. They will be hidden. So many lorries has been hidden during this survey, and even I have seen many lorries in the dead specimens also. And we have rescued some lorries in the highways which are near to travel the road, and we have rescued, but we have not threatened that species. And for conservation effort, even though the Tamil Nadu government has been initiated the slender loris sanctuary, might not know, there is a slender loris sanctuary in Kadavur slender loris wildlife sanctuary, which was is initiated the first sanctuary by the Tamil Nadu government for the nocturnal animal officially in 2022. And this sanctuary covers 118.6 kilometers square in the Kadavur district, Tindikal district. And this proposal of this project or this area is to be protect this endemic species in the particular area. And results. Well, coming to results, according to this study, I have told like November 2022 to March 2024, all over we have covered 142 kilometers in the 6 different areas by the nocturnal survey, and also we have identified the vegetation and the presence of loris in the particular flora, and also we have found totally 3 to 6 individuals were recorded during the survey was done by me, and the survey was carried with the help also by the unique whistling sound. Sir, may I play the voice of the slender loris? This is very interesting. Like with the help of this voice only we can identify the species, or else we have to be sitting at the whole night. You hear that whistling sound? That is the whistling sound. It's very crazy that it is coming. It is a sound. It is not the sound. After eating the ant, this loris is making a sound by that. Ant was eaten the tongue, so this loris is making a sound for this. And also one thing is there is a different 18 voice communications there for a slender loris, which was given by the H.M. Kumara. He is a director of SACON, who was worked 10 years back on this loris and 2006 on this loris. And we'll go to this these slender loris is the high abundance and the cultivated area. Mostly these slender loris has been adapted to the plantation area and with adapted to the people mixed deciduous forest and even. And these are the survey was conducted through nocturnal. Around we covered the 10 kilometers per day with using the walking and also with the vehicle survey. And as you can see, I have told 326 individuals are identified in different area. And these are all the 32 specific flora which was identified during this particular part. The presence of the loris, you can see. And these are all the images which I have taken, and the 100% all the images and all the data was me, not by taken in Google or something. It is my hard work. And these images was taken at 2 a.m., 1 a.m., 3 a.m. at noon time. And you can see these are all the identification. You can see this reflecting a reflection of ice. Even I have lifted many trees to see the loris. I have faced many challenges. And these are my field images. You can see mostly I have told it is a dry deciduous. Mostly this spines or trees will be there, too hard to be seen. And these are all the board erected by our college, awareness to keep awareness to the people. Our college is located in the highways, so our college has done this board to aware the people to drive slowly. This is the slender loris corridor is there. And solution, even though this species has been nocturnal, and also this species, what the main threatens is people who in the village they have threatened the species, they kill that species. But after we given the awareness to the people, they are telling us, oh, this species unique to that our area. So they are also started with protecting with us this species. And also that, and these animals have been very slow move, and lesser canopies to be there in the not that much of biodiversity like Western Ghats, like Eastern Ghats is this dry deciduous, so they can't move, not able to move that much enough in particular area. And awareness which was given to be the entire village people, and they have just told after this awareness they are telling this is the. And these are all the references I have told you that, sir, I have followed the H.M. Kumara sir, who is the second director. He is the last worker on this loris. and I acknowledge my guide, Dr. Rajesh, American College, and Dr. K. Subramanian, Scientific SRC, is one who motivated me and my guide. And these are all my friends. Even though they have refused that, please don't add our photos in that slide because it is your 100% work. But I have added my friend's photograph. He is with me, one who have been with all the time. And this guy, I have told, he is continuing the work to save the loris. And one more thing, people are the opinion that the larger animals are more important than the smaller ones. But the importance for the environmentalists, they are all depends on each other. Loris plays a vital role in ecosystem. Thank you.
What is the staple food of loris?
So, even though loris is overall the loris is omnivorous, particularly this place under loris is an insectivorous. Mainly, it will be eating the red ants like dragonflies, and also it will be eating the plants.
Because animal is nocturnal.
Yes, sir, nocturnal.
So, what kind of food they prefer? Because in the night time, even insects are also very difficult. Because have you observed any time that when you put a torch?
Sir, like I have mentioned in that flora what we have identified, sir, in that mostly we have identified in private plantation, in particularly in mango plantation right now, sir. In that mango tree, that flower, the red ants will be attracted more on to that.
It's okay because red ants they make their nests, on the top of tree and all. But other than that, because mango is a seasonal fruit, and other insects will not be there. If there is an inflorescence, then only the insects will be attracted to that kind of thing. What is it? I mean, you can. This is a field where you can add to their food and their food. So when you put a torch in that particular light, also there will be some insects which will be attracted to even that much, moths especially.
Even though we have identified these species in different areas, but it will be differs in the reserve forest and the private plantations, sir. Like in reserve forest, you can only even you can see the loris in nearby, but in private plantation, due to many threats, these species particularly.
It's okay because you see every animal needs protection. So accordingly, they will adjust their existence in that area. So we cannot say that they don't come to the forest, the private plantation, and they are strictly remaining inside the forest.
Like this, we have recorded that mostly the loris is be spotted in the peak of the trees. We identified that it will be eating the ants and also some dragonflies and also the plant scales. Sounds. So that thing with fluid, sir, like plant fluid. And also this data is for things like this data is near to the highways. So this data is might be helping to the thing to be protected, sir. This road accidents and all, and we have given this thesis to forest department, but they haven't taken any.
What is your conservation strategy?
Ma'am, our conservation strategy is to be protected that loris which was near to the highways, ma'am. We are having the data that what is the richness of the fish species present in particular area. Behalf of that, we have to, and also some illegal mining, sir. There was been land in that particular area. We can't be interfere in that.
But what?
What hunting? Like hunting, we haven't faced hunting. So there is no even for hunting is not that much threat for this loris because of the nocturnal. After 11 only it will be mostly activated.
Poachers and hunters.
Sir, but now it is like reduced. But previous days and only village they will be using it for black magic regularly.
Still it is that kind of practice.
Sir, no sir. Now it is not that much.
Yeah, your work is good, hard work, I do understand. But one thing is missing in this work. You should have come up with some very clear-cut conservation strategies. We have worked, you know the species, you know when they are seen, what are the probable threats, but how conservation can be done. We wanted to see a very concrete plan, which is
because of this nocturnal only we have faced this road accidents and this illegal mining. Illegal mining we can't able to tell them about that. But road accidents we can be able to reduce the road accidents by keeping this awareness boards near to that highway entrance particularly. The particular area where these water is.
Team 11, Gopalpur. EBRC Gopal.
Imagine a place where river meets the sea, a magic melting pot where fresh water and salt water dance together to give birth to an ecological symphony of life. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected jury members, respected members of WRC Pune, and my fellow participants. My name is Shubham Mahapatra, and my teammates are Swati Pradhan, Sahil Samseralam. We belong to College of Forestry, and we have opportunity to present you before you assurance biodiversity. So, to begin with, what are estuaries? So, estuaries are semi-enclosed coastal body where fresh water from rivers meet with the salt water from sea. Okay. Next, there is the definition of biodiversity. Okay, so section 2B of Biodiversity Act explains that biodiversity is variability among living organisms from all sources, including ecosystem and the ecological complex they are part of. This includes diversity within species and also of the ecosystem. Next is estuarine biodiversity. So estuaries are fully filled with high biodiversity. What are the reasons? The reasons are salinity gradient, diverse habitats, the transition zones and wave actions. Now moving on to biota of estuarine biodiversity. The first is primary producer, then there are infauna, meofauna, epifauna and lastly predators. Now, estuarine biodiversity have two components, flora and fauna. In flora, we have mangroves, seagrasses and short mass. In fauna, we have again two components, invertebrates and vertebrates. In invertebrates, we have the crustaceans, mollusks, the sea animal and the sea cucumber. Moving on, these are the example of apes, pisces, reptiles, mammals, amphibians. Now moving on to the core of the topic, some case studies and problems and solutions. So first is a case study of mangrove afforestation. So we all know that mangroves are very resilient to climatic actions like climatic disasters like storms. But do you know that mangroves act as a catchment area and they help in reducing soil erosion? And also we can use mangroves as a primary producer to form a food chain in which we can have many different diversities. Next is how to monitor
Come back.
how to monitor Okay, sorry for the interruption. Now moving on. So how do we monitor an degrading mangrove? So the photos that I have attached, these are the NDVI data we have taken through the use of MODIS app. So it is a comparison of 2010 and 2020 of Bhitarkanika National Park. So we can see in the core area. So in this area we can see that there is a color difference. It is slightly more greener, and this part is yellowish. So in this we can see that there has been forest degradation or mangrove degradation. So how we are actually monitoring it through the use of GIS system. In GIS system we will use Landsat data, and by the comparison of vegetative area index, the vegetative area index, that is normalized differential vegetation index. Through using that, we can actually compare the vegetative area index. And an example of this is OFMS app used in Odisha. Okay, next is decreasing dugong population. So the main factor regarding this is pollution. Then there is mechanized fishing, illegal poaching, and infrastructure being developed in coastal areas. For this, the probable solutions can be used for pollution. There can be use of management action plan, like for example, Miti River Rejuvenation Project by MMRDA. Then, as we know that coasts are very eco-sensitive areas, so we should have some laws that can actually restrict or legal action can be taken against these infrastructure projects. Next is a success story of Mangalajodi. Mangalajodi is actually it's a part of Chilika. So Mangalajodi was earlier called a poacher's heaven, but now it has transformed into a bird's paradise. The reason, the most specific reason is that there is a change of livelihood of the people. How this has happened? Due to the relentless effort of CDA, that is Chilika Development Authority, which has working in tandem with the peoples, the local peoples, and what they do, they actually provided them education about what are the high biodiversity of the birds that they receive. So facts about Mangalajodi currently are they are actually host of 2 to 3 lakhs migratory birds in the winter season, and they have almost 230 bird species during the winter season. These are census data. Next, it is IBA is important bird area. It was designated important bird area by BirdLife International. Next is a situation decreasing estuarine biodiversity on Godavari estuary. So the main reasons were again overfishing, mangrove degradation, pollution and eutrophication, and climate change and rise in sea level. So what are the measures we can take? For fishing, for overfishing, we can use standard mesh size. So I have attached standard mesh size data by Alvin Rao in his report 2023. Next, there is aquaculture. We should promote aquaculture, and for promoting aquaculture, we have a national scheme, that is Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, which has been widely being used in the northeastern states and also in states of Andhra Pradesh. This will lead to Brew Revolution project actually. Now we will move to the core aim of this hackathon: innovative solutions and policies. So I am a big fan of integration, and why I have a question that why should we use research and development on projects which are already being done, and why we should not look after how we can integrate 2, 3, 4 such projects into a larger biodiversity solution. So remote sensing and satellite monitoring. This can be done. This is a real-time data analysis which we do through satellite. The tools used are Sentinel and Landsat. Then there is eDNA monitoring. This is actually a breakthrough in science in which we do not actually need to capture the species. The species which lives in a habitat, it lives in some stresses in the habitat, like its feces, its urine sample. So eDNA is actually environmental DNA, and this eDNA is how it is done. It is actually real-time eDNA analysis by using of qPCR technology. qPCR stands for qualitative polymerase chain reaction technique. Next, there is autonomous underwater vehicle and drone. By use of drone, we can do habitat mapping and we can also analyze what are the illegal developments or erosion hotspots. Next, there is citizen science app like iNaturalist and eBird. So a movement, according to me, can be called success only when there is an involvement of masses. So masses make a movement successful. So how we will educate the masses through such apps like iNaturalist and eBird. In my state, Nandankanan is a very wide zoo. So it has a weekly in Sunday. There is a weekly program in which school students are actually there. The school students they voluntarily participate in bird watching, and there is also some bio blitz sessions in which the younger generation are promoted and they are known about the biodiversity around them. Next is the use of AI for biodiversity modeling. By use of AI, we can predict impacts of climate change and its relevance in present scenario. Then there is eco-engineering and smart restoration. Use of bioengineering techniques. By use of bioengineering techniques, we can actually enhance the natural vegetation by making some simulations. Then what are the tools? The tools will be 3D printed natural estuary structures. Now this is a completely new topic which I have actually innovated, or my team has innovated. We want actually a specific policy for estuarine biodiversity. A specific policy. We have actually policies that support estuarine biodiversity like Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2022, Environment Protection Act 1986, Convention on Biological Diversity, and we have also Coastal Regulation Zone Notification 2019. But we do not have any specific law which will protect estuarine biodiversity. So we want an Estuarine Biodiversity Resilience and Innovation Policy (EBRIP), whose objective will be to establish a dynamic, tech-enabled, community-driven estuarine biodiversity conservation. So, from where we actually derive this idea? We derive this idea from foreign countries. So, foreign countries like USA, they have many organizations like Restore America's Estuary, National Estuarine Research Reserve Systems, which celebrate National Estuaries Weeks. National Estuaries Week. In this week, what they do? The federal lawmakers they demonstrate their commitment to saving the estuaries by showing the resolutions that are passed through the Senate and House of Representatives. So till now we have understood about estuarine biodiversity, what are the problems they are facing, but do you know why this estuary is so important? From acting as nursery for marine life to helping in carbon sequestration, from acting as biodiversity hotspot to providing economic contribution of billions. The estuarine biodiversity are nature's dynamic solution in which the fresh water meets salt water. Next is the threats. So we all know that there are two sides of a coin. So the estuarine biodiversity are very biologically rich, but they are the most exploited ecosystems. Why? Because they face threats from every aspect. Like first is anthropogenic threats such as eutrophication, habitat loss, pollution, overexploitation, etc., and unending list of disturbances caused by us. Next is natural threats. So sea levels are rising, swallowing marshlands. Then Then there are biological threats. So what was earlier a life enriched area has now become a biological ghost land due to alien invasion. Next, there are chemical threats like the pesticides, insecticides, and every drop of chemical which is actually deterring the water zones. Then there is the most common threat, that is physical threat, which is given to us, to the estuaries in form of infrastructure development. Now some conservation of biodiversity. So for conservation of biodiversity, research and monitoring is required because what we do not understand that we cannot implement. So first we have to research, we have to monitor, and we have to innovate. Next there is habitat restoration. Then there is Biological Diversity Act, which actually supports access benefit sharing. Then there is, as we know that there are 17 goals, SDG goals provided to us by UN to complete by 2030. So SDG 14, that is life below water, in this nature and biodiversity comes. And sustainable living practices. Sustainable living practices is not actually about survivability. This is about sustainability. Now, this is a case study or a success story of a premier institute, ZSI, in the conservation of estuarine biodiversity, especially olive ridley turtles. So, 12,000 olive ridley turtles, female olive ridley turtles were tagged, and among them, 553 have returned. And this year, in Odisha, Rusikulya and Gahirmatha, we have 6.98 lakh nesting we have observed. So, in conclusion, I would like to say that this is where we end. Is this where the story ends or it begins? We have seen the beauty, we have witnessed the threats, and we have understood the silence. Now we must face the truth. Estuary dies, coast dies, ocean dies, ocean dies, humanity perishes. These are the reference I used. And thank you.
How many times you have been to the estuary?
So, 6-7 times.
Only 6-7 times.
Sir.
And based on your 6-7 visits, you
Sir, based on 6-7 visits. No, sir. Actually, I am belonging to forestry background, so my study belongs to this area only. So, with practical knowledge, also theoretical knowledge I applied. Means I my team.
at least I didn't understand any conservation strategy.
Sir,
whatever you have put, your confidence level was very high. But I couldn't see any very clear-cut strategy, conservation strategy to conserve typical estuaries in your area or typical conservation strategy.
Sir, we can provide livelihood option which I told sir. An alternative livelihood can act as a conservation.
What is the novelty? What is the innovation? Where is conservation? So these are general things which are available.
Sir, my topic was that how can we integrate these things into.
So you should have put a good case study, So we couldn't see any application, any case study, any conservation strategy, any impact, whether positive or negative in your presentation.
So I have provided two cases.
I don't see the impact. I don't know.
Okay, but what strategies you will suggest in order to protect our
We can go for real-time data analysis like using satellite data. Like it is being used for mangrove degradation, which I told. It is already being done in through OFMS app. Actually, I do not have time, that's why I couldn't explain. But actually, in OFMS app, there is also a fire management system. So through that, we can get real-time data of fire. So that app we can also use
we
for
are
education.
here, we are here to look at typical strategies, innovation, to conserve biodiversity. So, was it visible?
Well, in my opinion, your presentation was absolutely very good. It was something like a broad spectrum antibiotic. So you have come very good. I mean, your topic was nice, but you haven't come out with any specific, idea. Because you are talking of, sometimes you are talking of some big issue. Sometimes you are talking of particular species. For example, dugong you referred to. This was a broad spectrum, very good. I mean, at least for some people who haven't visited the sea coast, they have got idea of what is estuary and estuarine biodiversity. It was very nice. But as sir said that you should have come out with some specific, because some laws are in place there. You want specific law for estuarine conservation. It is not possible. And some things can be done at a local administration can also implement that. For that you don't need to have a central intervention for creating a new law for estuarism.
Sir,
because all other laws you have mentioned, they are in place and they can help you to protect estuaries also.
sir, if we want that estuarine biodiversity should be the hot topic, then sir, we have to bring policies.
Under all the laws, everything is covered. No specific, you can of course as a Odia man, you can propose that we want this. But that can be done at a local level. No? It's not that the center should bring out some law for that. Otherwise, every state having something unique in that particular state will ask for the law. And there won't be any control. And this is my opinion. You are right at your own place to have this kind of policy to actually protect. But all laws are in place.
Thank you.
Your presentation was good and I appreciate your efforts. But your things, whatever you give information, those information were straight out. So we were expecting the concise conservation strategies. You told few strategies, but it's okay. I am satisfied with your presentation, but you have to be focused on a particular point. That was the expectation. Yes, thank you.
Now we will break for 10 minutes because I can see some of the people are feeling drowsy. So we will break for 10 minutes. Yawning, yeah. So 10 minutes, immediately we have to come here. It is arranged. Again in the garden it is arranged. Evening snacks or like refreshments we will have and then we'll come back. So yours is
Check the diary.
Where is your? You have to do the checkout also. And from where you have to get the goods?
Check the diary. Check something. विशाल नगर
डायरी तो इधर है चक्कर डायरी द डाबी चौक so you have to take a cab and then you have to by 6 o'clock we try to finish it. Bus, they have got bus. They have got so it will be done. Thank you. Enjoy your evening snacks. You all are feeling but drowsy. Oh, he gone here. नाम बड़ा अच्छा लगा इसने रखा है सभी ने क्या वो इनका बड़ा अच्छा लगा मुझे शिलोंग वाले ना कैन क्या उनका था ऐप कैनवस समथिंग कैनवस
हाँ भाई ये है ना वाली भी कारगिल
कौन है कारगिल से
अरे they are from
oh my god we should salute you
he has wanted I think
My God, I really appreciate and really I am really humbled by seeing your spirit.
Actually, वहाँ से हमारे जो students थे, थोड़ा सा trouble में आ गए. Actually, we have to.
मैंने बोला ना, जो आना चाहता है वो कैसे भी आता है. वो
रास्ते में हमें करने हुआ. That time we were traveling from Leh to Kargil, and then to Srinagar, अगले दिन सुबह मुंबई, then मुंबई से पुणे by train, and then आज रात को फिर we have flight to Delhi. More details.
Next is coming.
अरे ये MPRC से कौन आया है क्या टीम? कल MPRC के बाद सोने के बाद पटना. अरे ये बता खोले कहाँ से आए? पटना.
पटना का भी सिकुलर नहीं आएगा और
अरे इनको नाम लिखिए. शबनम वो जी का एक मिनट
आप आ जाना बेटे. यहाँ पे दो. किसका रह रहा है? आपका रह रहा है? किसका रह रहा है? आपका नहीं होना?
लास्ट विकेट का एक बॉल डालता है. अरे सभी ने प्रेजेंटेशन अच्छा किया. बिल्कुल डर ऐसा चेहरा करके मत जाओ. ठीक है, सभी का अच्छा हुआ है. एवरीबॉडी और नेशनल लेवल पे जाना ही बड़ी बात है. ये जो है ना, ये पार्टिसिपेंट के लिए है और ये तो टीम के लिए, जिनके ये 5 3 लोग. ये यहाँ से कितने लोग? कितने? 5 लोग. वो 5 छोड़ दी. हाँ तो वही तो बोल रही ना वो. She is saying that only.
चलो आप लोग भी चाय बात नहीं है.
ये अंदर अपने नहीं तो अपने हाथ में ले लो. अरे मार्क्स वाला है. आओ. ये ऐसा देखते हैं ना. प्रॉपर देना है. ये लोग हैं. ये 3 लोग और बचे. हम वही लोग. हाँ इसको रखो. ये इधर वाला है ना. जजेस का साथ ही
चाय की हो गया तो पी लेंगे।
Now, and my brother has a yeah, I don't know. நான் என்ன பண்ணுவேன் उदय प्रेजेंटेशन लोड करो. MBRC चेन्नई. वहीं पे बोलिए ना आप. They will come. Start. Yes, you start.
2021 to 2030 has been declared the Ocean Decade by the United Nations, which aligns with the Sustainable Goal number 14, Life Below Water. So the motto of the Ocean Decade is the science we need for the ocean we want. So talking about science, science doesn't mean biological sciences. It means the thriving science of technology which is required to conserve the ocean. So on this note, we are here, Team Seattle, to present our prototype that we have proposed to turn the tide in the marine conservation. Why we have chosen this particular prototype is because I've personally been working with the local community, fishermen community, where I've been meeting them on various research purposes, where these people, I'm from Chennai. So Chennai is a coastal region where the entire Chennai is a coastal community where there are fishermen. So I've met them frequently for my research work, and what I have noticed is all of the fishermen have so much knowledge within them. So the traditional knowledge that we do not know as research people, research fellows, they have immense knowledge. So to inculcate the knowledge from the local community in a prototype which can be accessed by all the researchers, scientists, and even the local communities. So that is our main motive. So here the problems which are already existing in the present apps are we have connectivity issues, which is like when we talk about coastal communities, there is no internet connectivity signal along the coast. So that is one of the major issues which the apps have been facing. So another is language and cost. There are many apps which are present, but the language is only single language, that is in English. So this is also another reason why we would want to develop an app. And we have fragmented data, or very less data is present, but it is in fragments. Everything doesn't come in one app. So each app has different data. And citizen engagement. It is mainly for scientists and institutes, but the local community in general public is not able to access. So these are all the major drawbacks that the apps have been facing. So our solution to such problems is the Seattle. That is, we will be developing. This is a prototype. So here we will make a hybrid app which will work both online and offline. Offline will be we can record the data offline, but when you get the network, it will be synced online. So that will be the hybrid mode. And we have multilingual, that is, we'll always include all the coastal languages throughout India, which will include Tamil, Hindi, English also will be there, Marathi, Odisha, all the languages along the coastline will be included there, and also the indigenous languages as well. And as we all talked about AI integration in all the prototypes, we also have our AI integrated feature here. Gamification, this is one of the most interesting parts, where the games are not where the kids play, but here we'll be seeing in the prototype what I'll further explain about it. And we also have GPS enabled tracking. We'll talk about the technical terms in further presentation. So these are some of the things, and we also have security, which is like we have WhatsApp where it is end-to-end encrypted. So our data will not be shared. Our personal data will be stored in our own mobile device and it won't be shared to anybody else. So why this prototype Seattle is unique? Because we have other apps like Jalchar by DNHS, and we have iNaturalist, Samudra, which are all for marine features. But there is a drawback where these apps only focus on one particular thing and not the entire part of the marine ecosystem. So they don't have all the languages. They mainly focus on English, Hindi, Marathi, and Gujarati, which comes to Jalchar, which is by DNHS. So here we are planning to integrate multiple languages, and we are also taking the data offline and online, which will be synced later. And these apps, for example, they are very specific to the locations. For example, Jalchar is only mainly operated in Maharashtra, and other iNatural is global, but it is only in English. And Samudra is also not about any other aspect other than tsunami, SOS threats.
and something related to that, not very in depth about the conservation aspect. So, as I already mentioned, unique values are language, multilingual, offline and online data access, and we have tailored AI instinct. So, we coming to our targets. So, primarily we target the coastal communities since they have most traditional knowledge because they have been living there from the kids. So, they know their place better. They have a better sense of place and understanding. So, the primary target will be the coastal communities, which also includes children. Children also have knowledge since they are grown in the same environment. Secondly will be the NGOs. So the NGOs will, we can give access to the data for the NGOs and the conservation groups through our prototype that it is developed into an app. And thirdly, all this data will be collectively given to the government and research institutes. So all this will be basically citizen science database. So this will be how it will be in the market. So coming to the feasibility, it will be very operational because it is led by the community. The community, all the local, anybody, any one of us can use the app and we can give the data. And then technically we have softwares to reduce the size of the app. When I talk about offline and online, offline apps require more storage. Generally, if it is online, all the data will be synced online. But if it's offline, your phone memory will be increased. So the app space will be, the app will require more space. We have softwares like APK software, which can help reduce the data storage. And since it is synchronous, we can also sync it to online as soon as we get the requirement. So technically, that will be easier. And we also have AI species identification models. We have fast models like TensorLite, 4ML. Which are both used in Android and iOS. So usually we have apps separately for Android and separately for iOS. So certain apps cannot be used in Android. So we have two different apps. But this TensorLite and 4ML will be able to function both in iOS and Android. So that will be a unique feature of this prototype. And for Hackathon, how it is ready, because we can incorporate all these technologies in involving the traditional knowledge and AI driven for the Hackathon. That's why we feel this app is Hackathon ready. So coming to the customer sustainability, we can have partnerships with the NGOs so that this app will sustain with itself. Instead of us always keeping a check on it, it will be self-sustained. And we also have we can have community workshops where we train the community on using this app. And we can also share word of mouth. And we have all the digital social platforms where this app can be published. So the market research, almost 250 million plus target population is there, among which 4 million plus are fishermen. And according to the survey that I've already done, all the fishermen in the community, they have at least one smartphone in their house. At least in Tamil Nadu, I've done this survey where in Tamil Nadu it is already mandatory for every school child to have a smartphone in the house, because the syllabus has QR codes and all the boys study material. So all the fishermen have at least one smartphone in their houses. So this is very much feasible even in local community of fishermen. So this can also be extended globally. Coming to the market side, so this is going to be a direct user base. Anybody can use. It is for the public, open to public, and a citizen science market where the community can help the researchers collect data, and the community, as in the local community who are living there, who've been there, so they will be able to give us data. We normally take surveys with fishermen. So they here, even without us going and collecting survey, they can upload the data online in the app. So it will be an easier method for us to conduct our research in a smooth manner. And then we have conservation tech and environment data market, where AI tools and all the GPS tools are installed. And this, if an app has all these tools, it is very it is a breakthrough in the market of conservation and environment data. It is going to be a major hit, and it would be very successful globally in both of these markets. So coming to the key features of our app, We have, this is just a prototype that we have created. So we have report citing. Here what they do, marine sighting and ghost net. Team number 1 mentioned that horseshoe crabs there are ghost nets through which the horseshoe crabs population is declining. So we have an inbuilt system where the ghost nets can be detected. So for example, already the nets they have since in Chennai this year during January and February we had almost 1,100 olive ridley turtles getting stuck in the net and washing ashore. So this is one of the biggest threats in the Tamil Nadu coastal region. So by spotting these ghost nets, like we can attach trackers. Already there is TED available for the nets, but they haven't been using. Maybe the government will take further steps. So additionally, we have ghosted trackers, GPS trackers. It will be easier for us to track such ghosted nets, and we can be able to collect with the help of the fishermen community. So with their participation in this. So they can report any, if there's any animal dead, like olive ridley turtle, they can upload a picture and they can, they don't know the name in English, they can talk in their own language, that is Tamil in South India or any other language, and they can upload the name and the location. They can also give description if they don't know what the species is. This will be the GPS tracker for the ghost net. We also have SOS threat bucket where they can report a threat. For example, if something, we also had an oil spill in Chennai in 2023 by CPCL that was near Ennur. Ennur is a place where there are multiple number of industrial thermal power plants and petroleum refineries and all that. We had an oil spill. Had this app or something like this been there, they could have shared an SOS through which it would have reached the authorities immediately. Then it was an overnight oil spill. So the entire night, the whole city of Ennur was covered with oil, and it was also during the recovery time of flood. Mostly in Chennai during December and January we have heavy floods. So along with the water, the oil mixed, and it was such a big disaster. We lost so much biodiversity near the creek and in the freshwater river and all, even in the canal, Buckingham Canal. So if this app had there that time, it would have been safe. The effect might have been minimized. We also have some interesting feature like the marine world. Like we all use Facebook, Instagram. So all of us like using such apps. So here we can add podcast. So if people cannot read, it can be multilingual Tamil or whatever language they like. So they can listen to important news that is based on the marine ecosystem. We have games like marine bingo. If they spot any animal, they can just play bingo with it. So it's all fun factors that we have. We can also have documentaries. So this will be the leaderboard. If they report anything or if they are involving in our app, we'll give them points, and they'll also have badges and points. So that can be redeemed real time. Like for example, there is a blue flag beach that's going to come up in Chennai. So if they are engaging there, so they will get discount for the entry fee. So that will be an interesting feature. Not just kids, but people who are more than 40, who have retired. Anybody would like discounts. We all love discounts. So we always will maybe put an effort to use this app so that we get discounts and we go there in a less concession. So that is one important feature that we have. So globally, we can extend this app. Sustainability, coming to the sustainability part, we can have CSR funds. CSR funds are doing, and we have TN Rise, Tamil Nadu Rise, which is a funding agency for women-led startups. So they are focusing on it. IIT Madras is also Pravartak. They are also ready to fund such apps which help in conservation. So these are all how it can be sustainable. So it can also be made into policy level by taking this to students and incorporating it in education. I've been working in an NGO as an educator. I used to educate middle school students about environment education and restoration, ecology. So I've been involving with students in the last 3 years. So I know how important and impactful this can be towards students. So that will be an amazing thing if it comes under the policy. And AI, we will keep developing our app based on the comments from the customers. So if they are, if they come report anything, it will be helpful. So
that's it about the app, Zoological references. I would like to quote, we will not protect what we don't love, we can't love what we don't understand. So first we need to understand what it is, and only then we can start loving it. So our prototype CRO highlights all the important features that needs to be understood and commented. We have a prototype, just a website link.
We got the dealer. You are,
we have a web app. We have a web app. Implementation without the app, it's not possible. Survey level I have done. I've been doing since last 2 years as a part of my NGO work. Once the app is ready, we can check for the app how we can do it. The app is not ready, just a prototype. Yeah, we were asked to present a prototype as a proposal.
nice.
Can we just show we got here? We still have 2 more teams.
Your idea is very clear. You are an educator already. Yeah. How much money would you need to take this app to the final stage? How much funding would you need?
Around 10
What is
lakhs.
10
lakhs.
10 L.
Yes.
10 L. Have you approached any IT company or something like that?
CSR, I've been in contact with TCL, Tata Consultants Limited, and then TN Rice, Tamil Nadu RISC, that is a funding agency which funds women-led projects or women entrepreneurs.
So are they ready to fund this?
Yeah, they are ready to fund it. If we are willing and passionate about it, they said they will help us.
Okay. And can you patent this?
Yes, definitely.
Is it patented? Have you applied for a patent?
No, after this, we thought we'll release it outside. Until then, it will be.
Because they cannot put this outside, no? Otherwise,
Yeah,
they
but I
cannot
came to
bring
know. I
this.
saw it presentation.
After this, we can patent it.
Very good.
So nice presentation. Thank you. Very nice. Nicely she has presented.
One thing I can say, you must be a very good teacher.
Yeah.
Team 13, HARC Solar.
Respected jury members, scientific and non-scientific staff of WRC Pune and my fellow participants, a very good afternoon to all of you. I am Dr. Bashar Ali, and along with me is Mr. Sandhin Yangjo and Mr. Sandhin Paldan. We are a team from University of Ladakh and representing the High Altitude Regional Center of ZSI-WRC. We are here to share our idea about conservation of the precious biodiversity which we have in Ladakh. The title of our project proposal is Biodiversity. So starting with a brief overview to the background, Ladakh, which is a high altitude cold arid desert region situated in the Trans-Himalaya, which has its unique and resilient biodiversity, and this landscape marked by rugged mountains, extreme temperatures and sparse vegetation supports an incredible array of species, which includes snow leopards, which are known as master of stealth in the rocky terrains of Ladakh. They are being listed as vulnerable by the IUCN, and in India, if you see in India, we have the highest number of individuals of snow leopards in Ladakh. And these species symbolize the Ladakhi culture, thus making themselves as a flagship species for the conservative initiatives which is there in Ladakh. And you also have species like Himalayan ibex, which are adapted at navigating the steep cliffs of Ladakh. These are also listed as near threatened by IUCN and feeds on herbs, shrubs, and sparse vegetation which is there.
and facing threats like illegal poaching and overgrazing. We also have this beautiful black-necked cranes, which is a symbol of grace in the region's wetlands like Pangong Lake, Somoridi, and Sogar. These are also listed as vulnerable by the IUCN. And India, as per the recent reports, in Ladakh, we have 66 individuals of this beautiful bird. And these beautiful birds migrate to Ladakh for summer breeding. And moreover, we have many unique species like Ladakh urial, burrel, Kiang, Palaskek, and more like brown bears. And all these species have adapted to survive in one of the harshest environments on Earth, that is Ladakh, and making Ladakh a globally important biodiversity hotspot. But like any other place, the fragile ecosystem of Ladakh is again facing mounting threat of pressures like habitat degradation, which includes the construction of roads, construction of buildings, and more importantly, the irresponsible tourism activities, and then overgrazing by the livestock of the Champa herders, which erodes on the sparse vegetation which we have, which actually sustains the beautiful wildlife. And another important threat is the illegal poaching, which has been reported few times. Like 2 people were arrested for blue ship poaching in Nubra in 2019, and then an army personnel was accused of wildlife poaching has been reported in 2021, and a recent report came up in the March of this year where Ladakh police arrested 4 people accused of illegal poaching of Himalayan ibex. And no wonder many such cases have been happening from time to time without even being reported. And we have threats like deforestation, which is actually being carried out by the local communities for the purpose of fuel as well as building constructions, and on top of that, few cases of forest fires in and around the Lake City has been reported from 2021 and 2023. So these are the major threats which the beautiful biodiversity and precious wildlife of Ladakh is facing. And to tackle these threats, we have a solution, that is Bio-Ladakh. So if you say what is Bio-Ladakh, it is an innovative conservation initiative which has powerful technological tools like solar-powered bioacoustic sensors as well as artificial intelligence-powered mobile applications, and it's supplemented, or rather we say supported by the traditional knowledge system of the local communities which is there in Ladakh. Their custom, their symbols, their names, and more importantly, their wisdom. So yes, we can say that this is a community-driven and culturally grounded and technologically supplemented initiative. And it's pertinent to mention here that Bio-Ladakh aligns with the global conservation goals such as United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 15, which talks about the conservation of life on land. So the Bio-Ladakh initiative, it has 3 core components. The first one being the solar-powered bioacoustic sensors, and the second one the AI-powered mobile application, and the third one the central server, cloud server with the real-time alert response system. Starting with the first core component, which is the bioacoustic sensor, which we consider as the ear of this our project. By means we are saying that these are functioning just what an ear functions in our body. They are continuously listening and recording the sounds from the surroundings, the sounds of animals, environmental sounds, as well as human-induced sounds. And this bioacoustic sensors has its hardware components like audio mode recording device for continuously listening and recording the sounds, and then the microcontroller for further processing that sounds, and a battery which is continuously supplied by solar energy by installing the solar panel so that it never runs short of energy. And then it has micro SD cards for local storage as well as, and then our weatherproof casing suitable for harsh climate conditions of Ladakh. It has also all the pre-teach programs which we incorporated into this bioacoustic sensor so that it further analyze and process the inputs which receive by this audio devices. And yeah, we have also incorporated, we will also incorporate the traditional knowledge system in this as well. Like suppose a Champa herder, local Champa herder, who have been encountering with the wildlife which is there from decades, they have much better idea about whereabout of the species, their habitats, and their daily routines. So it will be very helpful us for deploying this bioacoustic sensors at the appropriate places. So this is the steps which we'll follow. We'll select the components, hardware and software. We'll procure them from authorized dealers and then assemble the sensor on the PCB. And then finally function it for the hardware functionality test, and if any issue arises, we'll fix them at this stage. And then once the sensors are built, we'll deploy them at the appropriate places which are being suggested by the local herders at in the appropriate place in the field. Once it's in the place, it will start listening and recording the sounds and continuously transmitting the data to the central server system. And the second core component is the AI-powered mobile application, which is a user-friendly mobile application which enables, or we can say, which turns the smartphones into biomonitoring as well as conservation tools. It can be used by locals, local herders, students, as well as tourists and visitors. And user can report sightings of wildlife, habitat change, as well as if they see any threat by means of photographs, videos, as well as audio clips. And also supports multiple language including the Ladakhi dialect. And yeah, the important thing is again the incorporation of this traditional knowledge, which may mean in this step we will incorporate the traditional local names, local customs, local signs, and local symbols. And these are the key features which has the key capture media and an inbuilt AI model which will analyze the uploaded media so as to identify the species as well as reporting the threats. Which will be again tagged with this GPS coordinate and then sent to the central server system for further analysis. And this is how the interface of Biodiversity mobile application will look like. It will have a search option, it will have a capture and upload option, it will have a recording option, and it will have a list of information about the local biodiversity. And the third core component is the central server system with the real-time alert and response, which we consider as the brain of our proposal. It will process the data which it receives from the bioacoustic sensor as well as the mobile application which is powered by AI, and it will analyze, process, and filter out, and then converts the raw information which it receives into an actionable alert, which will be sent to the concerned authorities like the forest or wildlife department of UT Ladakh. And the alerts will be ranked on the basis of urgency, like illegal poaching or threats will get the top priority. So why Ladakh? What makes this project a success in case of the terrains of Ladakh? Because it enables efficient threat detection by using artificial intelligence to distinguish between the environmental sounds, natural sounds, and then the human-induced sounds like gunshots, vehicle noises, and then chainsaw noises. So you can easily differentiate and detect any potential threat. And then it enables real-time biodiversity monitoring by using the bioacoustic sensor, which is solar-powered, as well as the AI-powered mobile application. Yeah, it involves the local communities, which is very important in this initiative. Designed for an inclusive as well as culturally grounded, the knowledge and the wisdom of local communities must be incorporated at every step of this initiative, which I already talked about in the bioacoustic sensor as well as in the mobile app, so that the local communities, the herders, as well as the students can be transformed into environmental guardians, so that they feel pride and then respected. Their knowledge, their wisdom, their involvement. They feel they are involved. They are being involved. They are respected. And then the sustainable. It promotes the sustainable conservation. Bio-Ladakh initiative relies on solar energy and low-cost equipments, which makes it financially as well as environmentally sustainable, and it doesn't rely on heavy infrastructures and can be replicated if successful in other such ecosystems. Yeah, in areas like Ladakh, where a small delay in addressing any threat would lead to irreversible damage, So this Biodata, which has this prompt alert system, will look after that. Now, if we look at how this Biodata actually works, on the one hand, we have these sonar-powered bioacoustic sensors, which continuously listens, recording, and then analyzing, and then further transmitting the sound which captures from the environment as well as animals, and then human-induced devices to the central server system. And on the other hand, the mobile application, which is AI-powered, which we consider is the eye of our project, which the users are reporting the sightings of wild animals as well as environmental change, habitat degradations, which is again being analyzed and further transmitted to the central cloud system for further analysis. And the central cloud system, which we consider as the brain of this project, of this proposal, it will classify, analyze, filters out, and then sends an actionable alert to the concerned authorities like Forest Department and Wildlife Department, which is Ladakh. So if time permits, I would just like, okay, we have 2 minutes. This is just it. Yeah, this is just a video demonstration to visually demonstrate how it will actually works on the field, works on the ground. It actually has a sound also. It's not working. We have subtitles also. I think it's fine, we have subtitles over it also. It's okay. We can get the next video also. This video sums up the
The presentation is fabulous. Thank you, sir. I became nostalgic because I visited this place twice. And suddenly, the area is absolutely mind-boggling. You said that there are the Mayan incidences. Well, I saw that only patches of poplar trees people plant around their houses and all. So, who are the culprits to?
It's by accident actually. All these 3 cases which I have shown, it's by accident.
Small patches.
Yeah, it's there. It's sparse. That's why there's this sparse vegetation in small patches. Wherever the human settlement is there, there is this.
You can include the Himalayan marmots.
Yeah. But
I have written a photograph of Himalayan marmot and Kiam.
Yeah.
Very closely.
Yes. Very nice. Thank you, sir. Due to short of time,
Yeah, I can. Yeah, as sir said, your presentation was too good.
Thank you, sir.
Really, good presentation will not fetch you good marks. Okay. I have few doubts in my mind.
Yes.
Have you worked on the nitty-gritty of the technicalities? I mean, how you are going to put all the, you talked about the sensor, you talked about the apps, how you are going to link them. Okay. And what would be the technical support, technical background, okay, required for it? Are you aware of it?
Yes. Basically, sir, it's not our domain. We are just conceptualizing this exciting idea we got, and we must say that.
Where did you get this idea?
Yeah, actually, that report of March 28 this year, the illegal poaching where Ladakh is arrested 4 people. That very report actually triggered us of thinking, why don't we have anything which could have prevented this act, or at least initiated or generated any from rapid response. And then we just conceptualized this idea, and we are in contact with Dr. Mehboob is there in our university at computer application department. And he works on these things, and we are in contact with them, and we talked about, we discussed this idea, and he said it's a fantastic idea, we can do it. We can work upon it, the technicalities, they will look upon it, and then hopefully we'll bring it to light very soon.
Your solar panels are almost daily or very common thing.
Yeah.
Every house has got its own
solar panel. Yes.
But actually, the actual implementation of the idea, bring it into the practice. You will have, of course, you will have bottlenecks also.
Yes.
Do you have data on this biodiversity? Do you have data?
We have data about which we just shown in this presentation. All these informations we got from the researchers, which the published research articles which is there on the internet. The data about these things.
Did you talk to people who have done actual research on them?
Yeah. Yes, sir. There are many, like Dr. Pankaj Chandan. Dr. Pankaj Chandan, he's been actively doing research in the Ladakh area on black red plain.
The baseline data on Ladakh biodiversity is available on the ZSI.
Yeah, and one important thing I would like to share here is this initiative is not just only about biomonitoring and then conservation, but indirectly it will generate a database about the biodiversity.
I personally doubt whether the herders will agree with your.
That's the important as well as the most difficult.
They are the main competitors.
Yes.
Ungulates.
I agree with you, sir. That's the most important thing as well as that's the most difficult thing. Because the herders are not much aware about the technology.
Their livestock gets exponentially big over the time.
Yeah.
Giants won't breed so quickly or so profusely.
Yeah.
The herders will have.
But for the greater success of this kind of projects, we have to involve them. We have to give them in confidence.
It's a difficult task.
Yeah, it's a difficult task, but it's important. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Three of these guys, they have come from Kargil.
Yeah.
Actually, जिस तरह से वो लोग आए हैं इतना डिफिकल्टीज से I really salute your जज्बा. Really. Now the last GPRC Patna 14.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Swalya Suman, and I am currently pursuing my MTech in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Patna. And I have my co-partners which are not present here today, and they have also contributed a lot to this project. And we are guided by our Professor Jameson Matthew, who has a deep expertise in computer vision. So I will be going through the introduction, and then we'll say like why we took this challenge for bird identification and why there is a need of AI in bird conservation and the motivation behind our idea and our unique methodology and our unique architecture which we have proposed and which is verified by our results and against the standard data set benchmarks. And continuing from there, we will explore the knowledge graph integration, which is a burning topic in AI nowadays. And then we will explore our web application, and then we'll see what are the challenges ahead, and I will also give you some data of the dark side of AI. So everyone has already talked a lot about problem statement like why do we need AI in the conservation, why do we need AI applications, like lots of AI for today, but nobody has deep dived into that, like how are they going to tackle it. So they have proposed like we will be using AI for this, for that, but how? That's the question. And if it is that easy just to deploy the model, then it's been 5 to 6 years. Why this hasn't been done yet on the large scale? So let's start with the introduction. The Gangetic Plain spans over 1 million kilometers square across the northern India and Nepal, which is rich in biodiversity and which is home to more than 1,000 species. And accurate and up-to-date monitoring of this population is crucial for conservation planning, because data-backed conservation planning is much more crucial than making policy abruptly, like without backing up with the data. So data-backed habitat management and policy making will ensure the proper biodiversity conservation. Now, existing traditional survey demands expert ornithologists and thousands of volunteer hours, which is, I think, wastage of human resources, and yet often miss nocturnal and camouflage species. Now, these are the challenges which everyone has talked about, like how to count the bird species which are not static in a single region, because they are migrating from one region to another region due to various reasons. Even the two species, it is very difficult to differentiate if they are almost 90% similar with the naked eyes. So here comes our AI applications. Now, these are all the things which has already been explained by other groups, like threat detection, habitat and migration tracking, real-time alerts, monitoring urban bird population. So I will not be explaining this again. Now coming to our approach, these are also explained like in a direct or indirect way by other teams. So I won't be explaining it again. Now coming to our AI approach. So what is our key idea? So we have very numerous existing models which are being trained on the image classification, but we are not using only images for training our models. We are also using text along with the images, which will be describing the species in the images along with the feature explanation. So we are going to convert this image and this text first into a vector embedding. So the question will be, what is a vector embedding? So vector embedding is basically conversion of the images or text or whatever form of data is there into a numerical format, which we call vector. Because computer won't be going to understand these images and all those things. Computer will only understand numbers. And then This image embedding and text embedding will be fused together, and then on the basis of that data, we are going to train our model. So I will go back to it. Before that, I will talk about our standard benchmark dataset, which is already there over the internet, which is Caltech USD bird dataset. So here we have number of classes as 200. Number of classes means number of unique species, and total images are 9,440. So why we first tested using the existing dataset? Because we wanted to test whether our proposed methodology will work correctly or not. Then only we will proceed to make our own dataset. So first we have tested on this dataset, and the result which we have got is like accuracy is of 72.37%. The precision is 75.52%, and the recall value is 72.37%. And the graph which is generated, we can see like for each classes what is the accuracy and precision score. Now coming back to our methodology, what is our architecture approach and what is unique in that? So we have a two-stage architecture. So first one is a YOLO V8. So as soon as image is captured by any of the devices, or we say a video is captured, we will split the video into particular image frames, and each image is being processed and is given to a YOLO V8 architecture. So suppose in a particular image, different types of bird species are there. So all the things our image is not useful. So before that, we have to mark out what are the area in that image which is useful for our models to get trained. So YOLO V8 will do that for us. So it will do the bounding box on the bird images, and from there we will crop that particular bird image, and then we will convert that particular bird image into vector embedding using a clip model. So basically, clip model is nothing but OpenAI open source model, and we have trained this clip model over our dataset, which we have got through ZSI Patna, thanks to Dr. Anil Kumar. So we have got this dataset from ZSI with the help of ZSI Patna, and also we have got some of the images from the internet, which is open source, not licensed. Now, once this image is converted into vector embedding, from this vector embedding, the feature vectors are extracted. So again, computer won't see images as it is. It will say it is in the three layer. First one is RGB. It's like red, green and blue. And with the help of this RGB color format, any of the images are being made. So from the image embedding, we will convert it into the vector representation, and from there we will extract the features. Same goes for the text. Each image is associated with a particular text, and this text will characterize its image, and again this will be converted into the vector embedding, and from there they will be associated, and this will be used to train our model. Now, our dataset, coming back to our dataset which we have proposed. So we have curated a custom dataset which cover 23 bird species, and each species is represented by at least 32 quality images. Image includes diverse poses, background, lighting condition to simulate real world variability. Because if we will be training our model on a clear image, then sometimes it won't be giving that much accuracy in a blurred environment, in a different background, in a different thing. So we have to train our model according to all the different backgrounds, different lighting conditions, different poses and different situations, so that our model will be robust and perform in any environment. Now, descriptive captions accompanying each image, providing visual cues for identification. Now again, this dataset will include species description to enhance ecological understanding, as I have already said, and these are designed to support training and evaluation of computer vision models for bird recognition and conservation tasks. Now, this is the per species number of image which is present in our dataset. Now coming to the result after training our model. So we achieved an accuracy of 86.80%, which is remarkable, because still our data set is very less, and we have not because data set may comprise of millions and millions of bird images, but for us, because we have trained our model in our in-house GPU servers at IIT Patna, so we were not having that much images. So if we would have billions of images, that it won't be possible to train in our GPU servers. So we achieved a precision of 89.57%, and we can see for each and every species what is the precision score for in the graph which has been generated after training our model. Now again with the collaboration with ZSI Patna, because when we annotate any image, if we describe the species in an image with its feature description, it must be validated by a scientist which is expert in this field. So there ZSI Patna is again helpful for us. They have verified each image with its caption, whether whatever data set we have annotated is correct or not. So it is a dual verification. So now coming to the results. This result is still not we have not achieved because we have trained in less epochs because due to lack of time. We have trained it over only 10 epochs. So that is why last night also it was running. So anyway, we wanted to show what are the results we are getting. Only with the 10 epochs, if we would have run it over 100 epochs, then result of accuracy would have been much better. But still, I wanted to show, that is why I included it in the video. Now coming to the knowledge graph integration, this is another burning topic in AI nowadays. So what is we have numerous books which contains bird species and its information. So what about the beginner like me who just wanted to know about a particular bird species, but for me I have to go page by page and read each and every species and match the actual image. So in that case, knowledge graph, or I will say the RAG, I must say most of the people must not have heard about this, but there we input documents in the PDF or .md or .txt format in the model, and those from there we scrap the semantic chunks, and whatever information we extracted, we present it in the form of a knowledge graph. The knowledge graph in such a way that it will be consist of various nodes, and all those nodes are connected by some edges. These nodes will be the bird species names and all their locations in which they are being found, and what are the relationship between them, in what season they are being found here, in what climatic condition they will migrate to different habitat. So this is how our graph will be generated with the help of triplet. Now how it will be useful. So if we have an image which is not that much clear, we give our AI models some image which is not that clear, so we won't be able to classify it. So in that case, we will also be giving some input caption so that it will extract feature from that also, and both the things will be helpful in actually predicting what the word species actually look like. Now these are a complex scenario. It will take more time to explain this, so I will simply just walk you through the screenshots which I have captured over our sample app. So here it is a simple image as an input. We will give input as an image. We will get its several features and what image it belongs to. Then we will have a text as an input. We will give text as an input, and from text we will get the images actually and its features. Now we will have image plus text as an input. So we will give image also, and we will give text also as its description, and we will get the results. Now coming to we have included one more module bird identification using acoustic sound. So in future we are going to add this sound also, so that features can be extracted from the sound, and it will be much stronger model, because we are getting feature from the image, we are getting feature from the text, we will be getting the feature from the sound also. So we can't represent sound and we can't use sound directly to train our model. So for that we have to convert it into a spectrogram, and spectrogram is nothing just a visual representation of frequency. But the one more issue I want to just highlight here, because time is less, we have very background noise inference. So for that we have used frequency masking for separating and segregating out different bird sounds, and that will be that. After that, we have converted into spectrogram and we have trained our model. So, just last few points, because everyone has talked about AI, but nobody knows the dark side of AI. So, just few points I want to address. Like even for a simple query processing or image processing, how much CO2 is emitted by AI models? It is really alarming, which nobody talks about, and we are talking about the conservation. So if we, so I will have latest data on it. I will just quote it. So even a small visual language model for processing a single image processing, for processing one image, it is emitting 0.2 to 0.8 gram of CO2, which is equivalent to charging a smartphone for 5 to 15 minutes. And if we go to a bigger, like high quality images, like satellite images, if we are processing that, then we are emitting CO2 of 2 to 20 gram, and which is equivalent to driving a gasoline car for 5 to 15 minutes. So conservation with the help of AI is not like that easy. We have to do some trade-off. So that is why I have, in the challenges we have mentioned the quantization. So I won't have time to explain it, but thank you.
Why did you choose this topic? What is the reason? What is the motivation behind this?
So actually I was working in computer vision domain since last 1 year. So, and birds are those species which do not statically like roam around like mammals, or like they are not in a like they do not remain in a predefined region. So it is more like what do we say, challenging to predict the population of birds, real time tracking. And birds, like they are also very much similar. Like similar in sense, like if we can't just go and get close pictures of birds just like we can go and close pictures of animals. So seeing from distance, it is not that easy. So that is why AI comes into the picture. Like from distance, for our naked eyes, it is not easy to visualize what is happening, like which space is that. But for computer vision, it is very easy. You must have like read news, like for a cancerous cell detection, it took human eye 2 to 3 weeks to actually differentiate that, but it took AI took just 1 minute to detect that cancerous cell. So that is why computer vision using this image processing is helpful. So that is why I took it.
You reference for what you showed.
So basically we have 4 different
yeah. It is 86.22.
Yeah.
How do you come to 86.22?
So actually we have 4 different things: true negative, true positive, false negative, and false positive. So we calculate on the basis of a formula of F1 score. So here we have calculated that.
So what I mean to say, that is flexible.
Yeah.
F1 score.
F1
is like a threshold value which we are going to set.
No, it is not predicted by us. It is predicted by the model. It is like we have nothing to do with all the numbers. It is all on the basis of formulas.
Right.
So we can't interfere in it in between. We can change some loss functions. We can change some we can augment the picture so that we can improve our model performance. But we can't just go in between and do some changes, and we can't just predict that after doing this F1 score will improve. It is not direct.
So have you done any work on this?
Yeah, like this we are training our model. Yeah. These are works we have done. These are the results which we have achieved.
So you have to upload 32 pictures of a single species.
No, actually it is like that. We have different combination of images. In one image we can have several different species. So we have to train our model in such a way that even in any condition, even the background is blurred, even picture contain different kind of species. If one species is little bit behind the other species, it is being masked. Still in those conditions, AI model will detect it well. So for that we have to make our data set in such a way that our model will be trained effectively and also accuracy will be increased. So for checking our accuracy, we calculate on the basis of test data set. We give test data set and we already have our results. We give module our test data set, it will give us the predictions. We will match with already because we already have those predictions. If it is matching completely, it is not possible to achieve 100% accuracy in AI model. So 90% is too much, but still.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just a small gap filling over here. By the time they come out with the results. Yesterday I was getting some of the queries from some of your friends or friends to me regarding the timings, right? Do you know who is the man behind or India's Aadhaar card project? No? No? Nandan Nilekani, right? Have you heard this name? He is the man who is behind the present day's Aadhaar card system. So what happened is before coming over here, I was at IISc. In one of the occasions, I got an opportunity to talk to Rohini Nilekani. She's a philanthropist. She does lots of funding for biodiversity research. At the time, she was telling a story. We went outing for some project work. She just came over there and she was explaining how the government things work. So first time when Nandan Nilekani wanted to present this to Government of India, that time Prime Minister asked him to come and make a presentation in the Parliament. I'm telling that this happened between 2008 2009. So then he went to Parliament and he casually said, okay, my team will be coming and presenting. I want some for making presentation, I want some PowerPoint plugs. See, that time in Parliament there was no electric socket like this because of security issues. Immediately a team was called and the team said, sir, we require 6 months to give you all this. And he started laughing, what? 6 months? And then a proposal has been sent to government and it was running in crores just to bring the electricity forward to the Parliament. That time the government wanted him to present the entire thing before all the MPs. Then, see, that is 6 months, that and all. See, why I took this context is Rohini Nilekani was laughing at me telling how you guys work in common system. So we need to accept certain things because it is democracy. So then what happened, Nandan Nilekani took his entire, he called the finance ministry team to his place and he presented how Aadhaar works. Then he was allowed to work for Aadhaar. But as a formal stuff, he came and presented 1-page note in the Parliament. Only 1 page. I am telling this is yesterday, some of the friends are asking me how much time is giving. 3 people are coming, we want that, this and all. So like there are constraints. How many of you heard about TED Talks? TED, TED Talks. Do you know what is the time limit for that? TED Talks are very famous, right? You know how much time is given there? 18 minutes. You know what is the reason for that? See, a scientific study says that if people can be held only for 18 minutes with full enthusiasm and interest. That is why the TED Talks are designed such a way. And how many of you know like TED Talks are being funded and a rigorous training is there and all? You know the background of TED Talks? See, it is not that easy to get into that level. First they select, they rigorously train you, and that presentation will be made online and they will see how many people are watching. Based on that only you will be given the opportunity for it. Why I am telling all this is like, see, as our director madam said, you are already winners and you are here. So our duty is to let next 5 people to go over there and present before the Government of India. So be prepared for all these things. Generally what I see, I worked in corporate before, it is very difficult to go and talk to the bosses, right? So many people used to come and say like I want to tell this, that and all. So generally what happens, bosses place in the top floor, right? So I used to tell them, I'll create an opportunity for you. You can come and enter with me when the boss is around. So the lift will go from ground floor to top floor, right? 8 floors. So how much time you get for discussion? Per floor, 2 seconds, right? 8 floors. So if you want to talk to boss, you have to finish up between 20 seconds to 30 seconds. So as Aparna madam was telling, yes, we all have money, we don't have time. So when time is a constraint, I expect everybody to know that, right? So this is what I wanted to convey with yesterday. Sorry, I received lots of calls. So I was mum, so I thought like I should convey this to you. All the very best for your future endeavors. Please keep this in mind. Like we are not undermining anyone over here. We are trying to provide platform to everyone. Like as I said, time is time. Right? Thank you.
चलिए दिन थाम के बैठ जाइए. The judges are out to evaluate your performance for the entire day. I am here to stand before you to fill in the blanks, like time between the judge count and basically I so I'm not going to give a big lecture. I will stop when the judge comes back. Okay. So, Sally, can you just switch off the light? Okay. So, many of you who are from zoology background, many of you are from bioscience background, many of you are from IT background, many of you are from interdisciplinary field of research. But all of us are naturalists. You accept it? All of us are naturalists. So what makes us a good naturalist is how best we can able to locate an animal, how best we know about that animal, how best we are in the field. Okay, so there are some tests that will be before you. I hope many of you will pass in that test. Now, for me, because all of you may be by now listening till 6:30 are very much aware that ZSI wants some taxonomy. And there is a reason behind it. Why do we do taxonomy? For me, taxonomy is a detective science. It's a detective science because just like, I don't know how many of you are aware about Biodiversity Baxi. Satya University, Biodiversity Baxi, we used to go for searching that road, detective. But taxonomy is also like that. Yeah. It's a detective science and it answers many of the biological questions. You go back to Corona time. What happened Corona time? We are not sure. SARS or MERS virus. So unless you identify the virus, how do you develop a drug? How do you develop an antivirus for that? It's very difficult. Okay. Similarly, there is another case. I don't know how many of you are aware that Corona time, पूरा एक झुंड आया था पाकिस्तान से, लैकोस्ट का झुंड आया था, right? And the agriculturalists, the pest control people were unable to find out a solution because they were not knowing what species it is. So unless you know a species, अगर गाय का इंजेक्शन घोड़े को दे देते तो फिर मुश्किल है. तो गाय का इंजेक्शन गाय को भी लगना है. So it answers many of the biological questions through taxonomy, and it's a perfect balance between field and laboratory because कभी-कभी field work करते बोर हो जाते हैं and let us go back and stress this animal, relax this animal or extract the DNA of this animal. और sometimes क्या होता है कि बहुत लंबा समय तक जब लेबोरेटरी में रहते हैं, then we feel that okay, let us go, just change the mind, roam for a few days, go to the field, roam around, go into the jungle, sleep under the tree, relax. So that's the kind of fun you have with taxonomy, and it never get old. Always, every day you see new species are discovered. Every day you see new species of birds, new species of mammals, new species of reptiles, new species of amphibians. And still, like a lot of species need to be discovered in our planet Earth that are yet to be discovered. Now, your real test comes here. What is this in this forest floor? Observe carefully. If you want me to switch off my light also, I can do that. Is the screen visible? Okay. Now look at, there is an animal in the forest floor. That much clue I can give. But what is this animal and where is this animal? I know दिमाग थक गया है सुबह से 10:30 बजे से अभी तक, पर फिर भी थोड़ा तो दिमाग लगा सकते हैं. There is this snake. Hanging. Okay, let other given a chance. You may be very correct. Okay. Is there any more guess? Okay. You are locating that only? Very good. You are a good taxonomist. Then the next question is on you. What is this? And what is this animal in this picture? Observe carefully. बढ़िया टाइम पास है. जब तक आएंगे तब तक रिलैक्स हो जाएंगे. कौन जीत रहा है, कौन हार रहा है. Any clue? No? Okay. काला पूरा तो पत्ता ही काला है वहां पे. काला वाला क्या है? सांप का सर नहीं है. टाइम ऑफ. ओके, बता देते हैं क्या है. There's a frog here. So that's the beauty of working in the forest. We are naturalists, enjoy what is called real field life. कभी-कभी हम लोग क्या जंगल में जाते हैं, हमारे पैर के नीचे ही रहता है सांप. पैर के नीचे ही कोई पैर के नीचे ही कोई जानवर रहता है. We are locating forest के किलों में देखते रहेंगे, इधर देखते रहेंगे, उधर देखते रहेंगे, पैर के नीचे होगा. So the quality of a good taxonomist or quality of a good naturalist is how best he can able to cite an animal in the forest. That shows the love for the species, that shows the love for the animal, that love shows the your interest as a naturalist, right? Okay. Everybody become a naturalist now. Everybody become a naturalist now. Good taxonomists. All are good taxonomists. Yes. Right? So all these things started long before by one gentleman from Carlinius. He thought that every animal need to be given a name. Every animal needs a proper taxonomic description. And I am sure those who are students of biology are aware about the Systema Naturae, which he published in 1777, all before. Okay, and from there we all started getting what is called taxonomy, what is called natural history, and the taxonomy. Why it is important, as I said, is taxonomic data are very crucial, not only for policy formation but also for practicing applied science. As I said, Lacoste case or coronavirus. It is used in agriculture, it is used in medicine, it is used in biotechnology, forestry, wildlife conservation, hydrology, any sphere of society you think of. Without taxonomy, without natural history, you can't progress. And that's the importance of taxonomy. These are all biological things which I am not going to tell you how taxonomy has here and rules and things like that. But simply, a species when it is written, a species when you write, you have to write to, like my name is Vasudev Tripathi. My name is Vasudev, my surname is Tripathi. Similarly, for every animal, think we Indians are so smart. Before Carlinius, my father, my forefather, my forefather has given the name X, Y, name, surname. Same things apply in taxonomy. A genus name and a species name. A genus name is Dattaperinus, for example, and species name is Melanostrictus. So every animal on this earth will have a name and a surname. Like in our case it is name and surname, and in biology it is genus and species. Now all these genus and species comes through, it is not like just anybody can name anything. It comes through its character. Okay, like my name, maybe, I don't know, to my guess, my name is given, my name is Vasudev Tripathi. The name is given due to several of the combination of the things. Similarly, in taxonomy also, you have to see the characters. You have to see the similarity, dissimilarity, and finally you have to give a name which is very unique, which is not given to any name. Maybe in my name there will be thousands of people. But in taxonomy, one animal, one name, one genus, one species. And then the question comes species. When you are telling about species, what is species? In biological terms, species is group of organisms having the same character, having the same taxonomically they are same, and that is not the end of describing as a species. Among species also, all will apply. You have to have biological species concept, you have to have phylogenetic species complex, you need to have ecological species concept. ये सब होने के बाद ही you can able to determine what is called a species. Then the story doesn't end here. Again, further allopatric species, sympatric species, all these jargons are there in taxonomy, and probably because of that reason people are not interested in doing taxonomy. So much complex and so much applications are there. In the below picture, if you see, what are these? Can you say what is the below picture? What is the picture? Bird. Vulture. In one picture, there are 7 species of vulture sitting. 7 species of vulture sitting in one place. They are called sympatric species. One space, but multiple species. Right? They are called sympatric species. Similarly, if you see the below picture, it's called allopatric species. Right? So, all this concept and all. So, when we are talking about all these things is, basically we are heading towards sixth extinction, and as per the scientists, 5 times R has been gone down to zero level of biodiversity. Zero. It was zero. 6 times, 5 times. So we are heading towards sixth extinction. If you look at mythology, I am not going into any religion or anything, but if you look at mythology, there is in the Dashavatar of Lord Vishnu, there is the avatar called Parsuram. And apparently, Parsuram has 100 times he has finished Kshatriya from the earth. That's as for the man. Similarly, we have already 5 times extinction of biological species or biological animals or plants from the earth, and we are heading towards sixth extinction now. When we are heading towards sixth extinction, as Dr. Raghunathan told in the morning, there are many species which are going to extinct. There are many plants which we don't see anymore. There are a lot of problems happening. At the same time, there are species which are getting extinct without naming them. Okay, a species which is extinct from the country. But without knowing several species, those species are getting extinct because of the environmental problems. That is what we are here discussed today from morning to evening. How to save our planet, how to save the biodiversity, how to save the climate, how to curb the climate change, how to go about mitigations and things like that. Can anybody name any species extinct from the country, like in the Indian context? Pardon?
Cheetah.
Cheetah. Which cheetah? Asiatic cheetah. No, it's not extinct. Who said Asiatic cheetah is extinct? Have you read anywhere that Asiatic cheetah is extinct from the country? Have you read any in literature? Have you read anywhere?
There are evidences like there are present in the country during the British time and before that.
Okay.
So it is not proven yet, but
that's what I'm telling you. In the literature or in writing, India is a country where not a single animal has been declared as extinct. There, as you said, there are evidence that there are several species which are not seen for a very long time. Like one of them is Asiatic cheetah, or pink-headed duck, or one-horned rhinoceros. Several other species are there. But officially, not a single species is declared as extinct. And why is that? Because there are provisions to declare the species to be extinct. This is just for your information. We are just sharing a light moment before we just come back. There are processes by which an animal is to be declared as extinct. Now tell me one animal which has been declared as extinct. Not in Indian context. You know animal?
Dodo, sir.
Dodo. Very good example is dodo. Dodo has been officially declared as extinct from the earth. Okay. So to declare extinct, you should have evidence. What is that evidence? The first evidence is that it is not seen in last 100 years. Okay, it is not seen in last 100 years. And to do that, you must have a documentation before 100 years. Before 100 years, somebody should have documented by which you can say that okay, in 1921 or 24, somebody has seen cheetah. After that, nobody has seen cheetah. 100 years. 100 years, if you not see animal, like not seen means either he or she has not seen means it is not evidence. It is to be published information saying that for 100 years nobody has seen this animal, and it is considered as extinct. Now, as he said that there are evidences which says that cheetah is not seen for a very long time. So to do that, there is a provision. What is that? To say that it is not seen or there are evidence that it is not found anymore, we call it extinct in the wild. We don't use extinct, but extinct in the wild. That means it might be present, we have not seen. For that, you should have evidence, as I said, 50 years. If an animal or a plant is not seen by anybody in the last 50 years, then you can say that this animal is extinct in the wild. In the wild it is not there. Now, there are several categories of, to declare an animal into different categories as per the International Union for Conservation of Nature, which is otherwise called IUCN, which is a global body, to declare or to say officially any animal to be extinct or not extinct in the wild. The next down category is critically endangered. Now, you know some animals which are present, but the status is really dubious. We are very much doubtful that these animals are going to survive for another 100 years or 2,000 years or whatever number of years. So they are called critically endangered. Now for declaring a critically endangered, what is the criteria? Can anybody name any critically endangered animal? Any animal which is declared as critically endangered? No idea? No idea. All into IT and biotechnology. Okay. Ghadial. Have you heard about Ghadial? Ghadial is found in Chambal. Chambal is not famous for Daku. Chambal is famous for Ghadial. Ghadial crocodile. Okay. So, this Ghadial is one of the critically endangered crocodile. There are only patches population of Ghadial present in different parts of the country, and if you don't save them, I'm not sure this animal is going to be there after 100 or 200 years. So they are called critically endangered. Coming down, that's called endangered. What is endangered? Endangered, you have a good population, but there are threats. There are poaching, there are other habitat destruction, there are breeding is not happening properly, the population is not increasing. Can anyone name any endangered animal? Name one endangered animal.
Brown bears.
Brown bear.
Canadian buzzard.
Yes.
Asiatic lion.
Asiatic lion. Several species are there which are endangered. Right. Then the category again come down. Then threatened. Then there are several categories. There are not going to detail on that. So these are the gradation of the animals. So the sixth extinction. We are getting into the extinction now. Animals are only extincting after getting into extinction after a couple of years. Human being will also slowly be extinct, and one day there will be time when the sixth extinction is going to take place. Whether you accept it or you don't accept it, one thing is that we can only delay the process. We know, but we can only delay the process. जैसे हॉस्पिटल में जाते हैं तो डॉक्टर ऑक्सीजन देके 2-4 दिन 10 दिन बचा के रखते हैं पेशेंट को, ऐसे ही we are in oxygen. We can only delay the process of extinction. Now, if you look at this graph, you see the trend. How many species? But how many we require? That is another big question. In the wild, how many actually we require so that we can say that, oh, we have plenty. We don't need them anymore. We have plenty, we don't need any more. Enough is enough. No conservation required. You can kill them, you can pet them, you can use them. So, the fundamental question is not about how many species or how many individuals, but the carrying capacity, how many it can hold. Because वो बोलते हैं ना कि पैर जितना लंबा है उतना ही चादर फैलाना चाहिए. होता है ना? Did I say correctly? नहीं? उल्टा बोला, हिंदी बड़ा खराब है। चादर उतना जितने लंबा हो पैर उतना फैलाना चाहिए। मेरा हिंदी खराब है, so sorry. So carrying capacity you need to know. These are some of the animals and pictorial thing. So the challenges now is how many species we are discovering, and before that how many species are really getting extinct. And to do that, what we need, earlier it was just catch animal, give a name, finish. Now it is era of integrated taxonomy, where you have to use multiple evidence. You have to use field data, you have to use museum data, you have to use laboratory data, you have to use geography, you have to use behavior, ecology, morphology, genetics, everything when you combine, then only you can come up with a solid information on the animal. Okay? और मैं बढ़ेगा। मैं सोचा बाय द टाइम आ जाएंगे आपका। चलो कंटिन्यू करते हैं जब तक हो रहा है। ओके? नहीं? इसको feedback. Yes. Yes, welcome. So
Only positive feedback.
they can criticize because afterward we are not going to see them. We don't see. We don't know Calcutta school. We don't see them on Calcutta also. So yes, this is time to take the feedback from all of you. You have come from the length and breadth of the country. First of all, I thank all of you that you could able to make it possible. Without you, the hall would have been very empty. And there is a very healthy competition that has been going on since morning. And I request some of you, or all of you also can come. So, and give your feedback. Lisa madam wants more positive feedback, but I want negative feedback also. So that we can able to improve, we can able to appreciate ourselves, what best we have done. Or we can able to, I can able to scold them after you people go. So, so positive, negative, both we want. So any of you volunteers, please come. नहीं? Okay, सबको रिजल्ट का इंतजार है. नहीं? We lost all the teams in comment. That's what I'm telling you. Together also they can come and for us. Okay, team 1. Can raise their hand. Please come.
Hello everybody, and after a whole day we have spent a lot of time with each other. We know a lot of concept. I'm from biology background, but I came to know about some artificial intelligence, some engineering ideas, some innovations. And after all, I would like to thank all the entire ZSI team, especially those team members which are in the group, that is in the WhatsApp group, for the continuous monitoring us and for the continuous coordinating us till from our actual place to reach here. And for me, actually, I would like to thank Sir because his foundation work helped me a lot for the framing the conservation and working on horseshoe crab. And thank you Lord for the this venue and the food and other accommodations. Everything was fine, and I was very happy to be present myself at this place in a national level. Thank you so much.
Team 2. Yes, when people don't come on, you can call them.
Good evening everyone. I'm Mrs. Joy presenting Hyderabad at PRC ZSI. It's a privilege to be here today, and I'm glad to say that I have made many friendly connections here. Especially I'm glad to be here today because Pune feels like my kind of people because even though I'm representing Hyderabad, I belong to Maharashtra border and Maharashtra here is like a second home to me. And my father tongue is Marathi, although it's a little bit of different dialect. But to say that I understand it, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Stop here. Okay.
Only the winners we are writing.
तो सुबह से एकदम एग्जॉस्टिव विचार मंथन चल रहा था यहाँ पर। सारे लोग विचार मंथन कर करके जो अमृत निकला है उसमें से 5 लोगों को अमृत मिलेगा, बाकी के लोगों को भी अमृत मिलेगा लेकिन थोड़ा लेस क्वांटिटी में। जिसके लिए हम वेट कर रहे थे वो घड़ी आ गई है, लेकिन थोड़ा सा और वेट करेंगे। तो तब तक हम आई जस्ट रिक्वेस्ट शर्मा सर टू कम हियर एंड हाँ, so I just request Tripathi sir to felicitate Sharma sir, jury who is tirelessly working since morning and helping us to choose the best 5 teams from the region. Thank you so much sir. Sameer sir, who is also with us and actively involved in the judgment process. Varsha madam, thank you madam. Madam is also with us since morning and she is also actively involved in judging this. It is very difficult to judge because when we see the presentation, I personally when I was seeing, I was feeling all are good. I was unable to like take out which are the 5 best teams. But that difficult task these 3 people have done. So thank you so much. Now I request Sharma sir to present the concluding remark.
Good evening, everybody. It was extremely difficult to choose out of all presentations. They were fabulous for me, no doubt about it. But as you know that when there is a competition, there is selection. But in my view, you are all too good. And top of it, what we have achieved by gathering here is we have created a lot of awareness about our conservation aspect and biodiversity both put together. So that you people have done it beautifully. No doubt about it. In fact, I personally learned many things from these presentations which I was unaware of. This kind of actually the strategies can be adopted for conservation. This really, I must say that today I was a student at this age. But anyway, it was good for me also to keep my actually brain sharpened. Thank you so much, and I congratulate whosoever 5 have got selected, and rest of you also. Everyone is winner. There is no doubt about it. And don't get disheartened. You have done very, very, very well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your concluding remarks. Now I request Professor Varsha Madam to please come here and address.
Respected Director, Tripathi sir, respected Sharma sir, Dr. Samir, Dr. Kalavati, Dr. Dinesh, and other faculty and the staff of the ZSI. First of all, I would like to thank ZSI for inviting me to witness such a wonderful event. And at the same time, I would like to congratulate all the participants. All the participants have done very well and they have presented their innovative ideas. And as Sharma sir told, I also learned a lot. So I was like a student and I was like very fascinated to see the new generation, how techno-friendly the new generation is. And now I appreciate the one participant that he told us the positive points of the AI, but at the same time he also make us aware what are the dark side of the AI. So it's a message that when we use the technology, we should use the technology with very carefully. So I would not stand between the prizes and you, and I just congratulate all the winners and all the best to all the participants. Do well in your life, and I wish all the success to all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Really, even I was also learning many things in the morning, and I told my technical team also that because they were working back of the door, so that you are missing all this. So you just go and watch on the YouTube. Don't miss it. So now I request Samir sir to please come here to present his address.
Good evening to all of you, respected Director Sir, Tripathi Sir of ZSI-WRC Pune, Senior Scientist, Dr. Sharma Sir, then Dr. Varsha and other staff members of ZSI. Today I feel very honored to be here with all of you for the entire day and got to know more about it. But let me tell you, with the introduction of new education policy, the scenario of education, teaching, learning, as well as research, it has changed. So now innovation and research, okay, these have become priority, and this have been included in the regular curriculum also. Earlier, when I was a student, we knew only marathons. very recently I came to know about hackathons. A couple of years ago, when I heard to this term, hackathon, I said, what is this hackathon? Is it misspelled or something like that? No, it is the new term which has come, and it is for the innovation, and it is helping in the building of our nation. So it was really splendid to be here for the entire day and see innovative ideas, the good part of AI, the bad part of AI. Okay, and everything is app based now. I don't know what will happen, sir, in future. We all will work only and we will be app based. So I don't know. So anyways, the interference of AI and technology in biodiversity conservation, the ideas are very good. Okay? And in fact, all our winners, okay, you all stand a fair chance. But then somewhere, plus minus ho jata hai. But at the same time, I would give few suggestions like if your idea is patentable, you please go for a patent, go for an IPR. Okay, so you are protected, your idea is protected, number one. Secondly, you find a good resource, funding resource. There are good number of industries and corporate houses, this is my experience. So if your idea is good, okay, they definitely fund you and then you can start your own startup or something like that. You can always approach universities, every university has now incubation center. Colleges are having good incubation centers. You can approach COAP, institutions like COAP, IITs are there, okay, and maybe you can start a small business. So don't leave it here, take it ahead. That's the message what I would like to give you. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, sir, and I wish all the very best and do well in life. Thank you.
I apologize. The beginning, I should have thanked the organizers. But again, I am part of organization. But still, I missed it. It's only because you just cut down the time we are taking.
So the result are not first, second, third, fourth, 5. It is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There is no first number, second number, 3, then third number.
The best 5.
The best 5. Okay. So dil थाम के बैठिए. Fasten your seat belts. We are going to declare the best 5 among you. So first I would like to call Team 1, MARC Diga. Congratulations. A big round of applause for them. MARC Diga, please come. So and I would like to say here that he is the whole and only one team in his team. The only member. God. Next, team from ZSI-WRC Jabalpur. Congratulations. A big round of applause for team ZSI-WRC Jabalpur. Kritash Singh, Tushar Sharma, Yash Hardi. Please come. The way you people have presented, I was really feeling envious. Graduate students, the confidence level and the presentation style was really commendable.
ये तीनों का नाम है. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you, Team 7 DRC Jodhpur. Congratulations. तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट में आपको भगवान से ये दुआ करते हैं कि आप सारे ही पांचों भी लखपति बने. Ehsan Ali, Monar, Sudhir Kumar Jina. So these are the three for getting felicitated by the distinguished. Team 9, NERC Shillong. अरे तालियों में कंजूसी मत करिए, तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट बजने दीजिए। शिलोंग टीम के जज्बे को सलाम। ये आए हैं कारगिल से, बहुत दूर से यात्रा तय करके। कंग्रेचुलेशंस टीम शिलोंग। सो 4 सितारे हमने डिक्लेयर किए हैं। 5वां सितारा है टीम 13 HRC Solan. Dr. Rashna Kari stands in square. Congratulations. हमें हमारे 5 सितारे मिल गए। So congratulations, you will be going to the headquarters Kolkata and will be presenting in front of the Honorable Minister, Environment and Forest.
Thank you.
Now we will be presenting participation certificates. Team 2 FBRC Hyderabad, Dr. Divya, Missy and Nidhi. A big round of applause. All women power, Nari Shakti. Team 3 APRC, Team 5 SBRC Kenny. Team 5 SBRC Kenny. Om Prasad, Amrit Kumar, Durgeshwar Rao. अरे तालियां बजाइए। Team 6 NRC Dehradun, Ujjwal Khatri, Hayan, Apurva Singh. Team 8 Pune, चैतन्य भोसले, प्रथमेश तापसे। तालियों से सभी मनोबल बढ़ाइए। Team 10 SRC Chennai. He is also Ekla Chalore. Team 11 EVRC Gopalpur. Swati Pradhan, Shubham Sahil. Don't get disheartened because national level तक आना भी अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। यहाँ तक आप आए हो, that is a wonderful thing. Team 12 MBRC, Chennai. Yasmin, Jaipur, Rakshanda. तालियां बजती रहे। लास्ट टीम 14 GPRC पटना। एकला चलो रे। सॉरी सुमन। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे जूरीज को। थैंक यू सो मच हमें हमारे 5 सितारे चुनने में जिन्होंने मदद की। यस आई रिक्वेस्ट त्रिपाठी सर टू प्लीज फेलिसिटेट आवर जूरीज। शर्मा सर, समीर सर, वर्षा मैडम जिन्होंने हमें हमारे 5 सितारे ढूंढ के दिए हैकेथॉन के। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
The judge and the participant are same.
थैंक यू। जैसे कि मैं हमेशा बोलती हूँ त्रिपाठी सर को हम यहाँ बैठने नहीं देते, बिल्कुल घुमाते रहते हैं, क्योंकि हमेशा सर हमें घुमाते रहते हैं ना, तो ये एक ही मौका मिलता है कि सर को बैठ देना दे। सर प्लीज आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू प्लीज कम एंड एड्रेस द गैदरिंग प्लीज।
थैंक यू सो मच। और आगे कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं करने वाला हूँ मैं आपको, बस इतना ही बताना चाहता हूँ। आई हैव नो वर्ड्स टू थैंक ऑल ऑफ यू। You are for a national competition. You are here. You are in Pune, and you have done your best. And just imagine, out of the entire crowd, you people could able to make it to Pune. And I wish all of you a great success in your future. I wish you to do good work on biodiversity and conservation. We are all flag bearer of the biodiversity and its conservation for the country. You all young mass, and the flag is in your hand. Now we have to take the lead. It's high time that all of us, जैसे हमारे प्रधानमंत्री का स्लोगन है, one nation, one mission, and plastic. It is not only plastic, but in every sphere of the biodiversity conservation, we must progress and we must show our leadership. That is what I strongly believe. I thank you once again to all of you. Thanks to Director ZSI for giving the WRC Pune this opportunity. Thanks to Head of Office, thanks to the technical section who have provided all support, holistic support, as well as every entire designing, everything is done by them. So thanks to the entire ZSI Hackathon team in headquarters, as well as all the 16 regional center who could able to send participants to here. We are overwhelmed by your participation here, and thanks to judges, with very short period of time, all agreed. Samir sir was out of station yesterday, and evening he come back, and then today he is here. Sama sir was also out of station. So, but when ZSI, I request, it is your gesture that nobody denied it. So we are really humbled and thankful. So, and judgment is something which is like very difficult job, I can say, because वो अच्छा होने से भी नहीं होने से भी दोनों तरफ मार खाता है। तो ठीक है, I mean whatever is done for the good cause, best fight. We go to Calcutta, we will see them there in Kolkata also. If we have the opportunity to see all of you in Kolkata, But definitely, I believe it's a global village, and we'll definitely see each one of us in some other area of life, some other place, maybe Mumbai, maybe Cuttack, maybe Kolkata, anywhere. Okay? With this word, I thank you once again. Have a safe journey back to your destination. Those who are staying back in Pune, enjoy it. As I said, it's a beautiful city. Enjoy the best Ganpati that is known for Pune, the WC Ganesh, the fort, Shivaji Maharaj fort, and there are a lot of other things in and around Pune which you can enjoy. So enjoy yourself and all the best. Thank you.
थैंक यू सर। अब मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी हमारे तन्मय सर। I request Thanmay sir to please come and present formal vote of thanks.
और तन्मय सर को क्योंकि मैं थैंक नहीं बोल पाऊंगी, इसलिए मैं सबसे पहले थैंक करूंगी क्योंकि जूरीज के साथ में सर बिल्कुल यहाँ से हिले नहीं, रिंग बजाते ही रहे। और ये जो हम समय में कंप्लीट कर पाए, अदरवाइज हमें शायद कल भी आना पड़ता। समय में कंप्लीट कर पाए वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ तन्मय सर की वजह से। सो थैंक यू तन्मय सर।
मंच पर उपस्थित प्रभारी जी डॉक्टर त्रिपाठी सर, शर्मा सर, समीर सर, वर्षा मैडम और मेरे सभी साथी प्रतिभागी, आप सभी को गुड इवनिंग। भारतीय प्राणी सर्वेक्षण पश्चिमी प्रादेशिक केंद्र पुणे की ओर से भारतीय प्राणी सर्वेक्षण के तत्वाधान में आयोजित जैव विविधता संरक्षण और जलवायु परिवर्तन पर इस प्रतिष्ठित राष्ट्रीय स्तर 2 हैकाथन के समापन पर धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव प्रस्तुत करना मेरे लिए गौरव की बात है। सबसे पहले मैं भारतीय प्राणी सर्वेक्षण की निदेशक हमारी आदरणीय डॉक्टर धृति बैनर्जी के प्रति हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा। महोदय, आपका दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व और अनुसंधान, नवाचार और संरक्षण रणनीतियों को एकीकृत करने पर निरंतर जोर एक प्रेरक शक्ति के रूप में काम करता है। ZSI-WRC पुणे में आपके अमूल्य समर्थन और उपस्थिति के लिए धन्यवाद। डॉक्टर रघुनाथन सर, वैज्ञानिक एवं संयुक्त निदेशक भारतीय प्राणी सर्वेक्षण कोलकाता को हम आपके प्रोत्साहन और दूरदर्शिता के लिए हार्दिक धन्यवाद देते हैं, जो ZSI-WRC पुणे में इस राष्ट्रीय पहल को आकार देने में सहायक रहे हैं। डॉक्टर गुरुपत मंडल, वैज्ञानिकी और कार्यालय प्रमुख ZSI कोलकाता को इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजन में आपके निरंतर मार्गदर्शन और समर्थन के लिए विशेष आभार। हम डॉक्टर वासुदेव त्रिपाठी, वैज्ञानिकी एवं प्रभारी अधिकारी ZSI-WRC पुणे के नेतृत्व की सराहना करते हैं, जिनकी प्रतिबद्धता और सुविधा क्षेत्रीय स्तर पर इस कार्यक्रम की मेजबानी संभव बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण रही है। हम सभी वैज्ञानिकों और सहयोगी कर्मचारियों को अब उनकी सावधानीपूर्वक योजना, समन्वय और मार्गदर्शन के लिए हार्दिक धन्यवाद देते हैं, जिससे इस हैकाथॉन की गुणवत्ता में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है। मैं उन सभी जूरी सदस्यों डॉक्टर आर शर्मा सर, डॉक्टर समीर तिरडतकर सर एवं डॉक्टर वर्षा वानखेड़े मैडम के प्रति हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, जिन्होंने हमारे प्रतिभागियों द्वारा प्रस्तुत नवीन विचारों का मूल्यांकन करने के लिए अपना समय और विशेषज्ञता देने की सहमति दी। देश भर से हमारे साथ आए सभी उत्साही प्रतिभागियों के लिए जैव विविधता संरक्षण के प्रति आपका जुनून वाकई सराहनीय है। हम आपके विचारों, आपकी रचनात्मकता और हमारे पारिस्थितिकी तंत्र के सामने आने वाली चुनौतियों के लिए आपके समाधानों की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं। अंतिम दौर के लिए चयनित सभी प्रतिभागियों को बधाई देते हैं। अंत में भारतीय प्राणी सर्वेक्षण WRC पुणे के समस्त स्टाफ और अधिकारियों को हार्दिक धन्यवाद, जिनके अथक प्रयास से आज का सत्र सुचारू और सफल हो सका। एक बार फिर आप सभी की भागीदारी और उपस्थिति के लिए धन्यवाद। हमें उम्मीद है कि यह हैकाथॉन भारत में जैव विविधता संरक्षण के लिए व्यावहारिक समाधानों की दिशा में एक सार्थक कदम साबित होगा। जय हिंद।
With this, we conclude this event. Special thanks to Dr. Aparna Kalavati for hosting the event and big clap for her. She was behind our feet and everybody was behind her. Thanks to you, ma'am. Hats off to your leadership and the way you have handled them, the kids. Thank you so much. Okay.
सर एक ग्रुप फोटो हो जाए यहाँ पे
होगा इतना जगह
कर पाएंगे